Yeah, so Jinn and angels are sort of like cousins, like.
Yeah, yeah. He said, "Why have you not submitted?" And he said, "I am better than he. You created me of fire, and you created him of mud." So he was resentful of us.
You know that Tom Bearden video that I was talking about? It's really hard to find. And when I search for it, of course, when you search for it, you can't find it. It was linked through some other stuff that I looked at. It may actually be on the other computer. So, look, if I find it later, if I don't find it tonight, and I find it later, I'll just post it and tag you guys in it.
You know what? If you find it, post it just like you posted it earlier tonight. Just go use his techniques, and then you already posted it.
By the way, in perspective, when you read the Quran, I would recommend that you read it in the so-called chronological order, which you can look up easily. It's consistent. I don't know if it's really the chronological order, but in my opinion, and maybe this is bad for me to say if it really is supposed to be in this order, but it's hard to get through in this order because they start you off after the first chapter, which is just 1 page long, with like basically the longest chapter, and it's like got a lot of laws in it. It's just not like the way that, like, I don't know, it bogs people down. It makes it hard to get through. I think the chronological order is much easier.
Okay, so just read it straight through. Don't follow their instructions. What you're saying,
Um,
or did I just totally mess up what you just said?
well, the way that if you just read it through, then you'll start at after the Fatiha, you'll start at Al Baqarah, the cow, and that I think is not supposed to come until you've actually read more of the book. And it's just like once you've read the book, I like to start like I read it in order on my server. But even when I began, I started on chapter 3 because I've been bogged down too many times by chapter 2. I've read it. I had read it more than any other chapter in the Quran, and then I would just stop. So I started at chapter 3 and ended on 2. And by the time I got back to 2, it didn't seem overwhelming at all. It was just like, okay, yeah, this is how this book is. But if you start there, it can be overwhelming.
Okay. I'm tired right now for some reason. I'm not totally getting what you have to just like type a note to me or something.
Okay,
Or I'll just read whatever you sent me.
okay. Um, let's see, what's it called? Um, gosh, what should I call it?
When I do find it, if you do listen to it, like I would suggest not listen to it while you're doing other things. Like listen to it when you can sit down and pay attention to everything that he's saying.
Well, I only have a written thing. I don't have like an audiobook for it or anything. And you can find one, but it's going to be written by a Mohammedist, or so you'll get a Mohammedist translation, which they know lots of ways to obscure the actual meaning of the Quran by doing that.
I was referring to the Tom Bearden video. I was looking
Oh, my bad,
on the time reversal wave.
my bad. Yeah, I would just
Oh,
recommend reading in the order posted here.
yeah, there's
They're
no bad.
I'll post it here in case anyone wants to look at it.
Okay, here's the stuff I was looking for. Here are a bunch of screenshots from that bit from the EWAR Anon stuff that fits with what we're talking about. Wow, there's a lot. Okay, so, and the whole thing is red mercury. That's another interesting rabbit hole.
What's red mercury?
Well, it's one of those things that you would think is a hoax if you just kind of like did like a surface search for it. But they used to use it in like old radios and devices, and it would have something to do with the functioning of it, maybe even just the reception. But it's got like a strange mythos to it that I haven't tested because it's really hard to get a hold of, supposedly, and then people are selling it for like thousands of dollars for a little vial. You don't know if it's real or not, and I'm sure there's stuff that's not real. But that guy that people seem to, a lot of us, feel like he's pretty legit. He's not making up a lot of what he researches. What's his name? John Levy says that it seems to be something to it, but people are claiming that like it doesn't show up in a mirror, like it's got like a vampire type quality. It repels garlic, attracts gold. It's red
But
mercury.
yeah,
But like,
red mercury
yeah,
is legit.
you think it's
Oh,
legit? Yeah.
that's one of the materials that supposedly that might be one of the materials that's supposedly produced by the Philosopher's Stone, right?
No,
Well,
it's literally according to the Vedas actually have that.
Huh?
You can look it up.
You sound like a robot, man.
The Vedas recipe for ingredients. Sorry.
You're
The-
you're a robot. And
There's definitely a function to these. Like it, who it repeats too much. It's everywhere. It's in the ancient times up to now. It's the same schematic, the same type of structures, the same theme, right? With the not just the shape either, just the structure of it. Even if the shape alters, though, like the structure from top to bottom, and always being accompanied with similar, be it the obelisk or it's like the Sphinx in front of the pyramid. I don't believe it was just a statue of some god that they worshipped. I believe that Sphinx was some kind of resonating device, or like it had a function,
well,
in
that's
my
the thing,
opinion.
isn't it? That they were given understandings by appealing to God, and then they accredit it to other gods. They'll disguise it as like, oh, well, this is our god now. Like, no wonder they had to be wiped out.
Now, it could be that there were people, the common man, maybe they weren't aware of what they were capable of, or what they were using it for, or how it functions. And it could be that they believed it was a god, right? I mean, if they were able to pull off some things that they just didn't understand the nature of what they were doing, if it'd been the first time they'd seen it.
I mean, they could even accurately understand how it works and attribute it to a god. They're like, oh, this is the god of electricity. You know?
So the dissolution of sulfur, or in other words, is absorption. Its absorption by mercury. So I guess they add a little sulfur to the mercury, provided the pretext for very different emblems, but the resulting body, homogeneous and perfectly prepared, retains the same philosophical mercury. It is the first-class matter or compound, which requires only a gradual cooking process to transform itself into the red sulfur. So I'm wondering if this red sulfur mercury is the red mercury. Then into an elixir, and then into the third time into the universal medicine.
See, that's what
So
I was saying. It's the Philosopher's Stone stuff.
it sounds like it.
Because we're talking about the philosophical stuff, the lion and the eagle. That's all Philosopher's Stone stuff. That's all like Emerald Tablet stuff.
The form for it. You hear me?
You're still cutting out a little bit.
It's oh man.
We can hear you.
Yeah, like it's I don't know where in the Vedas, maybe Snacks knows, but it talks about red mercury. And it's what was used as the main ingredient for the Vimanas. It's in the Vedas, bro. And it's a mixture of copper, sulfur, and mercury. From what I understand, from what I remember.
Interesting. It says the eagle, or I guess it would be the lion, represents the terrestrial and fixed force, while the eagle represents the airy and volatile force. When the two champions come together, they attack, repel, and tear each other apart with energy until the antagonist becomes one body, the animated mercury. Represented the fixed basic part of the compound, which is in contrast with adverse volatility, loses the best part of itself, the part that characterized its shape. That is, in a hieroglyphic language, the head. Interesting. And then there's a lot of, look at all these. I didn't know what do they call it? The combination of the eagle and the lion. What's it called again?
Mm.
The eagle is like the crown, and the lion would be the male. So when you have the crown in the middle and then the two on the side of the crown, one's going to be female, one's going to be male. So I would assume that the lion would be referring to the male.
Right.
The griffin.
Griffin. That's right. There we go. And then he talks in the UR video that these screenshots came from. He talks about the story of Christophorus, or the giant Christophorus, and then there's a whole set of I made a whole comp of the different depictions of this giant carrying the Christ child across the river, and Saint Christopher is an image that is like all over with this child on his shoulder, this giant with the Christ child on his shoulder, which you think we would know about. Like, I didn't know that image even existed. There's statues of it everywhere. And what the interpretation is, because a lot of times they'll have colored depictions of it, and the giant's always wearing this like very regal red cloth or silver, or like a mercury color, right? So he represents the mercury, and the Christ child represents the gold in the myth, or in the story at least. I'll put the comp in that I have. There's so many images of it. It's like, why isn't this not talked about? Just is it too direct of a, they don't want people to know about it, or is it just something that's not as important as other figures? You wouldn't believe all the statues they have with this Christ child, especially because it's Christ, supposedly represented as the child on the giant's shoulder, and it's always carrying this little gold orb with a cross on it. And I was thinking that whatever that Christ child carrying its hands probably a mimic of the device that they would have in these steeples to collect the etheric energy, using the gold and the mercury and the copper probably as a boundary between the two. Otherwise, if the gold hits the mercury, it'll
Create two
amalgamate.
colorations. Did you ever look at the Electric Egyptology? GodElectric.org. You should check it out if you have it.
Send me the link.
It's in the. I put it in your DM.
Okay, cool.
In the text chat. I also posted those
Oops.
codex that has the. Where it looks like they kept a record or instructions of how to make this clothing. And it appears to me, like if you look at some of the symbology on, and I guess, I don't know anywhere else that's got any explanation or description for what these symbols mean, but there's a few of the energy symbols or Egyptology, Egyptological symbols. I can't even. I don't even know if that. I don't even know if that's the word it is now.
Egyptological, yeah, sure.
Egyptological symbols.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that there's a lot of correlation with a few of them, right? Where it's being explained, or it's just blatantly obvious what it stands for, and it correlates with his interpretation or whoever's interpretation that is. I don't probably not just one person. Who knows? These symbols in this, like for the clothing, and you'll see these symbols repeated in the same manner, like with. So I would, anytime you've got a question of like, I wonder what this symbol means, just check out that website on GodElectric.org and see what that says it means. And then if it makes sense within the context that you find it, then maybe it's somewhere.
Oh.
Now those are energetic symbols on that codex there, where it looks like they're trying to build clothing, specific type of clothing. And then you've got that, like this little tether from the symbol to their head and then you have like a tether from the symbol, like, and then there's different types of symbols. Anyway, it may not be. It may be just, I don't know, I may be going too far. Who knows? I may be interpreting it way wrong.
I wouldn't imagine you are. I mean, ancient. I haven't looked at what you're talking about. You're talking about ancient text symbols of energy.
No, this one particular about the British Codex, because my theory is or what I'm believing is that this is like instructions and knowledge for them to build protective clothing. Clothing to it's either protective clothing, protect them from. It's kind of like what you would purchase now, the EMF shielding clothing.
Maybe it gives them energy and makes them live longer.
Or that it helps them tap into energy, like maybe if they're
It's like
ill or
we were talking about with our pyramid hats we're gonna make.
yeah.
Like, is this gonna fuck us up or make us, brilliant or supernatural?
Hey, I've been searching for geodes to get like the little crystals out of it and powder it up, and use that to structure a pyramid.
You gotta put geodes on the pyramid.
I bust them open and get the little crystals out of it,
Hmm.
and then take the crystal powder. It's not powder; it's granules, little tiny crystals, and then fashion a pyramid out of it. I don't know. I'm gonna try different things. I'm gonna try that, or I could just incorporate that with something else. I'm gonna try. See, I was thinking copper. Copper may not be. So here's the thing: if magnetic fields kind of like contain, inhibit, or there's something to if you could remove the magnetic field, and I'm thinking maybe copper, because copper kind of contains the magnetic field. It'll make it like if you drop a magnet down in it, it'll make it like squeeze it together, make it real dense. Like the field will be more dense within a copper tube. So perhaps that could be something. I don't know if it's useful for this, because what you would want is the electric flow maybe, or the intent flow, right, to be increased and the magnetic to be reduced, because the magnetic is the inhibitor or container or what have you, however you want to put it. You're following the thought process I'm
Mm-hmm.
on, aren't you? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the different substances are like which ones. Now I saw also where someone tried it with, I think it's copper, but then they used PVC. They just used plastic, and it was better with plastic. Well, what they were doing was better with plastic anyway, because they used the voltmeter and measured, the volts. They got more reading using PVC. And I don't even think they got one using copper. Anyway, I think it's just something that we just have to play around with or try. Really, I just would reflect on some of this ancient, like some of these structures here. What were they building this stuff out of? And how are they fashioning this in the old? Like these crowns, I don't know. I just think that would probably. And there's, like I've said before, the pyramids of Stupa. It's the first time I've seen that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Seen that, it's interesting. With the dielectric field lines on the building, how it shows. Where is it? I posted it way, way, way back there. But maybe because the field lines kind of come down like a tent. They don't come down, they don't follow down the edge of it. But it looks like where, right here, it looks like where the gap between the ground and where the field lines. Okay, there I am. Sorry, it took me a while to scroll down. Click on that image right there, and you see where that bottom line.
Yeah, you all lucked out just now. Seriously.
What?
Dogs are gods.
He just left.
Was trying to come in here. Yeah.
He just left. Yeah. You all just
hoping.
lucked out. He was about to be like,
Yeah.
I'm Australian and I'm right about things. You're wrong. You know what you're talking about.
Yep.
But
Good.
do you see where the gap is
Thank
from that
God.
bottom line in the structure? There's like something going on there. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. All right, guys. Well, I gotta go for the night, but it's been great
Don't leave.
talking to
You're
y'all.
protecting us. Protecting us.
Hey,
Don't leave.
by the way, Pumpkin, there's those little nodes. I was just looking for one because it occurred to me that they are also called Jinn, but it's an electrical node that's called
Mm,
Jinn, which is interesting.
No
really?
way.
Yeah.
That is
Did you
very
find that
interesting.
at? Sorry.
So like, here, I'll find it. I'll just Google it.
Whistling or what? I'm joking.
It's like a little stupa but it's like the the ones that we see in the hieroglyphics a lot.
There's the gin, and then there's the, okay, so an electric node is also called a gin. And then there's the jed. Gin and jed. Is that a marriage?
Here's a little story about a man named Jed. Um,
As a teacher, sorry, he kept his family clothed in beautiful clothing that smelled of fabric softener.
How is Jin spelt in this case?
I'm looking for it now. For some reason, it's not coming up right away. Maybe I'm wrong about the spelling of it or the name, even. I don't know.
Hmm.
I just remember we were talking about it being called a gin, and how that's interesting that it would if it was an electric transmitter, how the jinn are sometimes described as etheric beings or electric beings or whatever.
Hmm.
It's not necessarily significant.
Has there been some
Right.
tonic identified with it as well? The gin and tonic. Perfect.
Speaking of Manly P. Hall, I just noticed last night how much he looks like Houdini.
Now I can go to bed. Found it.
Same here.
There you go. You can grab it if you want it. It's the Tom Bearden video. It has
Okay, perfect.
psychotronics. That's why I was looking for time reversal wave. Now he talks about the time reversal wave, and I don't know how credible the dude is. He's a military guy. I was told by someone who I respect with utmost, like as much respect as I can have for an individual, right? And their opinion was that he was controlled opposition. So, no, not sure how they know, for if it's intuitive for them. I don't cast anything away just because it has a label. It's like I want to look at it myself. So, anyway, it was pretty interesting as far as I'm concerned. And he talks about a time reversal wave. So he talks about it like in just like simple, just like a matter of fact. It's like
It just feels like what would that really mean? Because like that means that like the past would always have to exist on its own, independently of the present.
well, time reversal wave. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that one could just travel wherever they want and do whatever. Or even if one could, I wouldn't think. And listen to me, I'm saying it doesn't mean as if I know what it even means. I don't know what it even means. The indication doesn't necessarily have to be that, I don't think.
Right. Theoretically, time travel seems possible. Theoretically. I mean, as far as like just the idea of it mathematically, but
Well, I
realistically,
say we're,
not at all possible.
I say we're doing it right now. We're traveling from one moment to the other. That's
Yeah,
the
there
only way
you
we can travel.
go.
Oh, come
Right.
on. Like, okay, so the etheric realm, the spiritual realm, is outside of time. Like, time is how we measure. Okay.
I don't think
So,
the etheric realm is outside of time.
well, I mean, it's not governed by it. It governs time. Time doesn't
Well,
govern it. We're
causality.
subservient to time.
Yeah, but that world is not unobservant of our laws. It's also part of reality, and it's also part of the causal time flow.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's like a hierarchy here where the spiritual realm is not subservient. So we're subservient to time. Like, we
Mm.
can't, you know, as far as I know, I don't know yet, but I don't think we can manipulate it. But we're subservient to time, and time is subservient to the etheric realm. Therefore, the etheric realm cannot be subservient to time unless time is the ultimate governor. No, I don't know. It's possible that the etheric realm is not subservient to time. It's
I think rather than subservient, maybe subject would be a good word. Um, but I think that all creation is subject to time.
time isn't actually a thing, though. It's just a
Well, it's a
Expression of
progression. It's a
existence. Yeah.
progression, so it is a thing. You know, it is
Yeah.
the progression.
It just seems like how could it not be subject to it? Because otherwise it wouldn't exist, right?
Yeah, things have to be reasonable and logical. They have to have causality to them in order for them
Uh-huh.
to make sense. And if you'll notice, humans seem to need some sort of story in order to even understand our own existence. Like we need that time.
or perhaps there's layers within the etheric realm where above a certain level or whatever, or at a specific at a certain frequency and above, that it wouldn't be. Because I mean, the creator's outside of time. Supposed to be. I mean, I don't know what's written in the Quran, but the
It's so
understanding is like that the creator can see all of things, and like when anyone anyone who has ever experienced any kind of psychedelic trip where and this is not evidence for anything. I'm just saying there's this essence of time not mattering. It just seems like we're like when you go in, I think when you dream you're journeying into the etheric realm, you're, you have there is no like I don't know, a second will seem like you can be asleep. It'll seem like hours, and you'll have a dream about something that seems like you dreamed about the whole day, but yet you were only asleep for 20 minutes or whatever. And a lot happened in your dream, but it was just a few minutes that passed. And, you know, these claims of remote viewing, there's all kinds of things where
yeah.
there's
I think time could
indications of the etheric realm not being subject to time.
I think there could be time dilations as you ascend. Um, it says that it would take an angel 50,000 years to reach from Earth to God's throne.
Time is a measurement of moments or instances within the physical realm. So it would only apply to the physical realm, in
Why
my
do you say
view.
that? How do you know that it only applies to the physical realm?
Well, I said in my view.
Your best, you would guess that for some reason is what you're saying.
I mean, it's the physical realm where we measure it. The instances within the physical realm.
Well, I mean, it's something that can't really be measured in the physical realm, right? Because I mean, we can like try to sync things up and try to give our best estimate of how to gauge it in the physical realm, you know, by creating hourglasses or clocks or whatever. But the concept of time that exists without the physical world, because we observe it and we don't need anything to show us it. We don't need to like see a clock to know that time is moving.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about time objectively as if it's a thing that's like a thing
But as
that's
far as
not just
dreaming
a concept.
goes, I believe that REM cycle is when your brain is basically downloading your experiences when you're away. The Quran describes sleep as being like, okay, so when people die, their souls are collected and brought to God. And when people sleep, God takes their souls away from their bodies. And then when the night is over, God sends back all the souls who aren't dead. So it's very much the same thing as death, and we have no way of knowing how much time can pass within a dream since it's completely away from our physical reality.
So, well, when you say that, so you're just referring to when you dream. Because REM is just rapid eye movement. They claim that's when you dream. You only enter it once every,
Yeah,
and they
I,
claim you enter it once every 90 minutes. But that's not true. So I wouldn't take, like, I wouldn't just take everything as truth, as
yeah,
what they
like
say that they understand
like
about
I
dream,
said,
or what they say that they understand about dream or the brain or REM
yeah,
cycles. Because I've been asleep for only 20 minutes and dreamed.
yeah, agreed. That's why I was saying that REM cycle is just a download. It's not you actually dreaming. Like you can wake up and not remember your dream because it didn't download, but you still were there. You still had the dream. You just can't remember it. Your brain is what processes your experiences. So if it doesn't reach the brain, you can't remember.
Do you think we can have any sort of information downloads when we're not dreaming?
Yeah, I mean, you can have that pathway in your mind open. You can practice at it too. Um, so I think maybe, but it's not the same as downloading your stream of consciousness because when you're awake, your stream of consciousness is in this world. But when you're dreaming, it's just not. Okay, well, I have loved this conversation, but I
Time
have
to
to.
time to time to let God take your soul away and go to sleep.
First, I have to pray and read the Quran. And I'll try to sleep before
Yeah.
you.
Have
But
fun letting God take your soul away. I'm just kidding.
well, we all do it, but it's
I'm just
also a
kidding.
good reason not to fear death. So,
It'd give kids nightmares if you told them that, though. No matter how true it is.
Take care,
Well,
pumpkin.
see, when
Sleep
you sleep,
well.
honey, God takes your soul and then He puts it back before you wake up.
Take care, sleep well, and have sweet dreams.
Yeah,
Sweet
take
dreams.
care. Awesome talk, Pumpkin. You're great. I love you. Take care.
If you
you
take
guys
care,
can
make sure you bring it back.
bring what back?
If you take care, make sure you bring it back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, God willing. All right. Good night, guys. Peace.
take care. You too.
Take care.
Bye.
Oh, I'm glad I found that video. Now I can. Um, yeah, I need to go to sleep too. It's
Yeah,
5:30
it's
in the
really late
morning.
for you. It's 3:30 here, so I gotta go.
It's nearly time to get up. I don't know. I may stay up and wait for the sunrise. No, I can't do that. I love watching the
Mhm.
sunrise, but if I wait too late to go to sleep, it makes me want to do that. But if the sun comes up, if the sun comes up, there's no sleeping for me. If unless I go to sleep before it comes up, I don't care how long I've been without sleep. Well,
Well, if the
unless I
sun comes
take
up, you
some.
can't go to sleep. Huh? You have to
Yeah,
get to sleep before the sun comes up.
exactly. It's like I'm. It's almost like vampire-ish, really. Only,
Mhm.
uh, and I've not really been smoking that much, so I could just load a bowl and smoke a bowl, and I'll go to sleep. It doesn't matter if the sun's up or not.
Yeah. Mm,
I could
that'll
do
do it.
that. Yes. I don't know. I just don't like smoke. Sometimes you just want to take a break. I just don't like smoking it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I smoke way less than I used to.
I think the only time I do is when I get on here and I just have a hard time sitting still, but I want to listen. I have to have this headset on because I might want to chime in, and then I might take a toke or two just to kind of chill and help me relax so I can sit here long enough to engage uh, or when I can't sleep or I'm having a hard time falling asleep, or if I fall asleep and I've only been asleep maybe say an hour or two and I keep waking up and I'm not like really sleeping, so I'll smoke some. That's really the only time I smoke it anymore. And it's not like a choice. It's not like I'm choosing to or planning to. It just happens. It's like my body either will, I don't know, it just doesn't need it right now, I think.
Right? Yeah, I always feel more clear-headed when I wake up. They also say that if you smoke right before you sleep, that it takes longer to get to REM state.
Well, I don't understand the importance of REM sleep. Like, why are we concerned with that's just rapid eye movement and I don't know. Do your eyes move rapidly when you're dreaming? Is that what they're saying? Like,
That seems to be one of the indicators, yeah, when you're in deep sleep. Yeah.
because if REM sleep is every 90 minutes and it's when you dream, or REM sleep is what they're calling sleep that includes dreaming, and they're just claiming that it happens every 90 minutes. I mean, is one the cause of the other, or can you I don't know, because I don't buy the 90-minute thing. Like, I think you can
Minutes.
enter
I thought you
into
were
it.
talking about the ISS, seeing the sun. That's funny.
I think you can enter into it as soon as you fall asleep.
Maybe.
What about the
Maybe if you haven't
ISS and the
slept for a
sun?
while, I imagine. I imagine you could
I
get there
guess
quicker if
it's a funny
you're like,
coincidence, right?
what's that?
Don't they say that they see the sun every 90 minutes on the ISS?
In their dreams. Yeah,
I don't know.
I got it now. Took me a minute. I had to hear it twice.
Yeah, I think it's probably healthy to have REM sleep for the processing that goes on in deep sleep, for sure. Whatever it is that recalibrates your psyche.
Well, they claim, and I'd like to think that they at least have some things figured out. They're not lying to us about everything. We're just making conjecture about everything.
Oh, I
The,
think
neur-
they.
the neurons, the neurons in our brain repair themselves while we sleep. So if you're not sleeping, then your
Yeah.
brain's neurons aren't repairing themselves.
Or whatever it is, yeah. Realigning or configuring, resetting, whatever. That doesn't seem like important. You can tell. You can tell when you wake up after a good sleep.
And there is something about sleeping at the proper time too. I do believe.
Yeah, I think alarm clocks are the worst. That's out every morning.
Which
All the
I'm
stress
not.
they put.
Alarm clocks, yeah. No one likes them, do they?
I would imagine they would. Yeah.
And all alarm clocks.
It is strange though how you can program yourself to wake up at a certain time. On the clock. Like this is like a little messenger that I was keeping track of the time. I don't know. I've tried it and it works. You have to like commit to it and like what time somehow it seems to work. All right, I'm with you tonight. Make me sleepy.
Right. Later, I couldn't hear anything you
Yeah.
said prior to that because
So
you're.
talking about all the sleep is making me sleepy.
Okay, whatever you said.
You can't hear me? Okay. My mic's
All
stuck.
right.
Good night.
All right, good night.
Oh, I was on my mic. I said talking about all the sleep's making me sleepy. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, same here.
Ellen,
Talk to you soon.
you're right.
Later,
Or
All
Snap.
right.
don't say that. All right.
Bye-bye.
Hello there, wakey wakey world. Bring on the New Zealanders. Let's go. I'm ready for them. I know they're out there.
It's the shift for the New Zealanders. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's coming up right now. New Zealand, Australia, you're on the board. Let's go. Time to conversate. Yeah, the room's collapsing in on itself. It's hardly any people talking. What the fuck?
How we doing, guys? Let's get it going. Anything good happen last night?
Good day, boys.
Yo, how we doing?
Good, thanks, Jeremy. How you doing, brother? A little slow. I'm just in the gym.
I'm off to a slow fucking start this morning. Not feeling fast today. You guys want to listen to my kids' cartoons? All right, we got our teeth are brushed, our hands are washed, our hair is combed. We're all set over here. Our peanut butter jellies are made.
Daddy daycare is open.
No, I'm about to get him on the bus. He's on the summer program thingy. My wife be splurging on the kids. One time she dropped like 2 G's to send the kid. Actually, she did it a few years. This shit costs like thousands of dollars to send one of the kids to the summer program. I think it's just a thing with my wife. When it comes to spending money, she stops at no price.
Careful now. You don't know if she's listening.
She fucking knows. She be buying goofy shit.
I love it.
I mean, that wasn't goofy for the kids, but she do be buying goofy. Dude, she bought a fucking, oh my god, what was the goofy shit she bought? Chicks just be doing that, man. She buy like a fettuccine maker or something, and then it just sits in the box and applies. She ain't gonna make no fettuccine or lasagna or whatever the hell the thing is. Ugh. Bought a horrible watermelon from Walmart this week. The shit was like white almost. It was like barely pink, dude. What the heck? It's on TikTok. TikTok, they're talking about putting a chip in your hand for 2 G's a month for universal basic income. Dude, they know this shit is coming. Everyone that knows what's going on knows this shit is coming. Like, there's going to be a serious issue we need to address very soon.
What's up? What's up?
But,
What are you talking about?
I was talking about universal basic income and how they want to put a chip in your hand so you can get it.
That's why I posted a video in the text. Someone should be keen to watch. It's about survival skills in the wilderness.
No, that ain't enough, dude. We can't all just go live in the woods.
That's true.
That'd be
Right?
nice. That'd be nice. I mean, We can't go
And
backwards though. Like SC was saying yesterday, we're not trying to tear this shit down and start over from scratch. We need to carry on.
even if you were in the city and you were prepared, and even if you had like a one of those fully decked out like mini bus with all the stuff that you need that you could stay away and sort of like last a month or two in the middle of nowhere, you know. The problem is in the city, the traffic jams, everything. You won't even be able to get out of the city if there was a proper emergency. So people in the city need to sort of have maybe some decent sized real estate. A large apartment would be useful. I mean, you wouldn't want to be stuck in the city and all you had was a small, like, because you'd be confined to the inside of your abode, right? For sure. There's no way you'd want to go. Like, if like, anything turned upside down, like in a war zone, people stay inside, man. They just hunker down, right? You, don't you
Or
think? I
they
mean,
get out.
they're either staying inside, and then they've got to come up with a plan, and then so they all need to sort of come up with a plan, what they're going to do, where they're going to go, how they're going to get there. Is it dangerous? It's like,
I mean,
especially if you've got kids, if you've got children.
I have a plan with my wife. I have a bug out bag. I make sure I have the stuff to make sure we're all good. And I'm like, yo, if anything crazy happens, we got to go to the Adirondack Mountains where my grandpa is. And my wife's like, I'm not leaving the house. I'm like, yo, if something crazy happens, we have to leave the house. Like, there's not a choice. Like, if the food stops coming, we got to, my grandpa, there's fish, deer, all types of shit. We're good. We can't just stay here and starve to death. Fuck this house.
What's the most important thing in your bug out bag? Is it make sure it's your mobile phone and the Discord app? Yeah.
Probably my life straw. It's a little straw, and you could just drink water wherever
Oh, I've
out of
heard of
rivers.
them. Never used one, but yeah, do they work pretty good?
I've never used it. I don't know. I have the tap water.
What do you think it's good for, like 10 liters or more?
This is good for 10,000 gallons, bro.
10,000 as a straw that you suck with your mouth.
Yeah.
Well, that's a what I guess you'd share it with everyone, right? To use 10,000 gallons. That's like an
That's what
Olympic
I'm saying.
swimming
We're
pool.
good. Bro, my
Yeah, man.
family needs things. They need water and they need food. And I'm gonna make sure that they have both of those things forever.
Yeah. If you're already not in the city, then things can be a little bit more sort of flexible. You can carry more stuff if you've got like a pickup or whatever. And you know, if you're already out in the countryside, you pretty much just stay put, yeah.
Yeah. It depends on where you are. If you're in the country but you're 1 hour from New York City, like that's not good. You need to go.
You need to go like 5 hours from New York City. Yeah. Even
I'm
5 hours,
3 hours.
like because like on the way out of a main city, there's only like a number of roads that you can go north, south, east, west, right? The main arterial routes, and it's like even 5 hours. If you've got 10 million people in one city and they all want to get out, there's only 3 roads out, and 500 miles. That's where everyone would be aiming for. So you probably need to go further than that,
I live 3 hours from New York City right now, yeah. And it's not, it's like one road takes you to New York City pretty much. So
It's not far, really, if you think like how many miles a day does a long distance truck driver do?
more than that.
Just in one day's work, like not even like any effort. He just drives 14 hours non-stop with a few white burger, whatever those burgers are, White Castle burger stops on the way. I've heard
Well,
of those burgers.
hopefully it doesn't come to that. That's why we got to change things. You know, we got to make it so everyone's sustainable right where they're at. And then if some Hurricane Katrina or some shit comes in, we can accommodate. You know, everyone's got a little extra. We can all help out.
Yeah,
But the way it is
yeah,
now with our the
the way it is now, yeah.
way it is now with our logistics, like nobody's good. I don't. If I turn the faucet on and the water doesn't come out and the food's
I've got a helicopter going. Can you hear that? Hopefully, it's not too loud. Looking for my finish.
it would be nice if we were all like self-sustainable. You know, each
Yeah,
house, each building was self-sustainable.
you mean energy-wise?
Uh,
Or
no,
everything, like
food and water, food and water.
food and water?
Electricity is not really necessary. I mean, it kind of is. It'd be good if everyone had
Yeah,
a little solar panel with a light or something, but you at least need food and water.
yeah, but
That would stop people from dying.
if you're not in the city, right? I can't imagine no electricity in an apartment building with 40 apartments. You'd probably you'd probably like have an issue lighting a fire, like if the power went out, trying to light a fire in your living room, no chimney. Did you hear about
Yeah, that's another thing.
the news about lab that they found with like fucking 1,000 rats or something in there?
A lab with lab rats?
Yeah. They basically, it was in a giant warehouse somewhere, and in the US, and apparently the boxes that they all come from overseas, I don't know, from Dragonland, yeah, and that they like they're set up to be sort of germ carriers or something.
No, I didn't hear that. It's crazy. It almost sounds like that movie Wanted with Angelina Jolie. Rats.
I watched Green Greg's channel just before the second to last video that he put out, and then he was talking about the Chinese war with that island and all of that, and then he was talking about survival basically, and then the last video I posted it already, I shared it on the live stream text. It's about survival. He's pretty well spoken. He's like, I don't know, it's like 70 something years old. He's actually what do you call it? Have you seen Green Greg's channel, Jeremy? He's
No, I never seen it.
he's a rocket scientist. Yeah, he's a rocket scientist, and he's a prepper, and he lives by himself. He's a, what do you call it? A hermit. Yeah.
I mean,
That's yeah.
being a prepper is just crucial. I mean, we all prepare, right? We don't go. I mean, most of us, we don't get all our meals one day at a time. We don't just. The city doesn't just make water as on demand when everyone's needs it. We all prepare for what we need for the day. It's all about the time scale on which you're preparing for. Like when most families do their grocery shopping, they do it for the week or 2 weeks or something. Like we're preparing. We know what we're going to need and we prepare. So it's good to be prepared.
Yeah, lucky we've got a food business, so I've got a few
Like
spare bags of rice around.
Yeah, there's no reason. There's no reason to not have months worth of food at your house, or toilet paper, or like, essential shit that doesn't go bad that you're definitely gonna need regardless of what happens. Regardless of what happens, you're like that whole toilet paper thing during the pandemic thing. That was fucking ridiculous.
In Thailand,
When I
they only use the toilet paper to dry their bum after they've finished. Because in Thailand they have a little hose next to every toilet, and you just push the trigger, and it's like a manual bidet.
bidet, yeah,
It's a manual one. It's a hose. It's a hose. Yeah. And that's in the posh houses. I've been to the posh places there too. And they do it. They will shower the same way, even in a really posh area, in a really fancy area. They won't even have like one of those luxury bathrooms, although everything's tiled. But you use like a pot. It's like a plastic pot, a cooking pot, a pan, and you use that to ladle the water over yourself in the shower. That's how they do it, because they have like 5 showers a day in Thailand. Yeah. So it has to be ready. It has to be ready just to get in, and there's no need to heat the water. So you never have to have a hot shower there. And half of the house is just exposed. It's like outside living anyway, even when you're in the city. Because it's quite amazing. Thailand is is all bungalows, concrete bungalows, all separated from each other, although that they are really close to each other. But it's quite surprising for Asia. They don't have this massive built-up apartment style living, except for when you get right to the heart of the city. But so many subdivisions going on. Like my friend, he works for, he builds roads in Thailand. Yeah, and he sometimes he doesn't get paid by the government, but he does eventually. And then sometimes he does jobs for the mafia, because road building over there is like it's a crazy industry. I've been there. I've seen how it all works, and I've seen my friend going to the auction. It's kind of like an auction for bidding, and you can go in there and you can bid for a job, and you have to have the extremely lowest price to be able to actually get the job. That's how they do it. So it's a struggle, but at the same time, if you're doing something that not many people know how to do, you're winning. That was a rant and a half about Thailand, but yeah, it was pretty cool living there. Pretty cool, man. When I first went there, it was like so exciting. Just fucking hell. I don't know if anyone's ever been there, but if you have, you just eyes wide open, the whole time. It's just like this natural high. And I don't think it ever wears off either. That's the thing. That natural high about being in Thailand, it just never wears off as being a foreigner. Yeah. But I never spent time with foreigners over there much. I was just with the local Thai people, and introduced from my friends who I was staying with. So, yeah. Interesting times. Once I woke up early in the morning just to get a cup of coffee. The sun hadn't quite come up yet, and then my dog's friend, my friend's dog, my dog's friend, bit my foot on the way out the door when I was carrying my coffee, and it wouldn't stop bleeding. I was like, fuck. Second day in Thailand. Knew my way around the local area just a little bit from 2 days. But then my friend was so hungover, and he wouldn't get out of bed, and my toe was just pissing with blood. So I said, give me your keys. And I just drove myself around, and I found this hospital, went in there, blood everywhere all over the foyer. And then And then anyway, they asked me if I want a cup of coffee. It was like a hotel. It was amazing. And they stitched me up, charged me 500 baht because I didn't have a hospital card. 500 baht's about 20. How much is that? How much is 500 baht? I'd say it's about 25 New Zealand dollars, about 18 US to go to the hospital to fix my toe. Yeah. It's a good experience overall. Yeah. And every time we had to get a visa, you just go up to Laos. You go into another country. We went to Burma once. Fuck. When you get to the border and there's like, it looks like the crossing between China and North Korea like that. Fuck. And then, yeah, you get to the other side and it's just so many people trying to sell you shit, you know, with no shoes on. And yeah, if you're with a tour guide, it's probably the best way to do it. But you know, wouldn't want to go there at the moment. I've heard too many things about people going missing there and being made to like you know, work as a scammer and stuff. They don't let you go and they torture you and yeah. But it wasn't actually that long ago that Burma, we call it Myanmar now, they actually only opened up their country to tourism not long ago, like proper, you know, officially open to tourism. It's a safe place. And now, man, it's a scary place again. Yeah, because you could go there and never come back because it's such a corrupt government. Yeah, yeah. Corruption everywhere, man. There's corruption everywhere. It's like Music of the Stars or whatever you call those programs, like the one in China. They just admitted and found out a big investigation. Like, you know, those ones where they have a singer and the listeners are all in chairs facing the other way, and then they have to spin around. And if they spin around and they want to look at you, they think your voice is good or whatever, then you're instantly in. You're in the club. You're on to the next level. And you get awarded for that, right? But some people, they pay, like in China's a big population, man. So they pay like 100,000 yuan to the judges or whatever, you know, the four rock stars, you know, they pay you a good amount of money and to just turn around when their son is singing or when their daughter is singing. Yeah. It's all corrupt, man. No one's actually winning, man. It's all set up. Like people bet on everything. People gamble on everything. You wouldn't believe. It's like fuck. You know that the best way of corruption, how they do it, is insider trading, man. It's not like, here, man, I'll pay you $50,000 if you don't say this or if you do say this. No. I will give you a tip on insider trading. I'll tell you that all these shares are going to go up next week, and I'm not going to give you any money. There's no evidence. I'm just giving this, and then if it happens, then you won their heart, and then you do it again. You say, well, I'll give you another tip this time. If you win, can you do something for me? You know, so that's how these politicians get so rich. And
I know.
their income's only $200,000 a year, and they've got a fucking $21 million in the bank.
Yeah, these people come into office with no money, and then millionaires, multi millionaires. I mean, there's no more briefcases full of cash or crisp hundreds in an envelope. It's all they do it a lot with insider trade. I mean, these people, Nancy Pelosi and them, the likes of them, they got to be the luckiest stock traders on earth ever to ever live. Or yeah, there's some insider trading going. Another way the corruption happens too is, you know, do this thing for me, and I'll hire your cousin or your nephew or your son, you know, and he doesn't have to even come into work. We'll put him on the payroll, you know, have him make an appearance a couple times a month, and you know, walk around the office, and you're good. He'll get $500,000 a year or whatever. That's another
Absolutely.
big way
Some
they like
people
to
make
do it.
a living just following what Nancy Pelosi's trading. Like they'll follow us. If she bets, they'll bet. If she puts, they'll put, because they know she's got the inside intel.
The problem is, I know they made a law where you have to report it. The problem is they have like 40 days to report it or some shit. Like it's not like she puts in a stock and then immediately has to say, "Yo, I bought this stock." She's got like a month. So like by the time she reports it, it's over.
Yeah, but
Sometimes
she
not
could
always,
be.
but
Yeah, but she could be getting her long lost cousin to be doing it, so she's doesn't have her name on the account at all.
that's another thing. Yeah, I mean, you think she didn't tell her brother or son or nephew or
Exactly.
whatever that the stock's gonna blow and you know buy some shares.
That's the one. So
So
she just, works through someone else,
Yeah, you could never. I was doing that for a minute on TikTok. It didn't work out too good. Like there's a bunch of TikTok dudes that do that thing and follow Pelosi and them. And I mean, I didn't lose. I didn't do great either, though. I think I like broke even or something.
Yeah, you got to monopolize on things sometimes, it's like out of every bad situation there's an opportunity, right?
Like I said, the problem is they don't. If Nancy Pelosi bought the stock and then immediately reported it, and we could all buy it, that would be fair. But the way it is now, like I said, they have like 30 days or something to report the shit. So they buy it, it bubbles, then the price falls back down, and then by the time that all happens, then we know about it. So like it's already like too late. It should be mandatory that they report it that day. That should be the rule. That you need to if you buy a stock, it needs to go on the books right when you buy it. I need to see your E-Trade account. That's only fair. I mean, I don't know why they're even letting them do this shit. Do they really think that these senators and congressmen are the luckiest people or the most skilled people ever when it comes to trading stock? This is fucking ridiculous. I can't believe this even goes on.
People in high places need to be held like more accountable and more. They need to be observed. They need to understand that the position they're in is one of trust, but I don't think that we should treat politicians the same way as, or not just politicians. Where does it stop? How far do you need to go, like outside of the realms of politics, to stop corruption? It's on every level, like on the street, in the Bronx. It's up in High Street. It's everywhere. You're never going to get away from corruption. But the problem with the politicians' corruption is that fucking causes wars. It's like corruption down the Bronx ain't gonna cause World War III, is it? Those politicians are the ones with their fingers on the button, right? They got their
Well,
finger
the
on the
worst thing
button.
I've ever seen, as far as that goes, is uh, Bush. Bush, Bush, and his family have so many stocks of Lockheed Martin that they actually they got a board seat. Or they used to. Now, Lockheed Martin is a company that provides defense to America in times of war. So if I own mad stock in this company and we go to war, I'm gonna friggin' kill it. The guy who decides if we can go to war or not should not be involved in that at all. Like he has a conflict of interest. You know, do I do it right for the people, or do I get millions of dollars off my Lockheed Martin stock? It's fucked up.
Yeah. Wow. Man. I'm going through a court my second high court case at the moment, and I haven't started anything yet. Hasn't started, but it's all about conflict of interest, man. That and a big hustle. It's like I could write a movie about it. It's so complicated, yeah. But already had 3 full years of that shit, and now I'm looking forward to them settling out of court before I sue their ass. It's the plan, man. Get my house back, motherfuckers. That was interesting. I had to leave early, but like earlier on, there was a lady. Who's that? Something blah blah. Yeah, what was I saying?
Who was that?
I don't know. Someone just came in and blah blah.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
BRB. Jelly and peanut butter sandwiches. Yeah. What was I talking about a second ago? I forgot. So what I was wanting to say was earlier on there was a lady, and she said she's a Muslim, but she follows the Quran, and it's like her religion is strict to the original text, and she was saying that the the sky, the way that the light and the dark work don't require the sun or the moon. It's like the lightness and the darkness come over perfect timing by themselves, you know. And the darkness washes out the sunlight basically and makes the sun disappear. Yeah. But it's just a coincidence that the sun is moving at the same pace as the darkness and the lightness. So it's like the darkness is following the sun at a distance. That's kind of the way I thought about it. It's like the darkness is like a yin and yang, like a yin and yang symbol. Just imagine like it's spinning around, and the darkness is forever chasing the sun, never quite catches up to it because it goes out of your view. Yeah, that's what she was saying, something like that. But it doesn't affect, the darkness doesn't affect the moon. And in fact, the only thing that it does is change the way that we see the moon, makes it look more solid. The darkness makes the moon look solid. But if you see the moon in the daytime, I suppose with a really good telescope, you would still get the same impression, but it doesn't wash the light of the moon out, the darkness. That's her belief anyway, from her strict Muslim religion, which is the one that follows the true book, without all the extra passages and stories. Yeah. She said she's in a minority. Yeah. She's online. It's an online sect, because like would be in fear of her life if she proclaimed it out on the streets. Yeah, there are sleeper cells everywhere apparently. Yeah. But like for me, like a religion or a belief, I need to ask myself if I was believing something, so what is it that has given me such confirmation that the belief I have is the truth, because if you can't come up with solid confirmation for your belief, then what are you actually doing, man? Anyone with a religion, they need to ask themselves, okay, how is this benefiting me? What am I getting out of it, if anything? How is it making me as a person? And where is it leading me to? And where is it taking me from? What are the benefits? And where is the confirmation that my belief is true? It's like it's all in your mind, right? Is there any physical confirmation, or is it just a feeling? Or I find people who have a religion to be, I don't know. It could go either way. Are religious people? Are they like tricking themselves, or have they actually found like true happiness? Isn't that what it's about? Is it the conviction of what they believe that is giving them faith and hope so they don't crumble? Or is it just a crutch? Maybe it's just a crutch. That you can't do it by yourself without a hand. It could be a lot of people don't have enough self-confidence, I think, not for everything, but there are some blind believers, there are quite a few blind believers. If someone was a Christian for 20 years, okay, I'll just pick a religion, Christianity, just because it's the most common one. But I wonder if anyone could ask themselves the questions like, since I began my Christian belief until now, how has it affected me? In which way, And then try and write down all of the good things that have come from it and all the bad things, and then sort of take a bird's eye view and think like, could it have been different?
Just hold on, bro. We're not getting into any Bible Christian thing. That shit killed the VC yesterday.
Yeah, I heard
Anything
about it.
else? Anything else? It totally killed the VC yesterday. We cannot do that anymore.
Yeah, I heard
My
you
man
come
sat
in.
here all night last night in silence because of it.
Yeah, I don't know much about religion, man. I'm talking more about psychology, more about people's thinking. It's not really about religion. It's just a one part of what I was trying to explain. Is what I was really trying to get to is like people follow trends, they follow the crowd, they follow their peers. You know, they listen to the propaganda. They buy Nike because, you know, they want to have the word Nike on their shoes, or, you know, all sorts of materialistic ways that people interact with each other. It's just like all of that. It's just, is it necessary or not? How is it helping me? You know, what's it doing? How's it benefiting me? And that's the same thing with all your different beliefs, you know.
Yeah,
What is it?
the whole Nike polo thing. I mean, dude, I buy shit like it's definitely not necessary. I mean, I buy clothes because I like the way they look, and I just happen to like the way those clothes look. Like a pair of Wrangler jeans from Walmart. No, I'm serious, bro. I have a pair of Wrangler jeans. I work in Levi's and shit like that, and I just don't like the way they look, and they don't fit good. Like I just don't like it. Like I'd much rather have some polo jeans or something, some Aeropostale jeans. Like they just fit better. They look better. I don't know.
Wrangler jeans are the cheapest jeans we've got in New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean they're
But
pretty
like,
cheap. That's why I work in them. That's why I work in
yeah,
them because they're fucking
yeah.
cheap, and I get fucked up at work. Like there's stripper flying around. It stains your clothes. You get wax on it.
Yeah, they're not bad jeans. I mean, depends on the design. Myself, I like to have big pockets, like big, long denim pockets, you know.
Yeah, they're not bad, but they're not. If I had a choice, I'd much rather be wearing like name brand jeans just because they look and feel fit better.
Oh,
Carlos,
definitely.
are you saying Wrangler jeans are the cheapest in New Zealand? I haven't heard of them. I thought they were just a new American company.
No, they sell them in the warehouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly though, we have stores here like they're called Peter Harris. Another one's called the Burlington Coat Factory. Another one's called Marshalls, and they sell like outdated name brand stuff, Nike, Timberland, Polo, shit like that. They'll sell like last year's style or whatever, and it's almost as cheap as the Wranglers. Like $25, you go get a pair of polo jeans in one of those places.
Yeah, it depends on their buying power, right? Because like Costco here, they sell Puma. Yeah.
Well, no, Polo wants
And
to just get rid of them. Polo's like, yo, this is last year's shit. We need to get rid of this. They don't want to take a total loss on it. So what do? They sell it to these offshoot stores so that they can still get some money for for the material or their time or whatever. And
yeah,
that's
so
where
were
I
they,
go. That's where I come in because that's where I buy all my shit from. Like I don't go to like Macy's or Filene's or something to get my shit.
or even just the outlet stores of the same brand, and you can pick up stuff. Yeah, it's stuff that's got good quality. And it's just cheaper because it's like last season, or they've got the size wrong. It says extra large when it's actually a, you know,
Or they did a
small.
stitch wrong. Yeah, there's a stitch wrong somewhere or something. Yeah, some minor defect. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of shit I buy.
Yeah, me too. And I pick up stuff like G Star. I don't know if you've got G Star there, G Star jeans, and
No, I never heard of it.
G Star. Yeah, I only wear G Star. I'm a G Star man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any other jeans besides that, actually. Yeah. Oh, I picked up a pair from Italy. I don't know what they're called, but they're kind of tight. Yeah. But G-Star's good. They have the long pockets, and their denim stitching isn't just these straight legs. You know, there's straight bits of tubular denim. Like they've got heaps and heaps of stitching, lots and lots of stitching. Panels, panels. Yeah. Somewhere to put your Zippo lighter. Is that Jazza? Do you have a Zippo lighter? He's probably gone out for a smoke.
I don't even fuck with them, bro. Bic lighters are the shit. Just a Bic lighter, bro.
You've got Bic. Okay.
I mean, we have
I know.
Zippos too, but I don't use them. I actually bought a belt buckle once that had a Zippo lighter in it. It's pretty neat. But I mean, Bic lighters are so solid and reliable, dude. I wouldn't even.
Yeah,
use
but like I keep my empty Zippo lighter in the car because I never get around to filling it up. And my Bic lighter ran out of juice and I couldn't light my cigarette. I have a bottle of perfume in the car as well. It's some type of sport, polo sport or whatever. I sprayed that on my Zippo and I was able to light my cigarette, man, to save the day.
Yeah, no, that is pretty nice. Yeah. You don't keep extra shit in your car, bro? Dude, I got mad lighters in my car. I got one in my med kit. I got another lighter in the glove box. I got another one in the console. Like, you ain't catching me out there without a lighter. I also keep a leather. I have so much shit in my car. If I ever crashed on the side of the road in the woods and like had to survive, I'd be fine in my car. If we take my wife's car, we're dead. She has nothing.
It's got some shoes and a hat.
I got
And
an
an umbrella.
emergency blanket. I got friggin' tools, knives, all types of shit. Rope. I got like probably 100 feet of paracord in the car. All types of shit, bro.
I like those piezoelectric barbecue lighters. Those are really good.
Those are neat, yeah. I haven't tried one of those, but those are definitely something. I like the fact that they're USB rechargeable. So that's huge. That way you don't have to. The ultimate goal is we want to ship a lighter to someone and we want to have that lighter last them the rest of their lives and they never have to do anything involved with that lighter again. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to have to send you fuel or parts or anything. Just here's your lighter. That shit's gonna last forever. It's rechargeable. Have at it. That's actually one of the reasons why I like parts of communism because that's the mind state they had.
Live with lighters.
Seriously, bro, that's the kind of mindset they have. We want to make the best thing that's going to last you the longest because you don't want to waste your resources constantly making the same thing. That's fucking stupid. Because then you gotta
like,
mine the materials to get it. Then you gotta make it. Then you gotta ship it out. Like it's just a huge time endeavor process. It's a drain of man hours doing it.
well, when like the Japanese are a disposable technology, aren't they? I mean, the way that they live in Japan, everything has a really short expiry date, which is totally unnecessary in realistic terms, but that's how they run their economy. People are when your car's from brand new when it's only 5 years old, it's so expensive to keep it because of the taxes. That's why they have a massive overseas second-hand car market because the Japanese people can't afford to keep a car more than 5 years. It's just too expensive. I bought a BMW many years ago. It was a 7 Series BMW, quite nice. It was $166,000 brand new. I got it for $23,000, and it only done 50,000 Ks because it was imported from Japan with right-hand drive. They throw away their fridge like every couple of years. And Japanese people, 99% of them, will never buy secondhand anything. They don't like secondhand, man. It's bad luck. Even in Taiwan, they're very similar to the Japanese culture. When I was over there, piles and piles of those electric and motorized like 50cc scooters just piled up on the side of the roads. You just walk along and pick one up, and you see that it's like all it needs is a battery, and you've got a motorbike. They just like when it fucks out or when it runs out of petrol, they just leave it there. They don't think about fixing it because there's a whole underground trade for that. It's crazy. It's such a I don't know, a disposable culture. It's kind of cool at the same time, like that they're fucking up the air and shit. But they're having a good time, man. They're fucking living it up. $2 for a packet of cigarettes in Taiwan. That's New Zealand dollars, so it's probably only about $1.50 US for a packet of cigarettes. $5 for a meal. 6% income tax across the board. 6%, man. That's it. That's all they pay. And they get fucking good. I could go over there and get a job changing fucking light bulbs. Just changing light bulbs, and I would be living in a nice 3-story house just from changing light bulbs. People over there don't change their own light bulbs, man. They call a company, excuse me, come and change my light bulbs. It's dangerous because they don't want to get their fingers in the socket, man. Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen people come to my friend's house and change their light bulbs because their ceilings are fucking high, eh? They've all got high stud ceilings. Even in apartments, they're all really high stud, like 3 meters or more. And that's modern buildings. They're building really high studs. That's one really good thing I like about the apartments in China is that you can't see the ceiling. They're just so high. And you have lots of air inside. It's really nice. Doesn't matter if it's hot outside or cold outside, the apartment's going to adjust and it's going to be nice and just the right temperature all year round. Because of those high ceilings, It was pretty
Yeah, I don't
cool.
think high ceilings is a good way to go. I think the way to go is to have a lot of thermal mass in your house. That's what keeps it the constant temperature. Having a high ceiling, that's just more shit you gotta cool and heat.
Yeah, it depends where you live though. So, okay, if you're living in south of China where it's like tropical, a high stud ceiling means you're going to stay cool in the summer.
And then what happens in the winter?
Well,
it's
they're
tropical,
building,
so it doesn't matter.
yeah, the winter's like 1 degree difference, man. It doesn't make much difference.
That way, the
But
hot air that does go up has room to go up. Yeah.
oh yeah, you get so many people with air conditioning units, heat pumps, but most people just use a fan,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're using AC, the best way to have it is thermal mass. That way, when you cool it down, it stays cool.
Yeah, well,
They've come up with some interesting building techniques in the Middle East. They'll build a building, and they'll build a giant concrete structure with holes in it around the building. That way, you still get sunlight and shit, but a lot of the sun hits the outer concrete and is not hitting the building. I mean, those earth ships that guy was building, those were the shit right there. Those are the homes we should all have right now. They were self-sustainable. They had water, food production, energy production. They didn't use a lot on electricity there because all of them were built with tons of thermal mass. You know, the ones with the walls where you would get the old used tires and then pack them with dirt with a sledgehammer. You pack the dirt in and then you build the wall out of that. I mean, people were using various things, but they all had thermal mass because that's key.
I
Think
think
about it.
that type of thing would be for your own sort of personal satisfaction to know that, you know, I think it makes you feel good, you know, because like
Yeah, it makes me feel.
not
It
everyone
makes
can
you
do
feel good
that.
when you don't.
Eh?
Uh,
No, you go.
It makes you feel good because you save thousands of dollars on building materials, and you now have a home that is energy efficient and shit.
Yeah. I think the way society is sort of fragmented in so much of a way that people with your thinking um, are a wedge of the pie. You know, not really everyone has the same inspirational, uh, you know, aspiration to have a lifestyle self-sufficient and, you know, healthy, but because some people they have colonial genes or they're attracted to whatever lifestyle they've been used to, or even like if you're a lawyer, you know, you're working in high-rise buildings and it's a kind of a stigma. It's your alter ego, you know, and all of these attributes of people's personalities divide and fracture the way that people, you know, have desires to have their life in such a way because, you know, not everyone wants the same thing. You know, some people have got a dream of living in a castle, or some people want to live in a forest. Some people want to live their way. Everyone's got their own wish, the way that their life could be, you know. And you'd probably never be able to talk a million lawyers into moving out to the woods and building a house out of tires. I mean, you know, they like their marble and they love their plush shag pile carpets and their expensive paintings and their, you
I mean,
know.
marble's great. It's a lot of thermal mass with marble. You definitely want to have marble in your house.
Yeah,
You want to
yeah,
have the most thermal mass in your house as possible. That way, when you heat it or cool it, that thermal mass, it absorbs the hot or the cold. And when you open your door, it's not like whoosh, all the hot or cold air goes out. The thermal mass is that mass is retaining that heat or the cold or whatever you're trying to keep in. Think if you had a refrigerator and you had two refrigerators, same thing, same temperature. One of them's filled with water bottles, the other one's not. You open the door on them both and then close it. One of them's going to lose a lot of temperature and the other one's not going to be as bad
yeah,
because it's filled with
exactly.
cold water bottles of the temperature that the fridge is supposed to be at.
One day there'll be pod cities, people living in like self-sustainable, portable buildings which all stack on top of each other.
That's the worst way to go. I like those mini how homes and shit. I think it's efficient. It's cheap. It's nice, but the way to go is just build a permanent structure somewhere that's gonna last forever. Look at the pyramid. The pyramids are still standing, bro. We're never gonna not need homes. We're always gonna need homes.
Wow. Yeah. The
You know what I'm
pyramids.
saying? We're making houses like the second little, the big bag of old story. I'll huff and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down. We're still building this shit out of the second little pig's building material, wood. We need to be building that shit out of like solid fucking stones and shit or something like poured
Yeah. Oh,
concrete.
well,
They figured out how to do the Roman concrete that doesn't the waterproof ancient Roman concrete. They said they figured out that recipe or whatever. So that's probably the best thing to do.
in New Zealand, the building code only makes you, as a master builder, guarantee your house to a customer for 50 years. That's it. That's the lifespan that they guarantee your house. But I know a guy that does rock cabins and log cabins, and he guarantees them forever. Yeah, forever, no limit, because they're making houses out of toothpicks, aren't they?
I mean, wood's just a dumb material to use in the first place. It rots. It can catch on fire. You can get termites. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong, but it's just stupid to even be used as a material at this point. It's literally retarded.
It's nice to work with, like, and it's good to have as feature wall or exposed timber, but the main structure of your house, yeah, shouldn't be timber, man. It should be
Bro, you don't want
fireproof.
nothing in your house. The less things in your house that are flammable, the better.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You don't want an accent wall made out of wood. If that shit catches on, like, you don't want flammable shit.
Yeah, that's right. I was watching the Chinese TikTok news earlier on in Beijing. I was watching how the flooding just washed away this bridge, and all these cars the whole bridge just collapsed, and it's cars in the river. It's fucking hell. People still driving on the opposite motorway, taking videos of this bridge collapsing with fucking
Hey,
tens of cars on it. Yeah.
I was wondering, man, what should the houses be made out of then?
Concrete.
Well, they figured out the recipe for that ancient Roman concrete that's waterproof. So that's one thing we can make, or we could just build them out of solid stone. Something that's going to last. We're always going to need houses, right? Are we ever going to not need houses? No, that was rhetorical. We're always going to need houses. Humans are never going to evolve, even in evolution and everything. We're never going to evolve to where we don't need a house. So
I think a wooden house is just fine.
okay, all right. Well, we'll build a house next to each other. I'll build mine out of solid stone. You build yours out of wood, and we'll see who's lasting.
Reminds me of something.
I smell bacon.
God damn it, dude.
What's up? Your wooden house is gonna suck, bro. It's gonna rot. It's gonna get termites. You're gonna get, it's gonna get fucked up, bro. It's gonna burn down. Your bitch got a scented candle lit. Catch the drapes. Whoosh. Your whole shit's up
In
in flames.
the Big Bad Wolf story, that they burnt down. If they had been caught in that house, there would be bacon everywhere. Bacon.
I mean, the best way to actually have a domicile or whatever it's called an area to live, the best thing to do is to do it underground. That's literally the best. You don't even need to have any building materials. You just dig. Look at that one city they found in Turkey. Was it in Turkey? It could house 20,000 people. Natural ventilation. You know what I'm saying? That's the fucking move right there. And you'd have no windows, but you can go outside. You just go up and go outside.
Yeah, man. I was trying to. I was predicting that you were gonna bring up the big bad wolf because you bring it up every fucking time we talk about this.
I did. You might have missed it. I did.
You did bring it up? Oh, okay, damn it.
I think right before you got in. Yeah.
God damn. I was wondering why my prediction didn't
Just
come.
missed
I put
it.
in the chat. Yeah, I put it in the chat. I was like, he's about to fucking say it. I did that. All right. Fair enough then.
You just missed it.
Do you really think that they dug that building out that you're talking about, Jeremy, with 20,000 people occupancy?
20,000 people. Somebody dug it out, bro. It's definitely not natural. It's definitely not a natural formation. So somebody dug it.
Why can't it be like a structure and then the structure was covered in mud?
Well, that's an idea. It's thousands of. It's very far underground though.
It's a lot of mud.
So I don't. A lot of mud, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
Dude, they
it's
dug it
a
out of the
shit.
stone. That's how it was made. They dug it out of the stone. If they made it out of mud, it wouldn't be there anymore.
No, he's saying they built a structure and then the mud flood came or something and covered and surrounded the thing, but the inside was still good.
Yeah, maybe.
It
Who
is
knows?
stone though. I think they dug it, chiseled it out of stone or whatever. Yeah. So.
I was fucking around about the wooden house thing. I wouldn't have my house made out of wood either. I was just trying to entice you to to make my prediction come true, but you already said it. But anyway,
Would you want to
I
live
wouldn't build
on
my house out of wood.
would you want to live in a little wooden house on Little House in the Prairie, or that house in Brokeback Mountain?
I'm gonna move in with a woman, and I'm gonna be straight. So I don't know if I can live in either of those places.
Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that.
Kosha wants to be on Brokeback Mountain. They actually casted him for the sequel.
Hey, fuck, man. I'll be in the sequel. Because you know what's his name? Heath Ledger passed away. So no, but anyways, dude, the best house is in the side of a mountain. Okay.
That too. That's a good one too. That's
You know,
pretty much just
Dr. Evil
that's
Hideaway.
just as good as the side of a mountain is just as good as underground, pretty much.
Some would say better. Yeah.
A limestone
That's
cave keeps you away from the chemtrails and shit.
Exactly.
No, side of a mountain's dope. That's good thinking.
Now you
Like
know
a
that one.
James
Oh, dude, like a smart person, dude. Jazzy knows what I'm talking about. He's from New Zealand, dude. They're full of mountains. They got a bunch of fools who already thought that was a good idea, and they're protected.
No, it is. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hold on.
We've got plenty of limestone, and chemtrails don't affect any of us.
There you go.
Apart from
Carlos.
you, Carlos.
I forgot Carlos was there too. My bad.
Yeah, he's up in the North Island. There's no limestone up there.
I don't see any chemtrails here, man, ever.
Well, what connections do you have for them to not spray chemtrails up there? Oh, we're getting into the nitty gritty now, aren't we?
Yeah, the
They
nitty
probably
gritty.
just do it over the. Go ahead, Kosha. Get us back on track here.
Well, no, we talk a lot about chemtrails, and the truth is you can't really even see them. So, if they were spraying chemicals, they wouldn't be visible. So, that's it.
No doubt. No doubt.
You know where else is over there in their neck of the woods in Australia is Coober Pedy. You guys know what Coober Pedy is, right? Jazza and Carlos probably.
It sounds like Bora Bora.
What is it?
Well, it's nothing like Bora Bora. It's the underground. It used to be opal mines, and they've
Ah,
since turned it into like a city, like an underground city. But the reason is because back when they had it as opal mines, like the miners would sleep in the mines because it stays like 70 degrees. It's like natural 70 degrees like, all day and all night, all year round.
That's why you want to build your shit with a lot of thermal mass. Exactly. I also last night I saw this thing where these guys were mining opal. Bro, shit was nuts. They put a crazy big straw basically in the ground, a metal pipe that got down to the opal layer, and then they would just pull the pipe up without, and all the dirt would be in it, and they would sift through it. It was pretty neat.
here's some here's some crazy shit, flat earthers. The sun was out here all day. I'm at 45 degrees south, sun out all day, and it was -5 all day.
Why is
How
that
does,
for flat earthers?
eh?
You were like, here's something, flat earthers, and then you said that.
Well, how does that work on a flat Earth? Because half the Earth had the sun for the same 12 hours as I did, and half the Earth it was summer, and it was -5 for me in the same amount of time. How the fuck does that work?
Weather?
Yes,
How does weather
sun's
work
out.
on flat Earth?
Sun's out. No weather. No clouds. No wind. Sun. Bright, 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 bright sun.
The conditions of the day is the weather. There was weather.
Because the sun is really far away and it's really small.
If I'm like, what's the weather going to be? So somebody might be like, there's going to be no clouds. The sun's going to be out. It's going to be a beautiful day.
So does the sun get closer in the north in the summer and go faster, and then get further away and go slower in the south in our winter, which we all know it doesn't do because we all know it goes 15 degrees an hour every day of the week, every single day, all the fucking time.
That's not true. Even in your globe paradigm,
Well, it is true.
that's
You can
at
test it
15
yourself.
degrees. Hold on, Jezza, please. It's literally not true. Even in the globe paradigm, the sun changes. It's not 15 degrees an hour steady all year round. It gets faster and slower as the seasons progress.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, yes, it does. Kosho.
It's an effect of an elliptical
Give
orbit.
us the range.
No, because they're on this special orbit and it's elliptical, and so you'd expect that, right?
Carlos, just very quickly. We know that the sun moves at 15 degrees an hour every single day and minute of the every
It
single
doesn't.
hour of the day. No, it does, Carlos. And Carlos, can you please confirm and feel free to deny that because we're so far south, our evening civil twilight, once the sun goes below the horizon, lasts hours. It lasts less for you because I think you're in the North Island, but I'm 45 degrees south. When the sun goes below the horizon, it literally takes sun below the horizon takes 2.5 hours on the summer equinox to actually get completely dark.
Kosho, can you fix this, please?
Oh, what?
Bacon,
Oh, yeah.
anyone.
The reason why that
I didn't
happens,
hear what you said.
the reason why that happens is because the sun is far away.
Well, hold on. Well, the German to quantify his this range he's talking about. It's not 15 degrees. So can you quantify the range? What is this?
Yeah,
What is it?
it's
What
a
is it?
range.
High
It
and
speeds
low?
up and slows down. It speeds up and slows down. I don't know the exact
How
range, but
much?
we know it's not 15 degrees an hour, right?
Yeah, just throw it out there. Just what?
I don't know. I'd be making numbers up. I don't know the range, but I know it
Yeah,
does
make
get
some up.
faster and slower depending on if it's in the south or the north.
No, Kosho, I was just trying to explain to them that we know that the sun or the rotation is 15 degrees an hour, and where I am at 45 degrees south, because of the tilt of the Earth, I'm guessing, not assuming, I'm just guessing. In our summer months, I'm quite far south, so our days are much longer, and our from the sun going below the horizon to complete darkness is literally in the middle of summer is almost 2.5, 3 hours. In winter, sorry, I'll just go back to summer very quickly. It gets dark where I am at 45 degrees south, pitch black. You'd call it dark at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. In winter, it's dark at 5:45, 6 p.m. in the evening.
It's like the same thing here.
Yeah.
That's
So
brilliant.
are you about the same latitude north, 45-ish?
Jeremy is.
Yeah. So how do you not see that, Jeremy?
How do I not see what?
What we were just talking about, or did you just not want to listen because you can't handle the truth?
Yeah,
The
but how
wrong
can
thing you've been saying the whole time about this, how the sun moves 15 degrees an hour. That how do I not see that thing?
No, about apparently you're at about the same latitude north, and the exact same thing happens in the north, except the opposite. It's your winter and my summer. Well, no, it's the same. It's just
Yeah, the sun's changing its path through the sky. You think the Earth is tilted and rotating. We think the sun's changing its path through the sky.
Listen to what you just said. The sun is changing its path, which means it has to speed up and slow down. But we can measure it from any point on the Earth, and we know that it's not.
It literally is speeding up and slowing down. They just tried to explain that to you, even in your globe model.
You can literally.
Can I step in real quick?
We can literally measure this, all of us, tomorrow, and prove that it's not.
You're not properly addressing from your response.
Sorry.
Earth has an elliptical orbit. The duration of a solar day, or the speed of the sun in the sky, depends on two factors. One of them is the rotation of the Earth, which is fixed, a sidereal day. The other one is how fast the Earth is revolving around the sun. And that varies because of the elliptical orbit. So there's some slight variation on the angular speed of the sun in the sky. However, the point that you're bringing is still valid, because if you want to go with this size of the sun, the circuit of the sun getting bigger and smaller, that would cause like a 26% change in the velocity of the sun in the sky compared to.
I guess more than that, but
yeah. So the variation that Jeremy's talking about is less than a percentage, and the value you're complaining about should be more than 20%. So I think that's the proper way to address it. Even though there is a variation.
Let me respond to that, please, when he's done. Go ahead, Bacon. Finish up.
I'm done.
So, yes, it would be if you have an AE map and the continents all laid out like it is on the AE map. Yes, it should be more than the change. I was just pointing out how he was wrong, saying it's always 15 degrees an hour. That's obviously wrong. So the second thing is, it depends on what kind of sky story you make up. Now, Copernicus made a statement before that said nothing can be gleaned from astronomy, and no hypothesis can be validated. Something to that effect. That's not verbatim, but I mean, so I don't know what are we doing here? We're just making up stories on how the sky works, or what are we going to do?
Well,
exactly, and the reason why he said that, because none of that stuff in the sky is tangible, right?
Hang on, Carlos. Jeremy, that's literally what you're doing, is you're making up shit. Because
I didn't make anything up.
You just said that the sun speeds up and slows down. We all know, everyone on the globe knows that it doesn't, and we can fucking record it from anywhere.
Bacon just said it does.
Bacon just told you it does.
This is why I asked you to quantify it, though. This is why I asked you to quantify it.
Bacon just did. It's a very little bit. It's a very little bit. Go ahead,
this is my point. So Jazz's here's the point. Jazz's point is still valid. Him sticking to exactly 15 degrees is what's giving you the out, because you're saying exactly. It changes by a small variable amount. Actually, any given day, it's never 15 degrees per hour, but it's always slightly above it. But that doesn't matter, because his point still stands, because the point is that it's extremely close to 15 degrees per hour, and Yeah, it would be something totally different in some places.
Okay, so we're gonna measure this a spot of the sun, and then we're gonna measure another spot of the sun, and those are the actual positions of the sun.
Sorry, Jeremy. I'll
Is
just
that what
interject.
we're doing?
Sorry, Jeremy. I'll just interject for a second. What I did fail to mention was the tilt of the Earth, and that's why we have longer evening civil twilight and earlier evening civil twilight in the different seasons, and the exact opposite happens in the northern hemisphere. Literally the exact same thing.
Well,
There's one other issue.
That's neat if
Go
you
ahead.
make. Let me respond to that, Coach, real quick. That's neat if you want to make up a sky story, but Copernicus even said that no conclusions can be drawn from astronomy. So I don't know. You just have a sky story about how the sky works.
It's not a sky story, because
That's neat.
what we could literally do, Jeremy, is we could literally I could go on the civil aviation website and find my latitude. That's all we need, because that's where the sun comes. And I could find my morning civil twilight, the earliest I can take off without being rated to take off at night, when it's light enough to take off. And then we could go and have a look at the FAA or the CAA Canada website, wherever the fuck you are, at the same latitude north, and it will be exactly the same UTC time.
Nobody's doubting that. Listen, nobody's doubting the observations. The observations are all fine and dandy. Nice, that's cool. We got all the observations. We got all the observations. Now you can make up a sky story about how the sky's working if you want. But even Copernicus knew that no conclusions can be drawn, or no hypothesis can be done with astronomy. So here we are, right back to just having the observations, and me and you are in the same boat, except you're making up a sky story. I'm not.
The funny thing is, Copernicus couldn't have a Discord story with someone in the southern hemisphere at the same time. We can literally prove the shit tomorrow.
All you can prove is the observation. All you can prove is the observation. That's it. We're sitting right here with the observations, and then we can.
Did you not hear what I just said? We can prove this once and for all at the same time tomorrow night.
The observation you can prove, yes. Anything after that, you're just making up a story about how the sky works.
Check 1, 2. How do you prove the Earth is tilted?
Because we can.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. We're not tilted, bro.
No, that's the thing. Right off the rip, Jazzaconda, before you went on that crazy rant, you made the claim that the Earth is tilted, and then you started in. So you started building upon a presupposition that is yet to be proved. How do you prove that the Earth is in fact tilted so that you can further stonewall your observation?
From what we know from our latitudes.
Thank you, sir. No. It's not what you know. You need to demonstrate how you arrived at that place of knowing that the Earth is tilted. This is my point. Otherwise, you're building upon a shitty foundation.
Okay, Killen. I don't know where this world
Killian, there's an I in. There's a double L. There's another I in there. There's a guy named Ian, and you want to kill him. Killian, go ahead.
Okay, Jillian. I don't know where this world of dumb fuckery you're going on.
No, there ain't no fuckery here. Don't poison the well. Don't poison the well. You're the one that. No. Hold on, Jazza. Before you go on that point, this is my point. No, I'm not going to hang on, because you're poisoning the well by saying I'm on a level of fuckery. You're the one that started the journey on the idea that the Earth is tilted, and I need to know, how did you arrive at that conclusion? What was your demonstrable proof, please?
Well, obviously, I can't go out and put a measuring tape around the Earth and then a protractor around shit.
Thank you. I withdraw. Thank you. I withdraw. You can go on with your questioning with Jeremy. Thank you.
Okay, so does that make you a big man?
Not at
No,
all.
it makes
You
it.
said
He
you can't
pointed out the
prove.
fact.
You just said you can't prove. I'm very passionate this morning as I just came from the gym. I'm a little bit off myself here. But what I can say is you just said that you can't prove your claim that the earth is tilted. Therefore, venturing forward on your observation is, as long as the audience is aware that we are entertaining something that is yet to be proven. Please go ahead.
I can't prove that myself, Jillian. I don't
Good.
have the equipment.
Good.
Jillian.
You're the one making the claim, right?
It's very, very. But I'm sure if you sound like an intelligent person, that we could make a satellite, Jillian, and we could
It's
use
Killian.
It's Jillian, and I'm sure we could make a satellite.
Say it with me now. There's a guy named
instruments.
Ian, and you want to kill him. Killian. Just kill Ian. Kill Ian. Right through. Kill Ian.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that, Jillian. But
you don't want to say my name right? I'm insulted. It's okay, Jeff.
No, I'm just thinking of you as I just give people nicknames, and that's the name I've given you, Jillian. Get used to it.
Oh, so we're in a subjective reality that you're making your own reality that we can
which
venture
is
forward.
exactly
So
what
make
you
up
just
people's
made.
names and claims. Awesome.
Which is exactly what you just made for me, because I can't go out and take a measuring tape to the moon, which is a fucking stupid idea. This is what makes you people fucking crazy.
Oh, so you're looking for celestial bodies in order to prove what's happening on the ground.
And that's another thing which makes you crazy. Do you know the thing? Hang on.
Hold on.
Do you know the thing about crazy people? They don't know they're crazy. That's what makes them crazy.
Okay. All Killian did was point out that you can't prove the Earth's. Like I said, all we have is the observation, right? Beyond that, when you start talking about tilted Earths and shit, you're now going off some sky story, some story about the sky that you can't prove, just like Copernicus said.
Okay, have you ever met Jillian? Have you ever shook Jillian's hand?
No, but he's been on my YouTube channel and he's seen me talk and he knows that I exist. That's the point, right?
No,
point.
That doesn't fucking mean anything.
What does it mean? What are you trying to prove? That I'm a real person? That I exist?
I've been led to believe I've gotten a link from satellite TV. I've never seen the
that's
satellite.
What you choose to believe in your subjective reality.
So
we didn't discuss objective reality, therefore we take objects,
Jillian,
and we can prove our reality.
You can't prove that Jeremy exists right now.
In an objective reality, which is what we're in right now.
You cannot do it. Same argument.
Are you talking on Discord right now?
Yes, we all are. But you can't prove that Jeremy exists, and I can't prove that you exist.
No, but I can go to Discord and I can verify that he has an account, and I can verify that he's an IRL person because he's identified a lot of personal things to me. So therefore, I can identify
are you going
that
to go into his account and confirm his address and go and shake his hand?
Look at how he runs from the story of the sky. How he's just.
This is my point, right?
Here's the
thing. I'm going to say this real quick, Jeremy. Let me say this real quick. Is when you really put the feet to the fire, right?
I'm putting your feet to the fire.
I am not. I'm talking
yet. Jazza, you can go next. Hold on.
And you chose to cut me off. Now let me say, before I withdraw, is that this is what happens. You put the feet to the fire, right? And then they begin poisoning the well, i.e. personally attacking you. I'll withdraw. Thank you for the space, Jeremy.
This whole is Jeremy real thing, that's actually very analogous to the sky story thing you make up, right? Killian has the observation. I talk, I have an account, he's interacted with me. Those are all the observations he's made now. Does he know I'm a real person? Maybe I'm an AI, maybe I'm a robot, maybe, whatever. He can make up a story. Hold on. He can make up a story about me, but until he actually meets me and shakes my hand, he won't know. This is the same thing as you saying the Earth's tilted.
And that's
all the
exactly
observations
what you're saying about everything, Jeremy. Literally fucking everything.
What was the point you just made?
The point I just made, that you were just reiterating that you can't fucking accept yourself. That you have to accept everything. You have to touch everything and validate everything for yourself.
Ah,
No, I never
okay.
said that.
So now I'll re-engage and say to you is that the proof of the globe, the 3959 radius claim, right, means that on a micro, that's the macrocosm, the bigger view. On a microcosm view, there should be an expected DOD. That's called the drop over distance, which is for every 100 miles that you travel, there should be an observed 1.25 mile drop when you're dealing with a set. I'm not even done talking yet. You need to
You
give me a
said
second. In
you said
saying that,
DOD
Hold
there,
there
on,
should
boy.
be
Chazzy.
a
Hold on,
demonstrable
Chazzy. You can go next.
1.25 mile drop over that 100 miles that you travel. And for every additional 100 miles that you travel, it's an exponential drop. And the thing is, as you said, we're not seeing it to prove it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this really, really quick because I can't be fucked. And it's not that I'm trying to bow out.
That was only 6 seconds. That was pretty good.
That was classic.
It is so much fun when you hear something so simple, the earth is tilted, and then you really push in on it. Like, how do you prove that? Prove it, please.
Fuck, I was just here, wasn't I?
Yeah, I think you hit the end button instead of the mute button, maybe.
Yeah, sorry.
Just don't let the door hit your whatever.
I won't let the door hit me on the keister on the way out.
All right, there. Take care, fella.
Hey, Jazza, what's up with the sun analemma?
Oh no, I thought, wasn't I just having an argument with someone? Killen's here. Jeremy.
You were talking about the speed of the sun. I'm asking about the sun analemma.
Yeah, well, it moves at 15 degrees an hour. It doesn't matter where you are.
What about the sun analemma? Have you ever seen it? It gets wider in the southern region than in the northern region. What's the explanation for that?
I couldn't really give two fucks about that because we know that at the end of the day,
Earth's a sphere.
well, no, actually,
at the end of the day, I couldn't give two fucks what you got to say. I guess.
No, actually, at the end of the day, Carlos, I'll go this far as at the end of the day, we don't know it's a sphere, but we sure as shit know it's not flat. In the nicest possible way.
Yet again, poison the well with it cannot be that. It can be anything else, but it's definitely not that. Well done.
It's not like he's an authority on anything.
Yeah, but see, in his own subjective reality, he is the authority. He is the arbiter of truth in his own subjective reality.
Right. I am the arbiter, Skylar. I think his confidence is delightfully amusing.
What I think Mr. Walter White famously said, I am the one who knocks.
Hey, Kosho, remember you made me this? Yo, Kosho. So the speed
That's
thing.
supposed to be Earth's orbit.
Yeah, this is an orbit now, right? I'm listening to this now and I'm laughing. This Kosho made me. This is the orbit. The orbit changes speed. So just by this, right? Just by this, it would appear in their model that the sun would change speed. It's very simple. A nice gift, by the way, Kosho. So there it is. Just that one simple thing. They have to admit the sun changes speed.
Yeah, hold on though. Hold on.
Like the
Jeremy brought that up,
there he is.
and
man
you
had a
guys
pun
are
all
acting like
lined
it's a
up.
big deal. What's up, man?
Except you need to make that more to scale because that's just way too close.
Here's the thing. First of all, it's never 15 degrees per hour. It's always like a slightly more than that. Any given day, any given time. It's just slightly above 15 degrees per hour. And when I say slightly, it's extremely small. I don't even know what the fuck. Way less than
15 point
1%.
bullshit.
15
0
point
bullshit.
something. But it doesn't matter. The amount it varies by is so small. It's not worth. Like Jazz's argument is still sound because it's the whole point is that it stays within that range. Of course, it changes slightly, but it doesn't go. It doesn't change by more than. Let's just call it 1%. It's a lot less than that, though.
He didn't
His
say a
arguments are all
range.
sound.
When did he say a range?
Oh,
If you
he didn't
stand in the
say a
middle of
range.
the room, if you stand in the middle of the room with a torch and you move it up and down and you just go in a circle, you'll see that it's just it's just how light works when it's being reflected. Because we know that we're not actually staring at something that's like physically there. The sun isn't like a physical thing. So,
What's that got to do with anything?
it can do all sorts of tricks,
Well,
makes
the
it
trick
look
that
like
this sun does.
hey.
The trick that this sun does, like imagine the Earth's a flat plane. It's easy for you guys to do. Imagine it's a flat plane. The sun moving at 15 degrees or any kind of consistent value like that for everybody on the Earth all the time. It's not practical on that plane. There's no way to imagine that happening. You have to come up with some mechanism that would allow for that, but there isn't one. It's actually impossible unless we all
If
have
you
a
think
personal
it's a
sun or
physical
something.
thing, then you're going to be stuck on that ladder because if you can't break away from thinking that the sun is not physical, then you're going to be in the box. You won't ever be let out of the box.
Well, I mean, it heats up my beer if I leave my beer outside. It heats up my body and tans me when I'm laying in the pool. It powers people's houses and their cars by extension. So if it wasn't physical, it would just be some kind of magical entity or something, right? Because
Don't you think
it
this
has
place
doing a
could
lot of
be?
things, a lot of physical things.
Don't you think this place could be magical though?
What was it, Arthur C. Clarke? He said that anything that's all technology and science that is well advanced that it's not understood is usually
Any
perceived as magic.
sufficiently advanced technology would appear as magic. But is it technology? But is it technology somebody made? Because he's talking about people making things.
Yeah, but I said that's why I brought in. I said technology or science. But
Oh, so you just want to make generalizations then? Gotcha.
that's right. That's right. Because in this, any magic so far, every single thing that everyone considers to be magic fits in that category. Every single thing that exists.
Arthur C. Clarke was like, at the end of the day, magic's magic. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Why even bother
Point
quoting?
is, anything that people consider to be magic is just something that those people don't understand. That seemed to be the case every single time ever. So it seems strange to think of this as not following that same pattern.
And there have been some civilizations that actually understood, and those civilizations have left us a few clues here and there, but we don't have the full picture. And then the scientism idea, this is the new, we know everything, but actually, you don't.
But Carlos, talking about different civilizations, that you went there to talk to them. So how do you know it's not his story?
Hey, close talker.
Yeah. Which rock did you climb out from?
Obviously not the ones that you pick and choose to believe in.
If you cannot tell me exactly, like full blueprint plan and every attribute, how they built just one of the pyramids in Egypt, then I'm sorry.
But
most of the pyramids in Egypt actually have plans, like they have the instructions inscribed in them.
Yeah,
nearby
on the walls.
The pyramids are magic. I get it. So is life magic too then? Life is magic. Everything's magic.
Anyway, I gotta go. But Carlos,
do you really? Can you stick around for a little bit? Come on,
no,
call out of work. You can do it. We just want you here.
I really do have to go. But Carlos, you were talking earlier, and all you flat earthers talk about all the time about how every pilot's told that the Earth's flat. I will literally, Carlos, send me your address and I will send you all my textbooks, aircraft technical knowledge, principles of flight, navigation, meteorology. They're the main ones that involve the Earth. And you can read them with a fine-tooth comb, and not one of them says anything about a flat Earth. And if anything, you will learn how the Earth's not flat and it's a globe. Are you keen for that?
No.
Of course not.
Why would I spend a whole bunch of time reading textbooks that you are prescribing when yet you cannot describe or demonstrate?
I didn't write them.
Again, 3959 radius claim that there's an actual substantial 1.25 mile drop for every 100 or 100 miles that you travel. It's a simple question. It's a simple demonstration. And I have to read a bunch of textbooks just to disprove that one thing I'm looking for, to prove your globe.
Okay,
like honestly, think about that. Think about your ego. How much you attach to this idea of a globe, right? When you can actually just take in a moment to relinquish your ego and take a moment just to view things as how they actually are and how we interact with them.
Killing, you just
literally throwing an A in there now. You're almost there. You got the two I's. That's right. Now throw in the A.
Okay, yeah, no, I fucked it up, Jillian.
Okay, you can go with kill if you want. So I'm killing you right now.
No, you're not. That's the fucking funny thing. You've got a couple of friends here right now, and you think that you're killing me, Jillian.
Not at all. Not at all. Listen. I'm standing simply with the truth, and if my friends happen to gather underneath the truth with me, then we grow, right? We just exponentially grow because we're all observing the truth. You're on a one-on-one type deal because you got the globe. That's a one-on-one type deal. Please go ahead.
Well, the globe isn't a one-on-one type deal. That's the mental thing that I don't get. That you guys are fucking crazy. But anywho, Jillian,
you're poisoning the well yet again, right? I'm simply sitting here. I haven't attacked you. I haven't demonstrated.
I'm not
demonstrably
attacking
you. Yeah, you did. You've classified us. You stated that we're on fuckery. You've thrown us on all the same team and done all these things. You just sat there and thrown mud the entire time when we're actually just sitting back looking for IRL observations that we can use to unpack to actually find the globe. And we're not finding that. That's the problem.
So hang on. Let's just sum this up real quick. You think I'm attacking you? So let's just say we're at the biggest concert of the world in Rio de Janeiro, and it was the Rolling Stones, and there's 1 million people there. That's the world record. 1 million people. And literally there is 2 of us right here, right now. And what? 15 of you guys?
Let him finish it. Because he's attempting
to say there's 75,000 people at this concert, and all you guys are telling fucking 925,000 people that they're fucking wrong. This is exactly what's happening right now.
You don't need to try to appeal to masses or appeal to some kind of an authority, right? To show us that we're crazy, right? By appealing to numbers.
I just said it.
We are simply asking, sitting calmly, cool, and collected in our lane, asking for a demonstrable observation that we can actually go out there. Because when I want to measure my feet and verify that I wear a size 13, I go into the shoe store, they put my foot inside of the measuring ruler device thingamabobber with a little heel cup in it, and they measure my foot. They want to verify that I'm 6'2", and yeah, I'm flexing right now. 6'2", they measure that I'm actually 6'2", right? Again, the issue is that we're looking for this 1.25 mile drop over 100 miles traveled, and we're not seeing it.
Okay.
None of the buildings
well,
that we observe show an axial relationship. There's no axial tilt showing, nothing. And again, this was your original claim that the Earth is on a tilt.
Okay.
Tilted axis.
Okay. Very, very quickly, I've got to go because this is just.
You've been having to go for like the last
can you get
half an
fucked?
hour.
Exactly.
Before you go, can you go whenever you want to.
You get fucked.
Exactly. I will get fucked. But first, Jillian, is that this is the difference. I'm not paranoid. I fly a helicopter that's 12 meters
by
long.
saying that you're poisoning the well.
No, don't interrupt.
Hang on. I don't need to get a tape measure out to measure that it's 12 meters long. I look in the flight manual and it's 12 meters long. I don't need to measure it. And to expect that you think that a direct measurement of the Earth should be taken to prove it makes you fucking insane. Not just you, every other one of you dumb motherfuckers.
And
Jazza,
we'll
catch us later.
I'm going to interrupt, but do you understand that simply by leading off on your retort, by stating that we're crazy or anything of the sort, you're automatically right off the rip poisoning the well? Right, that does nothing for your observation, the point that you're trying to prove. Right, all that does is make you show that you're poisoning the well, and then go forward with your observation. If you could just go forward with your observation without shitting on all of us, that would be awesome, dude.
So Jillian, when hang on. When other people, especially this is what I get fucked off about, is when young people go on there and you motherfuckers say to them about you can't measure shit, and they don't understand that of course you can't fucking put a tape measure from here to the sun. And you guys think that's a valid argument.
Piece of shit.
You're the paranoid piece.
Hey, I gotta be honest, bro. The fact I cleared the floor for you, so you could get your word in, and you just tried to take that as an opportunity to basically just throw insults and then say you were gonna leave is pretty whack.
No, I was leaving anyway. What's it? I'll come back tomorrow night. We'll have a civil conversation.
I don't care.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, I don't care. I find your arguments I don't find them intellectually satisfying. So.
Exactly, because you don't get shit. So, but we'll
no, it's
try
because
again.
they're fallacious, right? You're like, if there's 1 million people and only 75,000 think one thing, it's like, oh yeah, if there was 1 million people that used to think that UV light didn't exist and that atoms were the smallest thing that existed, then that must be true. It's the stupidest argument I've ever heard.
See, this is one of your mental health things that you're doing now is because I have to leave, you're going to say that I've dipped out and I've backed out of the conversation because you're trying to engage me now, which I'm not. I just said that tomorrow night, let's have a chat. Let's do it.
I'm not trying to engage. I just pointed out how stupid your reasoning is.
Well, I'm okay. We're both done in Kruger then.
No, well, you can't even address how ridiculous. Like, if there's 1 million people and only 75,000 think something, that's not an argument, dude. That's just retarded.
Dude, I just said 10 minutes ago, I have to go, and you're trying to keep me here and engage me in conversation.
No, I'm not. I'm just pointing out what you said. Dude, there's no reason for you to stay here because you can't rebut what I just said. It's just a fact.
Okay, good. So you wanted to keep me here in conversation, so we'll have a conversation tomorrow night because I said we just had to go. Remember that. Don't ban me.
I definitely won't be like scheduling a meeting with you, dude. Okay. The point is that your argument is stupid, dude. You're smart enough to know that your argument is stupid. It doesn't matter what majority of people think. It's just retarded.
I'm not asking for a scheduled meeting. All I'm saying is, don't ban me. We'll have a talk another night. Gotta go.
All right, man. Talk to you. No one cares. Talk to you later.
Exactly. No one gives a shit. Catch ya.
Are you appeal to majority? I think that makes sense.
Hey, what's it?
What up,
dude? Awesome. Did you hear about those 7,000 islands that they discovered near Japan? I was watching the Banjo's channel, and this like they weren't on the like Kosho came up with some mainstream story like his own theory that they reclassified them as islands and there was something else, but the actual mainstream story is they found 7,000 islands that they didn't know about near Japan, and now they have to put them on Google Maps. Actual islands. That's a fucking shitload of islands to just miss, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know the mainstream excuse is basically like, really, they just weren't classified as islands, and some of them did get overlooked because they're so small. So they didn't agree on the size that would be classified as islands, and now they've discovered new ones that should be classified as their own island. And
Yeah, so there's
that's
probably a
kind of
lot of land out there that they just, don't want to tell us about, really.
And by the way, Killian, I wasn't really trying to take over your conversation. I prevented you from interrupting him, and he immediately took that as an opportunity to like throw tons of jabs at you and then say, "All right, I'm out." I'm like, that's so disrespectful, bro. Like, what is wrong with you?
Ruffles the feathers.
Yeah. He's like, damn, bro, I should have let you interrupt him.
He's usually well mannered.
You know what's really funny, bro? Is like how do people not know that appealing to majority is just retarded, right? Like, okay, well then I guess back in the day when everyone thought that the Earth was geocentric, that must have been true. Reality must have actually changed as people changed their opinion. Totally makes sense. There was a million people in Europe that thought the Earth was geocentric, and only like 10 of them thought it was heliocentric. So, therefore,
There was a dude on my side of the argument who was doing that the other day when I was talking to you and SE. That was unfortunate.
yeah, it's just stupid, man. Like, I will say it is what you get most of the time, because I don't know. Like, even I was talking to my mom last night. Like, I can tell my mom she knows I'm smart and she knows I've done more research into this than she ever will. Just intuitively, she knows that. She knows I wouldn't even think this if I haven't. She just can't wrap her mind around like not agreeing with something that's believed so massively. So it's more of like a psychological thing.
Well, most people who aren't adept or aware of a lot of stuff I talk about, that is kind of their belief. Yeah, that I mean, honestly, when you approach most people, that's kind of their response is like, this is what everybody believes. Everybody knows this is the truth or whatever. That's usually because they don't have substantial evidence to present.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like also there's like a childhood fallacy, right? It's like, yeah, like we made the solar system when we were kids. I mean, dude, like no cap at all. Like, gun to my head, dude. The solar system's not real. Like, the solar system isn't real, and this expanding universe isn't real. I know, obviously, I know you disagree. I know people disagree, but it's like not really my point. My point is that the truth. Okay, if the solar system is real, and if this ever expanding universe is real, right? It's definitely not as open as closed as people think it is. That's for sure, for sure. Like no, like the fact that no one's aware of how we had to change the models because it keeps looking like we're in the center. The average person, I would say probably 90% of people don't even know the basic aspect that the current model claims that it looks like we're in the center of the universe and that it always will. And it's just an illusion. Like 90% of people don't even know that.
Probably more than 90.
So do you agree,
Is
like in that sense, this conversation is only beneficial to society? I think you, Coach, are maybe one of the few people that kind of do agree with that. You know, I've heard you say a lot that you would be upset if flat Earth went away, and that you think it causes people to look more and figure out more what they think they believe and stuff like that. Because just that fact alone demonstrates that this conversation is a net benefit to society, right? Because right now, a lot of people don't even really know what they believe in. It's a major part of their worldview, and they may not understand that. But when you start asking people deep, profound philosophical questions, like they're coming from a place of how big the universe is and how small we are. They use that to justify everything. That they use that to justify their answer of if there could be aliens, right? And the odds that we'd be here without a creator. It's like a very important and pivotal aspect of people's philosophy and worldview. Yet they don't really know what it is that is their foundation of their worldview. So yeah, I don't know. I look at it, the whole thing like that. Like it's a net positive no matter what, right? To for people to remove ignorance.
Yeah, at this stage for sure. Yeah.
some people are born into religions, some people are born into different societal behaviors, and most people are born into places that are, drowning themselves in propaganda, and that's probably the biggest problem, isn't it? The propaganda.
Yeah, like this is like independent of conclusion. FE is important. You see what I'm saying? Like just completely independent of conclusion. Like if you go through all the time to sorry about the door. Like to go through all the research and then you come to the conclusion that the current model is correct. Like I have no beef with you, dude. The only beef I have with is people that like so adamantly and obsessively gaslight and effectively terrorize the people that are disagreeing with them about this. But like, bro, my only beef is that so many people don't know that I'll have to listen to my mom like make a flat Earth joke and laugh, knowing damn well, bro, she doesn't know anything. Right? It's that's the beef, bro. If you want to spend 7 years looking into everything the flat earthers talk about, you want to look into all of cosmology and find out all of these things that were kind of swept under the rug, frankly, to the layman, and you still want to believe it, like, bro, that is your prerogative. I don't care.
Yeah, you have to remember though, even people who are convinced either way. Like, there's some people who could be like they could watch like an ODD video, they'd be like intrigued by it and make them think a little bit, but and still afterwards not have any interest in looking deeper into it. It's just some people are content with worrying about everything else in their life, or not paying too much attention to things like this just because it's like not in their wheelhouse of interest or anything like that. Whereas there's people like me or other people where a lot of these subjects are already like things I already care about, so it's easy for me to do it. But yeah, I because there's people like my girlfriend, for example. If she actually cared a little bit more, she actually would be a full blown flat earther, 100%. Because she basically believes all the stuff you guys say, uh, but she doesn't care enough to like you know keep looking into it or whatever.
Yeah, well, females are less prone to that anyway, right? Like that's why there's so many dudes in this combo. But like, yeah, I agree with that. But this is kind of what's sad about that is it is actually very important, and more specifically the geocentric part of it. Like that's a very significant aspect. Like whether you care about science or you think that these physics conversations are nerdy or whatever, that doesn't really matter. Like it affects everyone. Like your fundamental understanding of where you are and what the Earth is. As to is it the center of literally everything that moves around it, which is insane to grasp, or is it just like rolling the dice a million times, a billion times, right? A gajillion times. But like people don't know that. People just look at it like, Kosho, like my boyfriend Kosho is talking to these dudes on Discord about like quantum mechanics. Like that's boring. They don't really, honestly, like us getting lost in the weeds does flat Earth a disservice because it's much more applicable to everyone. As in, is the Earth in the center or not? How do we know it's not? How positive can we be that it's not? Is it possible that it is? Right? Like this is pretty pivotal to everyone. Just on a basic level, bro. Like your girlfriend, you got the most basic girl ever, and still the way she views the whole world is, well, the Earth is this tiny speck of dust in this huge universe, and that we're in a solar system, and it's so big that I can't comprehend it. Like pretty much everyone understands that, right? And then they build their philosophy off of that.
Or just they're content with putting their either putting their trust in somebody else figuring it out and getting information from them, or otherwise just not caring about it at all. Like I said, some people don't even think about it, but even like regardless if it's geocentric or heliocentric, even things like quantum mechanics, you would think like the implications of some of the stuff that we know to be true about in that realm, most people also don't care about that. They don't care to learn about it. It for what it's worth to them, it doesn't have any consequence in their life, even though it does.
Yeah,
Some
but
people just
quantum
don't
can
care.
get very convoluted, right? Like I can definitely understand why someone would just tap out of that conversation more so than like, is the solar system real? You know what I mean? Like quantum, our current understanding, and I'll just say our as mainstream, is pretty convoluted. It would require a huge investment of energy to even begin to understand the terminology and stuff like that. And it's kind of like that with geocentrism, but not really. Like it's very simple. The current model of the solar system and thus the rest of the universe simply states that it looks like we're in the center, but that there is no center to the universe, and that everywhere looks like the center. And that's why all observations make it look like the Earth is in the center of the universe. When I tell the normal person that, they start mocking me. Like they're so uninformed that they start mocking me, talking about how that isn't true and I'm retarded. Like it's just wild to me to really grasp that. Honestly, any intellectual, even if they believe in this current model, should be pro the discussion being brought to the table across for the masses, right? Because if there's nothing to hide and science has discovered all these intricacies that the universe is basically a wizard with a wand that's just, deceiving us, well, what are the odds that it all rolled out like that and everyone should at least know that? Right? So.
Well, I wonder if you're talking to people and because their reaction makes sense. Because honestly, it seems like they don't even know enough to know why what you're saying would be true or is presented to be true or whatever. Because they probably don't even know about like just the principle of relativity. There's just like basic physics. So it'd probably be hard for them to even consider that what you're saying is based in reality, because on its face it sounds like it's just nonsense if no one knows anything and knows better. But somebody who actually knows basic physics or the basics about relativity or something could probably entertain that idea because they already understand that it might not mean what it's being expressed as, whereas a regular person's not going to understand that. So yeah.
Well,
So I
yeah,
wonder if
this
it's
is
worth
why
even expressing it that way.
this is further evidence why appealing to the majority means nothing, right? And that's kind of why I brought it up. Like, why are we going to appeal to these people that don't even know the basic concept of relativity or or that the universe looks like we're in the center, but there is no center. Why would I care what a million people at Woodstock think? You know what I mean? Like, they don't even know. They don't even know what they think. So, honestly, that's irrelevant. And in fact, if you take away the people that know out of the group, so the people that actually know a lot of the basics, it's a way more even distribution between people who buy the mainstream model and people who do not. So if we want to actually appeal to majority, the Glovers may lose. If you take away the uninformed masses, the numbers get really close. And I'm not going to say that FE blows them out of the water, because it doesn't, because you have tons of people that do know about basic things like relativity, right? You have people that just took basic courses in university, and people that watch Through the Wormhole. You have a decent amount of people, but it's way closer. I would actually be very interested to know that number, but for intents and purposes, we can throw somewhere close to 50-50 out there, because it probably is close to that, honestly. And that's the real representation. There's no reason to invoke Bob from down the street who just watches CNN. Right? It doesn't matter what he says. He doesn't know what we're even talking about.
It's probably less than 50-50 though, dude. It's probably more like, I wouldn't know what number to put on it, but you get surprised sometimes when you see people like they do that skit on the Jimmy Fallon show or on the Tonight Show or whatever, when they go on the street and ask people on the street questions. And of course that's going to be taken out of context, so it's only going to use the people who are, pretty stupid or give the stupidest answers. But you come across random people who really don't even know basic geography, you almost just assume everybody knows stuff like where China is or something like that. But there's probably a huge majority of people who can't point on a map and tell you where a very basic country is.
Yeah, I agree. I think 50-50 is me being generous for sure, right? Because I went around and asked people how many times does the Earth spin every day? And how long does it take the Earth to go around the sun? And people literally don't know.
Yeah.
In fact, everyone got the first one right, but it's just because I asked the whole audience, and if one person knows, I'd let them say it out loud. I tell them it's right, so now everyone knows. Because honestly, when I approach people one-on-one with how many times does the Earth spin every day, a lot of people don't know, dude. It's really kind of crazy. Now, a lot of people guessed 1,000 miles per hour, right? Because it's just this basic even number, but a lot of people said stuff like 100,000 miles per hour. Yeah, I think that's why I get so triggered by the appeal to majority, because it is one of the number one things used to gaslight flat earthers. And it's so wrong. It's just so fundamentally wrong. It's no, let's appeal. If you want to appeal to majority, then we need to talk about the people that actually know even what the discussion is on on an elementary level. They don't need to know what the horizon problem is, the flatness problem, the inflation theory, Hubble's engine. They don't need to know. They don't need to listen to me and your conversation. Was it last night, night before, whatever, where we got into the intricacies of Hubble tension. You think it's not significant, I think it is significant, and then make their own determination. We're talking about just basic stuff over 100 years old that everything. We're just an ant on a balloon that blows up. You know what I mean? They don't even know that. That's why, for me, I don't actually want to convince a bunch of people or anything like that. And a lot of people may disagree with me on that, but I just want to change that aspect of it. I want everyone to understand the basics, what they should have learned in 4th grade. And then I'm content with whatever happens, wherever the chips fall after that, I don't care. I literally don't care. In fact, if YouTube had never started censoring Flat Earth, I would never be making Flat Earth content on the internet. Never, dude. Never, ever, ever. Not in a million years. I had to get into it.
Would have already been user available. Honestly, I miss those days actually, where it's you could easily. It's not even just it showing up on autoplay, but even if you were looking for something, it would just easily come up different conspiracies too, like the other conspiracies too, and they're all impossible to find.
Dude, I was actually talking to Kai about this last night. It seems like Facebook, of all places, has started moving more towards that blueprint again because everyone left Facebook. You know what I mean? So everyone left Facebook, so they're losing numbers. So they're like, I went to Facebook the other day and I went to their shorts, and it started like suggesting me like straight gravy, dude, about like the the gut biome of children and how having starch too early is actually a mainstream lie that's terrible for children, and how the U.S. mandates synthetic nutrients in all formula that's sold in the U.S. You can't sell it without it, and if to get it without synthetic nutrients mandated, you have to go to Europe. And like how actually children have been told that they need to eat food so early now, but in fact they don't, and their first teeth are called milking teeth because they're still supposed to be milking and they're not supposed to be eating, and starch is terrible for their gut biome and all that stuff. Just a random example, but like that's like a truther thing. That's a very anti-mainstream thing. And then it suggests to me, it starts talking to me about Geneva, Switzerland. Then it starts talking to me about like all these things. It starts talking about how vitamins in the US are actually made from chemicals used in chemical warfare. Like vitamins. They have a I forgot what it's called. I don't want to say, but they have like an actual poison used in chemical warfare in our vitamins. And Facebook was just suggesting all this to me. It obviously knows that I'm the audience that would receive these shorts. And so it's suggesting them to me, right? I'm not looking for anything. And that's how YouTube used to be. And honestly, that's the best business model because you would just tailor to every different type of person on your platform to maximize the amount of people there. And bro, I promise
you want to
dude,
give
if it was still like that, I would not even be doing YouTube.
Yeah, you want to give the people what they want. You know what people are watching because you see everything they watch. And YouTube used to be like that. They would give you what you wanted to see, and it makes sense. You want people watching your thing. If you give them, you keep showing them what they want to see, they're going to watch your thing more. You're going to get more money. Yes. However, it's not always about money with these people.
That's right.
I agree. I mean, I disagree with their. You know, like I said, I miss those days when it was like that, and I told that the cream will rise to the top. You know, if you just let it freely. You know, you just run away the way that it was running, like a natural way. Like people watching it more. You know, you present more of that stuff to them. At the same time, though, the argument does make sense to me. Although I don't agree that they should have done it like that or they should do it at all. But it does make sense for them to have a concern that they might have been influencing people. Because you can imagine a different scenario of something that is obviously detrimental to teach people it was true, and they were almost influencing people to learn this thing, or presenting it like it was, presenting stuff to them that was evidence for that this thing that wasn't true and is detrimental to believe is true. Not that this is the case, but I'm just saying in that scenario like that, I would understand why they would need to make sure that they weren't, influencing people in that way.
Yeah, but that argument's always that's the same argument that's always been made, right? Like that's the argument that's been made throughout all history to justify censorship. It's almost always malevolent, and it's actually not about truth. It's just a cool story, bro. Right? Like, if what you said was true and that was their actual intention, then we probably wouldn't be teaching children that there's 72 genders, right? Like, it's not about that. It's not about that at all. Like, even with the jab, like it wasn't open information from all angles where someone can make an informed decision. It was, you're gonna believe what we admittedly don't even know yet. Like, admittedly, we don't actually know this yet, but we're gonna tell you that it is all A1. I'm being very vague, obviously, and anyone that says otherwise isn't allowed to say it. So, like, I understand the argument, and you're right. It does, quote unquote, make sense in a very generic sense. It's just the only way it's able to work, but it isn't their actual intention, bro. Their intention is certainly to just enforce their agenda. Like, and when I say they, I'm talking about the governments and international corporation and international organization, right? Like that's it. So I don't even know that we'll ever break out of that. I think that something like Rumble, and honestly, Rumble is a good example of what the people want. The people don't want you to think for them, bro. They don't. And I can see, oh, there's a danger and misinformation. Our society is so far beyond that, bro. The people think that you can identify as an animal. Okay, like our society is far beyond it, bro. Whatever happens, happens, dude. At this point, it's over. It doesn't matter. The only thing that can come from free information is a net positive. People are retarded, dude. Everything they're eating is poison, and they think it's healthy. Like, we are so far beyond, like, oh, well, let's not let it get away from us. People, almost everything people believe is not true. So, to me, it's always better just to let the information out there, and truth will always be the last one standing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. You know, because if there is something that is, let's say, being pushed in that way, without even censoring it, as long as everybody gets free speech, you know, it's just like in a court case. Like if each side present their evidence, you know, they let the jury decide because, you know, each side is given the opportunity to present their evidence. So as long as everybody gets free speech, whatever the truth is should also be presented and presentable, and you know, the chips fall where they may or whatever. But real quick, because my girl, she watches Facebook. She watches it all the time. That's actually where she gets like fucking everything she says to me, like about anything that she just found out or whatever. It's always from fucking watching this Facebook feed. But we were talking the other day about the moon landing, and she was like, "Wait, you don't actually believe we landed them there, do you?" And I was like, well, "Yeah, I do actually." And then and she already knew I did. But anyways, but she'd seen on.
She sounds cool.
I don't know why she asked that, man. But she said she saw the clip, or she saw Buzz Aldrin. He's like, yeah, one guy who landed there had admitted to a little girl that, you know, we didn't go there. And I was like, oh my god. And then she started doing like all the arguments that, you know, you guys. I mean, I've heard them all for 5 years, and I know that she got all those from, you know, from Facebook. So it's like, yeah, they're still pushing that shit. They're on Facebook. They're pushing all sorts of shit. And I think that's cool.
Yeah, like it's even detrimental. It's detrimental to truthers because, like they also push bullshit. Like a lot of truthers, quote unquote, to be fair, they don't do their diligent research and they just promote narratives, and just one like detail not being accurately represented taints the whole thing. And that's why there's no justification to censor us, because a lot of people say stupid things. So you still have a chance of getting away with your lie because so many people just start propagating other conspiracies that they haven't researched. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, I think, that hurts the truthers. But that's actually an argument against censorship, right? Because that's the idea, is if a conspiracy is not true, your girlfriend can watch a video and then be convinced of it, go tell people, sure, that could be dangerous, or she could just go hear the counter argument and then be like, damn, I need to be much more cautious about believing stuff I see on the internet, because just because someone said it on a TikTok that got put on Facebook doesn't mean it's true. So, you know, that's a perfect example of how it should all balance out naturally, right? It's like flat earthers say things that aren't true. They do, for sure. There are arguments from flat earth that get on my nerves, bro. Bad. Like, we just use FED, elevation angles, you know, like, and that's a more detailed one. Like they're also like with Buzz Aldrin on the late night show, and he says, "You didn't see that? That was an animation." It's such a disservice to not add the context that he's saying that no one was there yet, so they had to show an animation until people landed. Like, to not say that, it actually hurts the truth movement, because then someone goes and finds out that what Buzz Aldrin's actually saying is that no one was on the moon yet to film it. So of course they had to show an animation, right? He was just correcting him, like, no, you didn't see us actually land live. Like, that was an animation. No one was there yet. He wasn't saying there was no moon landing, it was all animation. He didn't say that, right? Like, that's a disservice to truthers, because now someone goes and finds out that's what he meant, and they're like, oh, so basically it confirms the stereotype that basically conspiracy theorists are just people that don't actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah, but you dudes in this room, I'm not saying flat earthers in general, but yeah, I mean, there's like Jeremy, Napalm, yourself, Geo, a few you dudes, SC. Yeah, you guys will keep each other, or people in check. Your own dudes, at least, a lot of the times. And that means that's for the reasons you said. I mean, that is important. It definitely looks. It looks more. You get more respect from people who's arguing from the other side, and also gives them less ammo. Because if they know that that's obviously not true too, then it's just gonna make their argument that much worse. So
Yeah, that's the last step on you, my bad, bro.
I hear that.
How dare you guys say that
It's all
immediately
good.
speak?
It's all good.
All right.
You see, I thought the problem with the YouTube algorithm one wasn't that it was just showing you content that it wanted. It was that you wanted. It was the radicalization problem that it had. This like alt-right pipeline that it had.
Okay. We just covered the basis of how censorship is in no way justified in any way. I don't know if you were here, but
Yeah, but it wasn't censorship. It was the YouTube went over the top once it started to come, and like, sure, you can argue that, but like, there was a radicalization problem on YouTube.
no, now it's just on BitChute. What does radicalization mean? Like, can you give me some specifics? Can you
just where your
justify? Can you
views
justify
become
the
more and more
censorship?
extreme.
Yeah, but can you justify the censorship with specifics?
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want radicalized people, do you?
Specifics, bro.
Okay, you don't really want outside Muslim terrorist organizations contacting people in the US and radicalizing them. So
How
you
are they
censor
contacting
them.
them? How are they contacting them through YouTube?
Well, yeah, they did. That's kind of what the problem was in America in like 5-10 years ago. That's where the censorship came from abroad, information coming in, because there was a radicalization problem.
No, I don't think so, man. I mean, if someone told you that, I can see why they made that narrative, but to suggest that because radical Islamic terrorists can upload to YouTube, therefore the government should be the arbiter of all truth and determine what's allowed on there is a pretty shitty argument. I don't even, dude, out of all Islamic people, radical Islamic terrorists are like 0.0000001%.
Sorry, let me clarify my argument then. I'm not specifically talking about YouTube. You said, why is censorship? Why can you justify censorship? And one of the things that happened in like 2010s was Muslims, or just in general, I think it was mostly white fucking boys, random white boys, were just getting contacted by outside Muslim terrorist organizations. It wasn't Muslims in the country who came from abroad and then bombed places. It was radicalization happening. So you stop you censor and you control the flow of information so that you stop radicalization.
Okay, dude. What about the radicalization of sexualizing children?
Yeah, me when you do this quite a lot where you drop like this 70 genders in. This is just bullshit. No, this isn't real. This whole radicalization of genders isn't a real thing.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
but
totally
there's-
not real. It's totally not real. So this is what I'm saying, right? You have to deny reality, right? What about the radicalization of saying that people aren't allowed to make informed decisions regarding medical intervention?
Who determines if it's radical, right? Like,
Also-
if I don't want to get a vaccine, is that radical? To
You
me,
can't say
that's
that
a
word.
choice. Or if I don't want to get, well, what would make something radical? Because he's saying, oh, we have to stop radical speech. Well, who determines if the speech is radical?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, that's a good point. You can argue about what is and isn't radicalization, but something like medical, who determines my own body autonomy? You do. You didn't legally have to get the jab. You just
But that
lost out
requires
on certain privileges.
informed consent.
Is it radical? You still haven't designated what makes something radical except your personal subjective opinion, which so then it becomes whatever I personally subjective believe should be shut down is shut down. That's the problem.
I mean, yeah, sure. I believe in a subjective morality. So literally radicalization is a subjective thing.
Yeah, so your
You don't
own
see the
worldview doesn't justify censorship then.
What? Yes, it does. If the majority thinks that some extreme view is a radical point of view, then that is what the radical point of view is. If the majority say it isn't radical, then it isn't radical.
Wait. So let's use your idea and let's apply it to history. So when people were burned at the stake by the Catholic Church, that was okay because the majority of people considered challenging the Catholic Church's interpretation to be radical and demonic. So therefore, since majority of people died, so it was actually morally acceptable to burn people alive at the stake.
I didn't say it was morally acceptable, but so
you just
people
did.
burning
You
at the
just did
stake,
say that.
for people burning at the stake, then yes, because the entire population, for some reason, believed that to be true, that was the normal viewpoint. Now
So
we can look at that. Sure, from their point of view, that was the moral action.
So it is okay for that to happen because most people agreed.
No, that's not what I'm saying. And now we have a different, moral viewpoints, it isn't just that they change, they become more and more solidified, and you can actually argue your points better. I can argue why murder is bad, not just because I think murder is bad, not because the majority of the population thinks it, but because I can actually justify it through my intelligence.
No, according to you, you can't justify it individually. It has to be justified by majority. You need to keep up with your worldview.
No, you can justify your majority worldview through intelligence. These two are not.
Can you justify it intellectually even if it wasn't majority?
Yeah, of course you could.
Okay, so you just refuted your own worldview.
No, you could justify it. Doesn't mean the society would still see it as the radical thing, whether it was right or wrong. I'm saying, again, it's a subjective thing. There is no objective, this is bad, this is good.
You realize appealing to consensus is a fallacy, right?
And retarded.
That's what morality is. That's what radicalization is. It's an appeal to majority. That is what it is.
It's provably not a good standard.
You're comparing morality to consensus? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
I'm comparing radicalization to consensus.
He's saying that morality is subjective, thus the consensus determines what is moral at the time for that society. It's a very NPC opinion.
Ethics could be subjective, but morality certainly.
Wouldn't the minority be the radicalization, right? Like, no matter how you view it, wouldn't whatever's radical be the minority? Because you can't have the majority be radical, because the majority would be, quote, normal. So even in your paradigm, right, radical would be the minority.
Well, that's
not
what
the
he's saying.
majority.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying what justifies censorship is a minority radical idea, right? Like, so basically, if you apply his idea, then during the Catholic Church burning people at the stake, it was morally acceptable and the right thing to do, in fact, to censor anyone who tried to interpret the Bible differently.
I mean, if
right,
that was
because
the
most
case,
people.
If that was the case, like
it seems very
2000
dangerous to label the
If that-
minority view as
Alright.
dangerous, right?
Yeah. Sorry, Dice. Okay.
If that was the case 500 years ago, the globe model should have been censored because that was the minority.
Correct. Or
It was
even you can
censored
use
500 years.
geocentrism. You can use geocentrism as an example as well.
Like, it was censored. When Newton was around, it was censored.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Newton
How so?
and Galileo, when they did their heliocentrism, they were a threat from the Catholic Church constantly.
Dude, Newton was published by one of the biggest sources in the world at the time.
What stuff from Newton? That's the point.
The Principia.
The Principia was published where, sorry?
It was published by one of the biggest sources of publishing at the time. There was only a few that could even do it.
But okay, sure.
And in fact, they took out his final page, right? They took out theorem 43, proposition 43, theorem 22, where he says, but with all this being said, in fact, the Earth could be in the center. They took that out and published it. So not only were they not like against him, they actually published him with a slant in his direction.
The point is, being that it was a radical minority. How do you feel about your entire model that you subscribe to as being a radical idea?
Sure, at that time it was a radical idea. Let's not
What do you
change
mean at
history.
that time?
It
No,
was,
wait,
yes,
wait,
at that
wait a minute.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Time
Let me
isn't
explain.
the arbiter.
Let me
Well,
explain.
he's saying time is the
society,
arbiter, bro. Just so you know. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying the society is the arbiter.
It was based on time. Their growth through time, right?
Sure, you can link society in time.
Well, that's what you're saying.
Again,
You're saying that throughout time, society.
Could you let me get
You
through one
literally
sentence? Come on.
no. You specifically invoke time, though. You said that it becomes more solidified over time.
That's for a completely different thing. No offense, Wizard, but could you let me get through a sentence? So, let's not change history. Galileo and Newton were very much under threat from the church because of their ideas. That is not a
That's
radical
justified.
thing to say.
Yeah, but that's justified, right? Like that's part of your worldview of censorship. So it should have never been released. It should have never went mainstream. And
under my worldview, it isn't justified.
The population. Sorry, I thought I was speaking.
Your mic's messing up, and you did kind of interrupt him. And my apologies for interrupting him. We're just trying not to interrupt each other. It's just I'll try to be patient.
Under my worldview, that isn't justified. Under their worldview, that was justified.
Yeah,
realistically, it was about the Catholic Church trying to keep power, wasn't it? Rather than, morals or ethics, but,
Prior to the heliocentric model, majority of the world was under the impression of it being flat. Now we have a small radical minority trying to say that it's spherical, yada yada, which totally contradicts your ideas of censoring radical subjective opinions. But yet it became mainstream.
This is the good part here. This is the good part. I want you to respond to this. Dyslow just trapped you into, refuting your own position. Because what you said was, well, yeah, at the time, that was radical. So under your belief, at the time, the radical belief was true. So censorship of the quote-unquote radical belief, which you're actually saying is synonymous with the minority position, isn't a good thing then, even according to your own position, because now what was once the radical view is what you consider to be true. So then all you do by censoring that view is effectively prolong the acceptance of truth.
Yeah, I believe that censorship of the radical view is not always a good thing. I haven't said that is true, especially in the case where the radical minority is the one in the right. This is how ideas propagate. Someone presents
subjectivity.
Wait. Someone presents an idea and they give a little bit of evidence. People might reject it. Some people accept it. Then they give more evidence. Some more people accept it, and less people reject it. More and more and more until this worldview, this idea becomes the majorly accepted point. Of course, you need to allow.
How much time is sufficient?
It's probably more based on the evidence rather than the time.
But
then maybe we should just censor things outright.
Exactly, because what you're saying now is that if all the evidence is laid on the table, then you're going to get to the truth faster. So there is actually no scenario in which censoring it is an acceptable approach, because you said the determining factor is what is right, quote unquote, what you've actually invoked majority to determine what is right, because you have a contradictory worldview, frankly. You can't bring some objective standard of what is right to compare it to the consensus when supposedly the consensus determines what is right. Your own position has refuted the idea that censorship is beneficial to society.
Okay, then my worldview isn't contradictory. You just haven't asked me for specifics on my worldview, and you're assuming what those specifics are. I do think. Okay, saying that something being the majority means it's ethical, and then saying that the minority can be right. They're not contradictory views.
They are, because when you say the minority can be right, how do you determine what right is?
Facts.
Okay, so is morality determined by facts?
Well, wait a minute,
Morality
because in
can be
his
backed
worldview,
up.
consensus is the arbiter of facts. How do you determine
No.
facts versus fiction?
That is not my worldview. Facts and consensus are very different things.
Is
Oh,
morality dependent
radical
upon
idea.
facts? Yes or no? Is morality dependent upon facts? Yes or no?
Morality can be backed up by facts, but I think there's probably some things in morality that are completely outside of the realm of facts.
No. Can you name one moral determination void of any facts?
Whether there is a God or not.
How is that a moral question?
Is that not part of morality?
No, that would be the source of an objective morality. That's not the question. The question is, what is moral? The way that we determine morality, even subjectively, is based upon fact. It's like, is murder bad? Well, let's talk about what murder is. Okay, you have to actually establish what something is to determine if it's moral or not, even if it's a subjective determination. So I'm just pointing out that you have invoked an objective standard of what is right, quote unquote, to compare to the subjective determination. It is contradictory, but can we agree on this though? Like, you've stated that, for example, using the globe theory, it was a minority position. It was considered radical. Therefore, applying your standard of justification, it was justified to censor those people because it wasn't the majority, right? Because that's what you invoked as determination. So now you believe that radical position is actually the truth. So what censoring it did was prolong and delay the truth, right? As opposed to letting people say the Earth's a globe freely, in your worldview, would have allowed people to know the truth faster. So it's actually detrimental to society, right?
Might have the tables turned.
You've taken two viewpoints that aren't correlated. I did not say that censoring the globe at that time was justified. When I was saying censoring things sometimes can be justified, that is for political worldviews. Something like the bombings that were caused by radicalization, that is very different from objective facts about the shape of our world. You don't take stuff out of context here.
You're not able to invoke the word objective. I don't know if you're aware of that, but there is no such thing as
shape is an objective fact. A shape is an objective fact. That is not subjective.
Okay, so
What shape are we talking
objective. Now we do have objective truths, which is what is used to determine morality. So now you're stuck in a contradiction again.
Okay, so morality being a subjective thing, of course it can be backed up by facts, but people don't always do that to back up their morality. Someone might use a book to back up their morality, which isn't an objective fact.
No, even the book is actually it presents a specific argument based on facts.
Do you know when morality came into reality?
Probably forever. I don't think it was called morality, but it's probably been around forever.
2nd century BC is when morality actually came about. Prior to that, people were burning babies to Moloch and all sorts of weird shit. It was only until the 2nd century when morality transpired on the scene, saying, hey, no, this is wrong. You don't burn babies to some weird idol. Okay?
Dicelo, maybe I'm going to say you're wrong there, because murder was a thing that throughout all of human history has been argued has been a very real thing that we know about.
So what's the difference?
Morality has been around forever.
What's the difference between murder and sacrifice?
Meh, not that much. People just think they're justified, so they think it's
Right.
A
And
killing rather than a murder.
And this is what solidified that sacrificing your baby is actually just murder. Prior to that, it was sought to be like a ceremonial religious thing that, was praised. So you're
Okay,
welcome
but
for
in their
Christianity.
No. In their worldview, sacrificing their baby, I'm not sure exactly what society you're talking about, but in their worldview, sacrificing a baby brought about rain so that they could have a good harvest.
I mean, maybe for like a small select radical minority, but we're talking about the overarching majority.
I don't think the overarching majority throughout any of human history has sacrificed babies for the sake of sacrificing babies. They do it because there's some reason behind it.
And what reason would that be?
I don't know. For specific societies, it might be different, but I gave the example of sacrificing a baby to some god so that you can have a bountiful harvest.
And is that moral?
For them,
can you define morality?
For them, they were basing the murder of babies off of what they believed to be facts.
Okay,
so was it moral?
Right. You can't explain that in a moral sense because it's immoral. Prior to Christianity, we had all sorts of immoral acts guised as some sort of like religious ceremonial thing. So, I mean, you have to understand what it is you're saying here, dude.
That's why you're really overstating the importance of Christianity. Christians have always sacrificed things. It might be animals or goats rather than babies.
Basically, your position is that morality has geographical boundaries.
Pardon? Explain that further, sorry.
In order for what you're saying to be true, morality would have geographical boundaries. Like where that society thought that murdering the innocent baby would give them a harvest and somehow it was moral for them, but in the country right beside them, they specifically did not think that that was moral. So therefore, morality was different in those two geographic locations. Literally, that boundary was a boundary on morality.
The boundary is society, not geography.
The societies fulfill geographic locations, dude.
Sure, there's correlation between society and geographical locations, but again, morality is based off of society, not geographic locations.
Buddy, what I'm telling you is that the implications of your worldview is that morality can be bottled up with a geographical boundary. Because this king owns this land to this point. Therefore, whatever he says and whatever they believe is moral there, but in the country beside it, it's not. And I do want to say we are really getting off the topic here, which was that you basically jumped in the convo as if to imply that there was some type of justification for the censorship. And then you didn't specifically state that, so now you have a way to weasel out, I guess. Right, where you can say, I didn't say that.
This is just where the conversation went, okay? I'm not trying to weasel out of anything. Calm down. This is just the way the conversation went.
What I'm saying is, I wasn't done. What I was saying is that you're going to weasel out of, like, the fact that you jumped in to actually defend the censorship. And you're going to say, no, I didn't do that. I actually was just pointing out why they actually started censoring. But no, you were doing it at that point in time in the convo, it was to defend the censorship. Right?
If we think back to the exact start of this, what I said is, wait, wasn't the censorship on YouTube about the radicalization problem that the YouTube algorithm had?
That's not what YouTube said. YouTube didn't bring up
the censorship
YouTube did not bring that up. No, YouTube didn't say anything to do with Islamic terrorism. They actually used Flat Earth as their example.
I used Islamic terrorism as my example. That it's just an example. It was the radicalization process the YouTube algorithm had that made them act on it.
And it applies to even stuff like Flat Earth, though, right?
Do you have evidence for this claim, though? This Islamic terrorism algorithms on YouTube? Do you have any evidence for that claim, or are you just throwing that out there as a possibility?
No, my Islamic terrorism wasn't to do specifically with YouTube. Someone just asked me about radicalization in general, and that was a general one, not specifically to YouTube.
But I thought the conversation was about censorship.
Yeah.
On YouTube. Okay, maybe I was wrong.
No, that was just a general one. I don't think that was specifically to YouTube.
I would like to point out that YouTube actually Google has sponsors for YouTube. And if the sponsors don't like some things being on YouTube and they want to pull out, that's the cause of stuff becoming not relevant on YouTube anymore. And I'm
Do you have any
talking
evidence
in
of that?
general. I'm talking very generally. That's what occurs.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, YouTube themselves says that.
Just cite it. YouTube did not say they're censoring people because of their advertisers. I know that for a fact. And honestly, basic logic would necessitate you know this because advertisers don't actually care who buys their products. Big companies don't say. Big companies don't say, "Oh, well, we won't sell to people that are Christians." They don't care what you believe in. They just want you to buy the product. So if YouTube was actually maintaining huge amounts of audiences because of conspiracy theories, they don't care. They just want people to buy their products.
They care about their brand image, though. Even if it's fake bullshit, they pretend to care about their brand image.
But it wouldn't affect their brand image if YouTube is just applying advertisements to everyone.
Wasn't that what the 2015 ad
saying.
censorship thing was about?
But
no, they never said that. I asked him to cite it. He won't cite it. It's just a talking point that you made up.
What I am saying is they're kind of like advertisements in the Super Bowl. If the Super Bowl, if people in the Super Bowl are doing things that the advertisers don't like, those advertisers are going to pull out of the Super Bowl. So it is.
Okay, did advertisers pull out of YouTube?
When the advertisers do not like a specific thing, then they pull out, or they tell YouTube that they're going to pull out if this does not change.
Okay, so for one, the implications of what you're saying is that mega companies determine what we're allowed to talk about in that scenario. Secondly, do you have any evidence that any advertisers did pull out or even threatened to pull out because of stuff like Flat Earth on YouTube? Or is this just something that you made up?
Flat Earth. I said in general.
If I pulled out, Kosho would have never been born.
Do you have any evidence that that's why YouTube updated their censorship policy?
I can get the evidence.
Because that's not what they said. That's not what they said, though. They didn't say that. They specifically just said that it was dangerous misinformation. So this is kind of like when we talk about NASA, right? When we start talking about like a glitch on the ISS. You guys come in as if you work for NASA, you speak on their behalf, and then you start making up theories ad hoc as to justify the glitches and the discrepancy. This is the same thing, right? Where if we go straight to NASA, they do not say what you guys say. They do not. And if we go straight to YouTube, they do not say what you guys say. So should we defend you, or should we debate you as like their illusory defense attorney, or should we debate what they said?
YouTube is purely motivated by the money that they get from advertisers. That's kind of a well-known thing.
Right. So do you agree that if more people click on the advertisement, then both parties make more money?
Yes and no, because again, companies want to pretend like they have a good image. So sometimes profit margins in the short term may actually not coincide with profit margins in the long term of building up a good brand image.
So right, so you tried to squeeze it in, but you had immediately flipped to where it's actually not about profit, but they place brand image over profit. But then you just arbitrarily say that sometimes over long periods of time that may affect, again, just an ad hoc made up thing. But in reality,
brand
this
image
is what happens.
is about profit.
This is just objective. If
No,
the
brand
only
image
motivate,
is profit.
this is just objective.
That's
If the
no.
if the only thing they cared about was money, then it would have been beneficial to both YouTube and the advertisers to leave it the way it was. The reason that Flat Earth blew up was specifically because of audience retention. That's literally why. The algorithms were just feeding people what they liked, right? So as they liked videos, they got similar videos. That's it. And they saw certain subjects had audience retention. For example, Globers are like goldfish, and they're not going to watch something much longer than a couple minutes, like the average person. But when people started watching Flat Earth, they were freaking watching for hours and hours, consecutive days, even years. It just doesn't go away. So it was literally making people stay on the platform way longer, right? The viewer duration.
Real quick though, what's it real quick? The thing Laura said, though, that is the thing, and we may have overlooked it. The advertisers don't like something.
I was speaking in general about general things, not specifically about Flat Earth. And it's even on the Forbes websites talking about it. So, I mean, Forbes is like the #1 business website, and it's talking about advertisers like AT&T not liking a specific thing on YouTube and pulling out their advertising money out of the budget so that
I don't
thing
dispute
cannot
that.
be talked about.
That is the thing they do. That is the thing that they do with television shows. If they're not portraying a story, the advertisers will pull their money.
Yes. They even did this.
I guess it does come.
Yeah, they did this with Twitter recently.
You're breaking up a little
They need those advertisers.
Yeah, you broke up. Sorry, but I'm just getting ahead of this. Yes, if there is some truth to the idea. They did this with Twitter, right? When Elon made Twitter way more uncensored, what did they do to try to make it censored again? A lot of advertisers threatened to pull out.
Well, Elon censored Twitter more and more. Elon has added the most censorship in Twitter since he's taken over.
Dude, I'm not trying to argue about Elon Musk, even though that's clearly not true. I know people that were banned off the platform that are still on there now since he's taken over. That's not really the point, though. The point is that I'm trying to throw you guys a bone here, where what happened was a bunch of advertisers started pulling out or threatening to pull out once Elon changed the censorship. Okay, that definitely happened.
I don't remember anything of this, so could you cite me a source for that? I genuinely don't remember any of this happening.
Well, that was a huge thing. Was like, how is Elon going to even be able to run Twitter after spending that much money for it, and now all the advertisers are threatening to pull out? It was a whole thing.
Twitter's like one of the most profitable places for advertisers, I don't think. Unless some crazy bullshit was to happen, advertisers realistically don't want to pull out of Twitter.
You just made my point.
Because Kosher Mom wants the toothpaste, so let's keep it going. Pull out.
You're kind of making our point if you say, well, I don't believe that because they care more about just money than image. No one disputes that image can affect money, though, right? Like Bud Light came out and did their little ordeal, and then Bud Light's sales plummeted, right? When Bud Light really made their political statement recently.
Right. There are thousands of articles. You just type in YouTube talks about advertisers pulling out. There's thousands of articles on the internet about that. Here's one about apparently pedophiles swarmed streaming on YouTube, and the advertisers boycotted YouTube, saying they would pull out. New York Times. And there's thousands of other articles on it. I'm not talking about Flat Earth. I'm talking about different subjects in general. And advertisers do not like those specific subjects, so they say, we're not going to pay for advertising on your platform anymore. Do something about this. And so they do something about it, and the advertisers stay.
Buddy, first of all, we were talking about when they updated their censorship in like 2018, right? And they use flat Earth as an example. Literally, that was the entire context. Secondly, I've just now conceded that yes, there is an argument that advertisers pressure platforms, but something like flat Earth is not an example of what they do that with. And secondly, even in this scenario, censorship isn't justified because now we're just saying that major megalithic monopolistic companies get to determine what we talk about. That's not
I'm
beneficial
talking
to
about
society.
before 2018, though.
You're
There's
doing an
articles from
anti-capitalism.
2017, 2016, 2015.
So then they should have just censored pedophilia, right? Which is actually already illegal.
That was one example. Why are you pulling one example out of millions of examples?
Well, pull out an example that's not already illegal according to U.S. code.
Great. I gave one example of many, and I'm talking about prior to 2018. There's tons of articles prior to 2018 of a particular topic, whatever it may have been, and the advertisers paying YouTube did not like it, and they wanted to pull out unless YouTube changed their policy.
They don't pay YouTube to do anything, first of all. They were just threatening to pull out. And secondly, you keep saying that there are many examples. Well, I'm asking you to name just one of them.
I gave you one.
Name one of them that's not already illegal.
Yeah, because if you're stocked up on Plan B, you don't really have to.
The alt-right
because
pipeline
obviously
was
it makes
If I
sense.
give you another,
Obviously,
you'll just say, no, that doesn't count. That's illegal too.
no. If it's not
I'll
illegal,
throw
then you would have
Leo a bone.
actually offered something of substance.
No, I'll throw him a bone. The alt-right pipeline was something that advertisers threatened to pull out over.
Just the generic idea of alt-right.
Pipeline? What is that?
Oh, that was the thing in like 2015. That was the big thing on YouTube. It was whether you believe it or not, it was the quote-unquote radicalization process of people starting somewhere in the center, and then YouTube, through their radicalization problem, pushed them more and more serious right-wing views until you got up to like extreme Nazism.
So basically,
what are they doing for the left side of that? When you get up to people like actually rioting and doing all that kind of stuff, where like people were actually inciting violence.
As in, if there wasn't like literally there wasn't an alt left pipeline, there may be in some platforms, I don't know, but on YouTube during that time there wasn't an alt left pipeline.
Okay, that's a cool story, but of course that's not true at all.
This comes back to the subjective part of it, right? Who's determining what is or is not or should not be promoted, right? If you're saying alt-right pipeline, it seems like that's the only side that's being censored. Like I could give two craps about either side of politics. They're both controlled in many different ways. But who is determining what is or is not radicalization? What particular side of politics can be pushed? Who is determining this?
It isn't about what side of politics can or can't be pushed. It was literally that there was, or YouTube or the algorithm supposedly thought that there was an actual alt-right pipeline problem. Not as in obviously there was political content on both sides, and obviously there's probably radical people on both sides, but the algorithm for some reason had a problem where it made specifically right content more and more radical to a viewer.
First of all,
what do you mean
algorithms
made
don't
it?
think things and they don't make things. Exactly.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Algorithms. Okay, so that was the problem for YouTube and with flat earth stuff and conspiracy stuff. It wasn't that it just gave you what you wanted to see. It gave you the next step up. And then you would go to that step. And then when you got to that step, it would give you the next step up and so on and so forth.
Who's determining the
you're
steps?
Saying that you're saying free speech and free information results in radicalization?
No, I'm saying that the YouTube algorithm specifically then, whether you want to argue that they went over the top on it when they went back on it, had an actual radicalization problem where it didn't show you the content that you were watching in that moment. It showed you the next step up.
Ooh, so can we talk for a minute, just for a second, about if this is the case, how powerful are algorithms and who is controlling and regulating these algorithms to ensure what is taking place is devoid of specifically manipulating a consumer?
Oh yeah, algorithms have way too much control over our life. Pray to the algorithm gods, you know? I mean, I think everyone can agree that algorithms have way too much control over our lives.
Yeah, but so obviously the only solution is for it to be fair. So freedom necessitates fairness. So all the algorithms were doing was if people enjoy a certain type of content, we give them what they want. If they want to be a leftist cuck, they are given leftist cuck videos, right?
No,
it's whatever
that's
anyone
my point.
wants.
That wasn't what was happening. It was
Yes, it
an
is.
actual step up. No, the point that
what do you mean
YouTube
step
themselves
up?
said. Okay, so you started on, what did they say? You started on your Jordan Petersons, then you went on to your Joe Rogan, then you went on to your fucking, who else was there? No bullshit. And then you went on to Nazism. There, as in, literally, the views became more and more right. And it wasn't that you
Joe Rogan is a step towards Nazism? Are you
I mean,
crazy?
sure, everyone's a step towards Nazism, isn't there? I mean,
well,
obviously.
yeah, because
especially the Democratic South in the United States, that was very Nazism because that's where I got his policies. That was not right wing; that was left wing.
Yeah,
well, sure. I'm not saying that, guys. I'm not saying that right is the only thing that can be radical. I'm saying, as in, literally, YouTube, by their own admission, this is what it was all about. Was that they had a problem where the YouTube algorithm realized that if it gave you more radical content, and it specifically for people on the right, that they would click on it. So that they would click on the more and more radical things until you got to Nazism.
Let me actually interpret what's going on. So what actually happened was that more people gravitated towards what people would call right-wing information or radical information. That just more people were like, because this is the reason, right? What's classified as right-wing and radical is actually just an informed position. See, leftism is based on emotion, no logic, no information, just retarded emotion. But the other one's based on a plethora of information. So more people started doing more research and they started moving closer and closer to the right. That's what actually happened.
Okay,
and
no, so that's not what happened.
Yes,
okay,
it is.
Again, that's not what happened. That's your interpretation, sure. But again, factually, that's not what happened. So the YouTube algorithm noticed that the way to keep right people continuing watching content on YouTube was you give them just slightly more, just a slightly step up from what they're watching right now. That's what the YouTube algorithm noticed. So it just gave people on the right just a tiny step up from what they were watching, and then another one, and then another one. That the YouTube algorithm figured out how to keep people on the platform, and it did it.
Okay, so why would that not keep people on the left on the platform?
I don't know. I'm not saying that right is better than left or whatever. As in, specifically, the YouTube algorithm noticed that for people on the right, and it did it for them. I mean, maybe, sure, there was an alt-left pipeline, but just it was not anywhere near to the same degree as the alt-right pipeline.
Because they don't care about information like that. That is the actual reason. When people are leftists, it's a fact. When people are leftists, it's all emotion and virtue signaling. When people are on the right, they've made fiscal conservative determinations. It's way different. The point is, dude, that YouTube was just evenly applying suggestions. Whatever you watched, they sent you stuff in that direction. That's it.
That is not what was happening. Again,
that
the
is
point
what was
was
happening.
that isn't what was happening.
No,
No,
I've actually
this is by
studied what the
YouTube's
algorithm
own
specifics
admission.
were. Cite it, because I've studied what the algorithm specifics were, and what they did was prioritize content that retained viewers. That was it. The algorithms didn't care at all what was in it. At all, dude. It was whatever made people watch the longest.
Okay, that is exactly it. And the thing that the algorithm found that made people watch the longest was by pushing people on the right further right.
No, buddy, it doesn't matter what it is. If people decide they want to watch things longer, then they should be able to watch things longer. What requires you? What a coincidence that the side they said was bad was a side that isn't coherent with like an enslavement. Oh, it's the side that doesn't just blindly want to obey whatever new propaganda comes from the government. Let's just call
Stop
it
with this
names.
politics. No one gives a shit which side of the right or left was right or wrong. I don't care what side was right or wrong. It was the fact that the YouTube algorithm noticed a pattern that if you radicalize people on the right, they continue watching content. So it pushed people further and further right. I don't care if it was right or wrong, or if people on the left are right, or if people on the right are wrong. I don't fucking care. That was what the YouTube algorithm noticed, and that was why there was pushback.
Buddy. First of all, stuff like flat Earth isn't radicalization. Okay, so you just want to keep using the word radical, and then we asked you to define it at the beginning, and you defined it as a minority position. Thus, if it's a minority, it's radical. And when we asked you to define it, you couldn't define it. So it's up to the determination of the government working with monopolistic companies to determine what is or isn't permissible due to an arbitrary determination of radical.
If you were to count all the souls, if you were to count all the souls throughout history and determine which ones were flat earthers versus Glovers, there's far more flat earthers throughout history. So you guys are a minority, a radical.
Yeah, like the idea that
the problem has never been the problem's never been people saying crazy things. People say crazy things all the time. So that's not the problem. The problem is when dumb people believe it. So if you're going to outlaw anything, don't outlaw the speaking of ridiculous stuff, outlaw the believing of it.
Yeah, and honestly, the truth is that most people are going to gravitate towards truth. It's just about, do they have access to that? So, like, the solution is never. This is also like a very basic point here. Whenever you tell someone, what's it called, the rise-in effect? When you tell someone they can't look at something, it makes them go find it. When you tell them that they're not allowed to do something, that's what they do. That's what they do. Like when my parents told me I couldn't go to the party, I wasn't even sure I wanted to go to the party, but they said I couldn't go. I was going to sneak out now. Okay, this is a basic aspect of psychology. So literally, when you tell people you're not allowed to see this, you're not allowed to watch this, that's what they then hone in on. It actually does the opposite of what they're claiming to achieve. I mean, is there any debate against? I mean, that's just like basic stuff, right? If you tell someone they're not allowed to, if you tell, they did like a study with children even, right? They had cookies, and so they had like a certain amount of cookies, and they were told, don't eat the cookies till they get back, blah, blah, blah. But whenever they were told not to eat the cookies, the children wanted to eat the cookies.
Well, what about facts? Pick a username. Do you think facts should be consensus based?
No, you can have truth, which is subjective. Facts are objective.
Okay, so objective truth.
What if
no,
radical?
Truth is not objective. It is subjective. Facts are objective.
Okay.
Can the truth be radical?
There's objective truths and there's subjective truths.
No.
There's objective facts.
Facts are objective. Truths are subjective.
There's ultimate objective truths. I'm not talking about relative truths. I'm talking about objective truths.
An objective truth is a fact.
Okay. So, should that be consensus based?
No, facts are facts. They will be true no matter what people think about them, or true or false or whatever, no matter what people think.
Is the world being round, is that a objective fact?
The shape of the earth would be an objective fact, unless we lived in, I don't know, some fucking weird matrix shit where the way you view the earth would change it.
So the earth is objectively a sphere, is what you're implying?
Yeah, sure.
Based on consensus, even though you refuted it?
No, based on facts. Again, facts are facts. They are not based off of truth or how people interpret them.
What empirical demonstrable fact do you have to provide evidence for the Earth being a sphere?
There are thousands of years of just this progress. If we want to talk about this now, we can change the conversation to this if you guys wanted to, but the conversation is more about, I don't know, censorship.
Just jump in.
I think we played the censorship out. You lost that one.
Say one
Jeremy.
thing.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Hold on, I just wanted to say one thing real fast. Real fast. It used to be the fact. It used to be the fact that Pluto. It used to be the fact that Pluto was a planet. That's not changed. That's changed now. That obviously wasn't an objective truth about reality. Facts are not objective truths about reality because they change. It's not. Pluto's not a planet anymore.
Okay, this is why we have the science doesn't prove stuff. It's all, semantics and bullshit, but science.
I thought you had objective facts.
Yeah, you do. But this, let me get through it. Science, this is where you have this stupid semantic argument. It's where science gets you 99.999% sure of something. In the case of Pluto being a planet, we were like 90% sure that was true, so we just said it. But obviously the 10% ended up being correct.
I'm going to ask you again, what's your demonstrable empirical evidence for the Earth being an objective fact-based spheroid?
We could go through the thousands of years of history if you want. Is that
so
where
we're
this
going to appeal?
Wants to go?
We're going to appeal to time. Time and consensus is your arbiters of facts.
No, I'm going to appeal to the facts that have been presented one by one throughout history that has now led us to where we are.
What's the best one you got?
To facts.
What's the best fact you got?
That's a stupid way to view this thing. The way that you convince someone of your argument isn't through this one thing. It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. You need hundreds of thousands of different small pieces, and then it just becomes so overwhelmingly obvious.
Can I ask one thing on before you move on? Just one thing. Can the truth ever be a radical notion that should be silenced or censored?
You couldn't just wait your turn?
Well, that's where we were, Dicelo.
Well, you were moving on.
You're the one
who's
moving
away from it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So before you go into the proof of the shape, I just wanted to know if let's say the truth was that the Earth was flat, should they censor that?
So if it was a fact that the Earth was flat, should they censor that? No, I don't think so. I doubt.
Any truth? Should any fact be censored? Should any fact be considered radical and then censored?
That's a good question. I can't think of a single fact off of the top of my head that I think should be censored. So I'd have to say no. If there is a fact, you should always allow it to be accessible to humans.
Okay, that's all I want.
All right. So what's your number one?
That'd be interesting.
What's your number one evidence here? I'm waiting for it.
Dicelo, I really
right. You
don't
have
work. Okay.
I forgot.
Dicelo, I really don't work like this. I don't go, this is the one thing that's proven it. It's the amalgamation of everything shows how overwhelming the argument is. So if we want to go down that route, then you point to literally everything that has been observed about the Earth throughout all of human history. You add all of that up, and it shows that the Earth must be a sphere.
Are naming them.
So nothing then. Got it.
So basically,
Everything
a multitude of subjective information is what you're attributing to this fact.
No,
an
a
amalgamation
multitude of objective
subjective
facts.
information. Well, give me one. You can't even give me one.
Jesus.
The double rotation, the 2 points of rotation, just again. Of course, we can go over and we can argue every single one. And if that's where we want to go, let's go there. But I was just trying to say that that isn't how that works in my brain.
So you can't have just a single fact as being empirical, demonstrable evidence for your belief. It has to be a compiled amount of information that all adds up to one ultimate fact, is what you're saying.
Well, Dyslow,
there's no individual facts.
Well, Dyslow, he just said it doesn't work that way in his brain. That means it's subjective.
For an argument in science, we don't do it just based off of one thing. You do multiple factual observations make you 99.999% sure that this is the truth.
So you never have 100% truth? Is that what you're implying?
This is where it's like bullshit semantics, and I hate this argument, but I mean, technically, you must always leave room for error. You must always leave room for future progress.
Are you a solipsist?
Yeah. Solipsist. Fuck, man. Could you remind me what that is?
Where you don't where you don't necessarily have any definitive truth on anything. Like you're not 100% certain of anything, right? Like you're leaving this small fragment of possibility for something to be contrary to what you once thought it was.
I don't think that's what solipsism is. Solipsism is the brain in a vat. It's I think, therefore I am, isn't it?
Solipsism is like you are the only thing that you can know to exist.
Yeah,
100%.
brain in a vat. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought it was. It isn't necessarily
really
what you're
brain in a
referencing,
vat.
Dyslow. Well, no, it's because the point is your brain. You could just be a brain in a vat, and you have no way to prove otherwise. And you can prove that your brain or you exist because you think, therefore you
that's
are.
That's not the point of question. The point of question is the world around you. And so if you're the only thing that you can definitively say exists, then you don't have 100% factual, objective certainty about the world around you. It's all subjective to a large degree.
Yeah, I agree that is a thing. If you were a solipsist, that is a thing. But if we start to go down the science route, we basically just go, okay, I assume that the world around me is a real thing and not just a construct of electrical signals. To do science, you kind of have to make that assumption.
Well, I mean, we went through this the other night about, whatever you are, it's very close and very similar to solipsism.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any facts. I'm just hearing like your opinion.
What I'm guessing you took from what I said of solipsism is the insight you get 99.99% sure of something. That's different from solipsism. What that is for science, because we understand that in the future some crazy breakthrough could happen that could prove everything that we thought wrong, you must always allow just a little bit of space for that. So even if you are practically 100% sure of something, you must always allow a future where that thing can be disproven.
So no objective facts. Got it.
Okay, that's not what I was saying. I was saying in science, this is how you operate so that you allow room for future progress.
Can you give an objective fact?
Yeah, how would progress change an objective fact? How, like a rock falls?
Can you give one? Can you give an example of one? An objective fact.
I think, therefore I am. Me, I exist.
So you're a solipsist. We get it.
I mean, sure, I just used that as an example.
That didn't help you though.
Well, no, me existing, I can confirm that I exist. That is an objective fact.
This is I find this interesting and common, right? This is like the mind virus of, subjective morality. I think it stems from and is very similar to the ideas and concept of relativity. Everything is relative. Everything is subjective to the observer. Nothing is an objective fact. And if you don't have an objective fact, you can always go back on anything that you've said. Nothing is ever concrete. You can never be wrong because you were never actually putting forth any type of objective facts or anything in the first place.
Right. It's just time and consensus is the arbiter.
The only objective fact you can think of is I think, therefore I am. Have you guys noticed that like every
That was just
baller
the
has
first
like
thing
the
off the
same
top of my head,
philosophy?
bro.
Yeah,
Every
That was
baller in these rooms
terribly
have the same
broken.
philosophy.
Yeah,
guys.
and insane.
Okay,
And also,
that was just the first thing off the top of my
Name
head,
another
guys.
one.
It's really
Name
not
another
that
one.
deep.
Name another
What's
one.
another one?
I'm currently looking at a wood peg on the bottom of my couch. I mean, that is true.
What's true?
That I'm currently looking at a wooden peg that my couch rests upon.
So that is
How do you-
objectively a wooden peg.
Yep,
How do we verify that?
it's made of wood.
How do you verify that?
It's made of wood. I don't know what to tell you. It's an objective thing.
Okay, so we can physically determine objective facts.
Yeah, of course you can.
Nice. So then it's pretty founded for us to reject anything that isn't actually established as physical objective fact in terms of claims about the natural world.
Yeah, science.
No, it's just the way that science operates and the way that we've made it is that you always allow room for future discoveries. You are not the arbiter of facts. You must allow room for the future.
that's interesting because we were talking about morality earlier, and I think there's a bit of a. Tell me if you agree. I think there's a nature versus nurture thing going on with morality. Like it's built in. A lot of stuff is built in. Don't you think?
There is definitely stuff that is built into the human genome.
Who built it in there?
So you say leave room in case you're wrong, right? So like a tree being a tree, that might be wrong. We might find out in the future a tree's not objectively a tree; it's actually a chicken. Is that what you're saying? We should leave open?
No, not really for that. It's so
then can we agree? Can the tree objectively be a tree then? And that could be a fact. So you have that's a fact, and then the tree. So now we have two facts objectively.
Well, yeah, what you call something is objective. Like, as in, whether the tree was a tree or a chicken, if you've decided to call it a tree, that's a tree.
Well, yeah, but the name is not going to change what it is. So it objectively is what it is, right? Like that's proven in reality that every object is objectively what it is, and that's how we tell objects from objects. Because if they weren't objectively what they are, how would you tell an apple from an orange? You wouldn't be able to. Like that's the basis.
You can only be 99.9% sure. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't think that's
classifications for objects is a very real thing that we do all of the time. It's just that we might say that one of these objects that we've classified as X, at some point in the future, we might realize that it actually belongs to a different classification.
So a tree in the future might not be a tree. That's where you're going. Okay, let me try another way. Let me try another one. What about the Easter Bunny?
So, if we were to discover at some point in the future there was a plant that actually surrounded itself with wooden bark for some random reason, but internally it was completely just a plant, but externally it looked like a tree, we would assume that that's a tree. But then, at some point in the future, when someone dissects it, they go, oh, this is actually a plant.
But trees would still be trees.
What if I told you all fruits were just vegetables?
But so the reason in my case that I gave, the reason we assumed it was a tree is because we looked at the external bark and we went, oh, looks like a tree. It probably is a tree. So that's a normal assumption to make. That would be a logical assumption to make.
We've cut them open too. We didn't just look at the outside. We've cut them open. We've made wood. We've done about all you can do with the tree. And to say like suddenly we're going to figure out something else is, wouldn't you just open that door when it opens? So the tree's a tree, and then if you do in the future figure out something else, then we can go open the door. Why are you leaving the door open?
Yeah, well, this is where I say it's a bit semantics, because we do just close the door. Like, in our day-to-day life, we do just say that these things are facts, even though technically at some point in the future we could fucking prove that they aren't. So, as in, like, realistically, in our day-to-day life, we do close the door.
How do we prove things?
Wait, hold on, real quick. So, are you saying a fact is? You're saying that you could prove a fact wrong? Well, then how can it be a fact?
Sorry, I just misspoke. As I was trying to get the point across that in our day-to-day life we do just say that stuff is what we think it is, and we say that is a fact, even though that could technically be wrong.
Yeah, that's because you're carrying
That
a
sounds
belief
radical.
that it's a fact. Yeah, that's a belief without confirmation and validation. That's when you're into that trouble. Yeah, I agree with that. That does happen. It happened to me. 46 years, the heliocentric model, for example. I believed it was a globe, didn't check it because I thought the education I received was accurate. So I didn't check it. But then when I did check it, 46 years later, I realized I was in error. There you go.
Yeah, there's quite a few things in science where we can't fully dissect them exactly and know exactly all the constituent parts. But maybe at some point in the future, we will get the technology to do that. So we must leave room for the future.
Yeah, hang on a second. But the Earth is not a ball. We can prove that. That can be proven to a fact, actually.
Wait, time out. So then we
could. My life on.
Sorry. So we have to leave open the possibility that that's not a wooden peg, right?
Not really, no. Not in the case of a wooden peg. In the case of a wooden peg, we can dissect it. We can look at every single part of it. I was just saying in science, for something like, let's say, general relativity, at some point in the future, someone could just go, oh, you were actually misinterpreting this, this, and this, because we can't fully dissect exactly everything in general relativity.
No, we can't. It's not real. It's not real anyway.
Yeah, then general relativity is the problem. It's not like proof is the problem. It's like, oh, we can't prove anything. No, you just can't prove anything in general relativity. So you don't throw proof out because you can't prove something in one thing.
I'm not throwing proof out, but 90% of stuff in science is like that, where we can't fully dissect it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why we don't say it's the truth, or we take it as a fact.
So I'm still waiting for my original question to be answered. I mean, do you have any empirical evidence, i.e., objective facts, of the Earth being a spheroid flying through space?
Sure, let's just go for the two rotation points, one in south, one in north.
Okay, and flat Earth, do we have any contrary evidence as to that being a misperception?
So I've seen that you can have your own personal dome of stars, but that's kind of an explanation, not a fact. You now have to go out and do the science on that.
So what's your fact to support your antipodal star rotation going different directions? So looking up is good enough to have a fact?
Sure, you can figure out geometry by looking at the geometry of an object.
And you don't think perspective has any play in that?
Perspective cannot make things rotate the opposite way.
No. Your perspective, right, can be misconceived through the fact that you don't have an ultimate perspective, you have a fixed perspective.
Yeah, sure. That's completely fair enough. But then, so Flat Earth would have to come out and go, well, this is the reason that this happens, and here's the objective facts behind it. So I've seen that there's a personal dome, but there isn't actually any evidence for that specifically yet.
But the problem is you conceded to the fact that having an ultimate perspective versus a fixed relative perspective could easily skew the results. Therefore, your evidence that you just provided isn't objective fact now, is it? It's quite subjective.
It's flawed. Yeah.
No, that's why I said that in my brain, Dicelo, it's not just this one fact that proves the Earth. It's
I understand
multitude of straws. This is just one thing.
I get that. But again, we're asking for objective facts. We're not asking for an amalgamation of information to support your subjective biasy and label it a fact. I'm asking for demonstrable evidence upon one specific thing so we can make a conclusion and not just be left with subjective interpretation. That's the whole point. So if you're going to appeal to a multitude of information to support your biasy, then you don't really have an objective fact. The objective fact is certain that it's subjective.
Okay, Dicelo, this is what science is, an amalgamation of arguments. That is what science is.
And that's current science, i.e. appeal to consensus.
That's all
the
science.
denotate of original science wasn't supported this way.
That's I don't know where you've got that, but you've just made that up. That is what science is. It's the straw that broke the camel's back.
There's two branches of science. You got modern science and you've got original science. Okay? Modern science is consensus based. Original science is not. Those are the differences.
It's tangible.
Okay, you're
tangible,
telling me a
physical
story.
Evidence.
Dicelo, you've just
Have you
told
got
me a
any
story.
tangible physical evidence for the globe? Tangible physical evidence is what we're asking
Yes,
for, please.
the dual rotation.
Where is it? Tangible physical evidence of the globe. Where do you have it?
The dual rotation points.
That's not tangible. That's not physical. Sorry.
Okay,
Because
that is
like
both
was just
tangible
said,
and physical.
Due to your perspective,
It might be it doesn't prove a ball, though. The ball would be an assumption based on that objective fact. Like if you say, hey, it is an objective fact that we have two poles, right? Good. Two poles or two star rotational poles, quote unquote, doesn't equate to the Earth being a ball. That would be the assumption you make from the objective fact.
Okay, so I agree with you somewhat that this one thing by itself doesn't prove anything, but no one thing by itself
so
proves anything.
That's gone then.
No. See, wait. There's your problem. You don't throw something. No.
Yes, we do. We
Hey,
have to disregard.
Jin, let's not interrupt him, bro. He's got like 4 people compiled on top of him. Let's just give him some breathing room to answer the question.
I didn't realize that. Okay, I'll back out.
Okay. So you don't throw something away. That is horrible, horrible science. You have a fact, you have an observation or whatever, and then you compile that with all of your other observations, and then you come to a conclusion based off of all of them. So now we have this one observation that there is 2 rotation points. If we do just simple geometry, there's only a few shapes that can work of. But of course, there might be some explanation for it on a flat Earth. It's just I haven't actually seen an explanation that has facts behind it yet. I've seen stories about stuff, but no proven stuff.
The explanation can never be the fact, because the fact is what you're explaining. Do you see that difference?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so how can there be facts behind a flat Earth explanation if we just agreed that no explanation can be a fact? It is a story about the facts. So you're just dismissing things because you're like, somebody will give you a perfectly flat parking lot and you'll just dismiss it. Like, no, that's not flat Earth evidence, right? Like, and this is the word semantical games.
Sorry, what I meant for that is, for the dual rotation points, I've seen one explanation, which is we have our own local star dome. And that's an explanation, sure, but it doesn't have any tangible facts behind it. No one's gone out and observed this dome around us. There isn't any actual science behind it. It's just currently a story. I'm saying story, but you know what I mean. It's currently an explanation that doesn't have backing.
Nobody's observed the entire ball either. That's just another explanation that has no backing based on the objective fact of the stars that we see. So it really, all it comes down to is, you know, what are your personal beliefs on the objective facts, right? And then, but you're also throwing out the objective facts. You're saying we don't even have the objective facts to make subjective opinions on. And that's a big problem.
We do have objective facts to make subjective opinions on. One of the facts is we have a dual rotation point. So of course that could happen on a flat Earth, but there isn't any explanation for that. Geometry requires certain shapes for that.
You said there was no absolute proof, right? It was 99.9%, which is, that's subjective. Like if I have a subjective opinion, it's not a fact. It's not 100%. It's my opinion.
No, okay. So that is specifically in the case of science where we allow future discoveries to happen. There are, of course, objective facts.
Okay, not to be a stickler, but besides you thinking, Can you give me an objective fact of like the world that doesn't pertain to just you? Is there an objective fact that me and you can share?
Yeah, we're both on Discord having a conversation. There are many, many objective facts.
Okay, and those objective facts are 100% true. And like, could there ever be a change in technology that me and you are not talking on Discord, even though that's what we're doing? Like, could there be a discovery made that would make this objective fact of us talking on Discord not real?
No, we are talking on Discord. That is objective.
Well, there you go. So we got some objective facts, and there are some 100% in the world.
Yeah, I've always said this. I'm saying for science, when we have some argument or some theorem or whatever that we present, you just always allow space for future discoveries.
Right hand could be AI. So you're not talking to a person, you're talking to a robot. So that would change the fact if you discovered that.
I mean, sure, but I don't think AI is advanced enough yet for that.
Don't you think that's a little counterintuitive? So reality is objective and can prove things, but then we go to science and it doesn't prove anything and it's subjective. So what's the point of science? Why don't we just stick to reality?
Semantics. This is semantics. If I'm 99.999% sure of something, I will just refer to it as a fact. Although it's technically not correct, science does prove stuff to 99.99999% sure, so you can just call it a fact. It's just semantics.
Yeah. Well, I'm going around telling people, if science proves nothing, don't follow the science. When you hear them say to you, follow the science, don't follow it, because it doesn't prove anything.
Okay, is the heliocentric model and its current cosmology a 99.99999% basically fact?
Meh. If you're including all of cosmology, then to be honest, not that great, because we don't really know that much about cosmology.
Oh yeah. Is the solar system a 99.9999999% basically fact?
Yes.
Yeah, see, this is incorrect, right? I mean, if you even understood that belief, it admittedly isn't. It's equally valid to say that the Earth is not moving and it explains all the observations.
It would explain some of the observations, not all of them.
No, literally all of them.
No, it wouldn't explain our 2 points of rotation. It wouldn't explain fucking wind. It wouldn't explain lots and lots of these random things.
2 points of rotation. So a stationary Earth wouldn't explain 2 points of rotation?
Not in its current form. It doesn't really. I've seen, again, like I said, I've seen your own personal stardome, but that's not.
Oh, now you're talking about flat Earth. You're talking about flat Earth specifically now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you not referencing that?
No, because I'm pointing out that your claim that the solar system is basically a fact is incorrect, even according to relativity. That's not true at all. To quote Einstein, right? Like whether the sun moves around the Earth or the Earth moves around the sun are equally valid and a meaningless question.
Yeah. So if you were to just observe the sun moving, you wouldn't be able to show whether it's you or the sun moving. That one observation, you can't show it. But if you compile all of the other observations, then yes, you can show that you are rotating around the sun.
No. Name one that's exclusive to us moving around the sun, please.
Bloody, let's see, anything. The fact that there is a distance from us to the sun, plus we add in parallax to that, shows that we are rotating around the sun.
Parallax of the sun?
Parallax of just distant stars from us.
Oh, parallax isn't exclusive to the Earth moving. How do you not know this?
No, parallax is just a maths thing. It's just the way you calculate your distance to something.
So evidence that the solar system is a 99.999% fact is that we see stars change position, and that's actually proof that they're not changing position. It just looks like that because we're moving. You can't tell.
Okay, so I just pulled these two. Literally, you heard me pause, and it was off the top of my head. So I apologize if
Oh
it
yeah, I
isn't
just
the
dunked on it.
greatest
I just dunked on it
example.
off the top of my head while I'm checking out at a store. Like it's stupid.
But no, the fact that we have a distance to the sun, and then our distance relative to, our stars, our background changes, shows that we must be moving around this sun because geometry, just kind of geometry.
No, that's incorrect. So again, what the solar system model claims is that the stars look like they move, they change position, but it's just an illusion. They're not actually changing position or moving. It looks like that because we're moving, but we just can't tell.
If you include the fact that we have a distance to the sun and you just include basic geometry, then yes, the fact that there is parallax, geometry, parallax, and our distance to the sun is all you need to show that we rotate around the sun.
Incorrect. So I obviously could take the bait and debate you about knowing that we're that far from the sun, but I'm not going to, because even if I granted you 93 million miles away, which is just pseudoscience, there's still a kinematic equivalence geometrically. So that's objectively wrong. You can have a neotychonic system where the sun is 93 million miles away, all these planets move around it, and then all move around the Earth. That doesn't move. And you get the exact same effect of parallax, aberration, retrograde. So this was the reason I did this too, by the way, is because it's a perfect example, right? Usually what happens is people say the 99.999% thing so that they can just leave open the possibility of just drastically changing all of it whenever they want to. And then they apply it to stuff like the solar system when in reality, that isn't true. It isn't even true in your own paradigm. A simple application of relativity necessitates a kinematic equivalent.
Okay,
So there is no astronomical observation that is exclusive to the solar system, much less demonstrates it's a 99.999% fact.
So, sorry, let me just understand. Are you saying that we could have parallax, we could have distance, and we could have geometry, but everything else in the universe is just spinning or whatever, moving exactly perfect to show that we are still standing still?
Everything moving around the Earth, yeah, like we observe. Your position is that that's an illusion.
Okay, so if you were to make that claim, then I would say no, that the way that stuff would have to move would break the laws of physics.
So now we've switched over to a dynamic argument. So you're conceding, of course, that your claim of kinematic impossibility, which is geometry, which is specifically what you said, was incorrect. So now we can move over to dynamic.
I kind of just assumed that the laws of physics were a base assumption that we were going to take. So you know what? I guess I didn't name the laws of physics, so sure, I'll concede that.
No, you specifically invoke geometry, which is kinematics.
Yeah, but under my baseline assumption was that the laws of physics are there and exist. I just thought that was so obvious that I didn't have to state it. I mean, technically, I didn't state it.
Are these laws of physics objective facts?
Yeah, laws of physics are.
Okay, so relativity is an objective fact?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
This is where you go semantics, where you go, it's fucking 99.99% sure.
It's where I dunk on you with your own religion. So relativity necessitates a dynamic equivalence as well.
Explain that.
Yeah, so you have a real set of inertial forces. So if applying relativity in Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics, both of which are used to explain the solar system, you can have the Earth being stationary. So, say with the Newtonian dynamic framework, right, you would have a real set of inertial forces as opposed to them being fictitious. So you'd have centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces that would be real, and the angular momentum of the cosmos moving around the Earth would give you all the same dynamic relationship with the center of mass of the Earth. And then relativity basically just says that you can literally treat anything as the center, and it would all work.
You've made this claim, but I don't think that's true. I mean, technically, I'm not going to go out there and I'm not going to do the maths of if these things have to rotate around the Earth and the sun, the fucking speeds that they'd have to move at, and the way that they'd have to move would... I'm making the assumption here, I guess. I'm pretty confident in this assumption that it would break the laws of physics, the way that shit would have to move to make that paradigm true.
Okay, so your specific argument is that the stuff would have to move too fast.
Both too fast and in unnatural ways that can't be explained.
No, they can all be. Relativity says you can use anything as the center. You can use Jupiter, Mars, you name it. You can use it all. It's a dynamic and kinematic equivalent. You know, your argument needs to be specifically anything outside of Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light.
No, okay. So when I say that stuff would have to move in unnatural ways, as in a planet would have to just do a 180 and start moving exactly in that speed in the opposite direction. I don't know of a specific mechanic that could even do that.
Incorrect. That's not true. So that's what you're now talking about retrograde, which is back to a kinematic geometric claim, and that's incorrect.
I'm not. Okay,
what are you talking about when you say it goes 180?
Okay, so to have the entire universe rotate around the Earth and the Sun, because you've quote unquote given me the fact that we have the distance to the Sun, planets, solar systems, all of it would have to just move in completely unnatural ways.
You're just vaguely saying that, and I know all the specifics, which is why you're avoiding the specificity like the plague. So you're incorrect. And when you say 180, you can only be talking about retrograde, but you don't understand that in a neotychonic system with all the planets moving around the sun, you would see the exact same thing. It would be literally the exact same cause as it is in the heliocentric model, that it just appears that way from our perspective, although it's actually just moving around the sun. So it looks like it's going backwards from our perspective because it's actually moving around the sun and the sun's moving around us. Okay, the actual argument dynamically is that it would have to go faster than the speed of light past Neptune because of that distance. So to go around the Earth, it would have to go faster than the speed of light. But according to relativity, also general relativity specifically says that the claim. This is Einstein verbatim, basically. Einstein said that the claim of the constancy of the speed or the constancy of the velocity of light in a vacuum, which is a vacuum, can no longer claim unlimited validity according to the laws of general relativity. And although this is contrary to special relativity and appears that it would lay it in the dust, this is not true because sometimes in science or sometimes in physics, things just apply differently at different scales. So Einstein himself said that applying general relativity, that there is no hard limit on the speed of light, whether that comes to information or material.
So last bit's true, but more importantly, who are you arguing with right now? Because I'm guessing you're reading off some script, but you're pushing my argument into a thing that isn't the thing that I'm arguing. Because
you think I'm reading something?
Yeah, I'm assuming so because of the way you're speaking.
Jeep, dude. I'm driving a Jeep.
I don't know, the way you were speaking, it just seemed like you were reading something, but you are not arguing my argument. Okay, so when we had the geocentric model, there were specific movements of planets that we couldn't quite explain. They did a wobble every now and again. And that is the type of stuff that I'm talking about. There would have to be weird wobbles. Yeah.
It's called retrograde.
Okay, sure. I don't think that was all of them.
That is all of it.
I don't believe so, but there was just unnatural movements that we couldn't quite explain, and we said in the geocentric model they just were this way because they were. And stuff like that is what I'm talking about when I say that if we were to fix the Earth and the Sun, things would have to make unnatural movements for everything to make sense.
Wrong.
Okay. You're just wrong. Exactly. Like, this is wild. So, again, there's a neotychonic system where all the planets move around the sun while the sun moves around the Earth. Okay? This explains retrograde, aberration, parallax, everything. Well known. I can drop you plenty of papers.
I'm not just talking about our solar system. I'm talking about literally everything in the universe.
Okay, so now we're not just talking about the solar system. And as we actually go outside the solar system, it gets worse for you because establishing the dynamic and kinematic equivalence, once we extend it beyond the solar system, we now need to invoke, for your model, accelerative expansion of the universe, which means we now need that Hubble constant to be caused by some type of mechanism, which is called the cosmological constant, which is currently claimed to be something called dark energy, which is undefined, no one can explain or even find. So the geocentric model doesn't need accelerative expansion. Therefore, the geocentric model is actually more viable because it doesn't have the dark energy problem. So getting outside the solar system gets way worse for you.
You are just adding stuff that has nothing to do with my original point. My original point was if you fix the Earth and the Sun, things within our solar system and outside of it would have to make unnatural movements that, under our laws of physics, cannot be explained.
They would not, though. So I'm going to explain it one more time. So let's use retrograde for an example, right? Where the planet looks like it goes backwards. The heliocentric model claims it just looks like that because we're moving around the sun and so are those planets. So based on where they are in relation to us and the sun and them moving around the sun, they'll look like they're going backwards and really they're just orbiting the sun. But from our perspective, it'll look like they're going backwards. They're not actually going backwards. It just looks like that because they're orbiting the sun. That's the heliocentric model's explanation. The neotectonic system's explanation is exactly the same thing. That because those planets are moving around the sun, in relation to the Earth, it will look like they're going backwards, even though they're actually not going backwards. They're just orbiting the sun. It's literally exactly the same. So there is no change of motion that's unnatural and inexplicable on a geocentric model. That isn't true. It isn't true. The only claim of dynamics that you can even claim wouldn't work would be this, that things beyond Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light.
Okay, so we fixed the Earth and the Sun in this specific example. So things would have to rotate around not just the Sun, but also the Earth. So yes, there would be retrograde that couldn't be explained under our laws of physics.
Dude, did you not even listen?
I did, but again, you said that everything would have to rotate around the Sun in this explanation. In our situation where you've quote-unquote given me the distance to the sun and everything, things wouldn't have to rotate around the sun. They would rotate about some middle center point between the sun and the Earth.
No. So in a neotectonic system, which you're clearly not familiar with, all the planets are moving around the sun. And the sun carries the planets with them as it goes around the Earth. Do you understand? This explains retrograde the same exact way the heliocentric model would, which is that it's just a perspective thing because in relation to us, it looks like it's going backwards, when in fact, it's actually just moving in relation to the sun in an orbit. Like I just talked to the PhD astronomer. I just talked to a PhD astronomer about it specifically. It's recorded on YouTube. A PhD astronomer that runs an observatory. He will even tell you that retrograde is 100% not exclusive to heliocentrism.
Okay, so here's where the laws of physics come in. Everything rotating around the sun and then the sun rotating around us would just break the laws of physics.
How so?
Be specific.
Earth would have to also rotate around the sun. Why wouldn't it? Because it's a mass.
Okay, because the center of mass would be at the Earth.
The Earth would have to have insane amount of mass then.
Incorrect. There's no dynamic requirement for there to be an amount of mass that determines the center of mass of the universe.
The center of mass of the universe would be around... Oh, okay. See what you're saying. So you're saying everything has a center point. You add up all the masses and the Earth is the center of the universe, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah, so that one assumption breaks the laws of physics because Earth is not the center of mass of the universe. There you go.
Just because you say so. So first of all, it doesn't break the law of physics just because you baselessly say that's not the case. So applying relativity or Newtonian mechanics, it 100% does not break those quote-unquote laws of physics.
I will give you that if you make the assumption that the Earth is the center of mass of the universe, you can have retrograde and you can explain. Let's even give you all of it. But you would have to make that assumption. Your assumption is already based off of a false premise. So your entire argument falls apart. Because Earth is not the center of the mass of the universe.
How do you know?
Because obviously it isn't. Nothing.
How so?
Because everything doesn't happen around the Earth, man. We are not that special.
Oh, now you've just invoked a philosophy that the Earth can't be special. So what's so funny, though, is actually the heliocentric model says everything we observe in the deepest parts of space behave exactly like they would if the Earth was the center of mass of the universe. Every observation we make astronomically looks like the Earth's in the center, but that's just an illusion because of accelerative expansion.
So that's only to do with redshift. That is to do with not all to do with center of mass. That is only to do with the expansion of the universe and redshift.
Buddy, you said it can't be the case because Earth isn't special. You didn't even make anything but a philosophical argument. Okay, I pointed out that, well, if you want to talk about actual evidence, which would be the astronomical observation, all of them show us that the Earth's in the center. Your model claims that's an illusion.
So that is to do with literally physically being in the center, not the center of mass. You're conflating these two now. The center of mass of the universe and the center of the universe are two different things.
Not in this situation. There is no center of mass of the universe in your model.
There probably is.
No, there's not. There's no center in your model, which is also retarded. There was a singularity and everything expanded out from that point, but there's no center. But that's your own paradoxical belief. I don't care. The point is,
I mean, realistically, there would be a center of mass of the universe. We just don't know where all of the masses in the universe are.
Oh, your model specifically claims there is not one.
I don't believe you for a moment. The only thing you'd have to do to calculate a center of mass would be know all of the distances and know all of the masses. We just don't know where all of the distances and masses are. We can't calculate it. Doesn't mean there isn't one.
You're assuming a finite universe. You understand that wouldn't happen on an infinite universe, right?
Thank you. And actually,
where all of the masses are.
Your model can't claim there's a center of mass in general, because what that would mean is that everything would be moving in relation to that center. So we would see red and blue shift relative to the center. So we wouldn't see everything redshifting.
No, center of mass is kind of just a mathematical concept. All you'd have to do is calculate it.
Does everything rotate around the center of mass?
It wouldn't have to specifically, no. Center of mass is just kind of a mathematical concept.
Of the center of rotation.
The center of rotation of bodies is usually about the center of mass of that system. That doesn't. No, because there can be outside influences.
Okay, which try to just counter the center of rotation. It would be an additional force. Yeah, so the center of rotation is still. Buddy, here's the deal, man. Your model claims that there is no center to the universe. This is a fact, dude.
Center to the universe. These probably are. Same as there probably is a center of mass. You would just have to know all of the information to calculate it, and we just don't know all the information. And by the way, Bacon, for your point, if the universe was expanding, the center of mass would just be changing a bit. That doesn't mean there wouldn't be a center of mass, right?
No, that's a misconception on the geometry of the universe. There's options for the geometry of the universe. There's the option of flat geometry, in which case the universe would be infinite, which doesn't make sense for it to have a center. But it could have like a closed geometry, in something like the surface of a four-dimensional sphere. In that case, the center of the universe is not it's not in the universe itself. It's outside of the universe. So you don't have the center of the universe inside of the universe, even if there is a center of the universe, depending on which geometry the universe actually is. So the thing about the universe having a center, that's a common misconception. It's not how the universe works.
No, sorry, I mean a center of mass, as in that's kind of just a mathematical concept. You could probably just calculate it. I mean, sure, I get what you're saying. If the shape of the universe is like a horse saddle, it could be outside of the universe, but you could probably calculate it. It just kind of is arbitrary.
That's only if the curvature of the universe is extrinsic. If it was intrinsic curvature, then there's no even outside the universe. And if, for example, if you pick a direction to go forever, at some point you'll go back to the position you started. So you're not going to get a center out of that kind of geometry. That there's really not an easy way to get a center of universe in current understanding of cosmology.
I'm not quite understanding you, Baker. Even if the universe was this closed sphere, so like the actual fabric of the universe was, can't you still calculate some center of mass? Even if that center of mass would lie literally outside of our universe, you could still calculate some arbitrary center of mass, right?
Well, that's if there's an outside of the universe. So there are like two types of curvatures in curved geometry. You have intrinsic curvature and you have extrinsic curvature. The extrinsic curvature would imply that the universe is like literally curved inside of an extra dimension in which it can curve. And there's the intrinsic curvature where that's just how the universe is. There's no extra dimension for the universe, so there's no outside of the universe. It's simply how the geometry of the universe works. So as you go, for example, in one, if you just pick a direction and go forever in that direction, you would get back to the position where you were. And you're not going around a certain point where you could calculate the center, because there's no going around if the curvature is intrinsic. It's a bit complicated. I don't expect to explain this whole concept like right now, but what I'm trying to tell you is that there's really not a way to get a center of a universe in modern understanding of cosmology. Maybe one that would be outside of the universe, but I mean center of mass, but it's still I don't think anyone would argue that.
Did you just describe a Pac-Man universe, Bacon? There, did I miss that? Did you just say Pac-Man universe?
Yeah, if the curvature of the universe is positive, I think, then yeah, the universe would be like a Pac-Man universe. If you could freeze the expansion and go in one direction, you would end up back where you started.
Oh, I love movies too. Has Hollywood done a movie on this? That'd be great. What is it expanded into, by the way?
No, they don't know.
That question makes as much sense as asking where's the center of mass. Like if there's no center of mass, there's no into. So it's
just say the outer space of outer space. That'd be fun.
Pac-Man Earth is ridiculous, but Pac-Man Universe, yeah, that's a logical conclusion.
No, shout out to
that's only for. That's only for. I've always been honest. Come on.
Don't get carried
What's outside the dome, fuckers? What's outside the dome?
I'm just saying, I like Bacon is being honest. I'm glad that he stepped in, and rarely do they step in to correct their own. So, like, this is an honest position, right? I mean, there can be no center. And also, there is no positive or negative curvature. It's called the flatness problem.
Yeah, the current measurement is that it's flat, but we don't have like an absolute precision on that. So it's either flat or the curvature is very sudden.
0.0 negative. I thought
the curvature is so close to zero that it's negligible.
Okay, but I mean, it doesn't mean it's zero. It's certainly zero. Like it might be just that the curvature let's say it's curved. It's positive curve. So let's say it's like a sphere, a 4D sphere, but it's such a huge sphere that locally the geometry works as if it's flat. Just like the thing about Earth being a sphere, and locally the surface pretty much looks flat.
Yeah, Bacon, I thought it was a 0.00 something negative because our universe is the shape of a Pringle or a horse head or whatever you want to call it.
To be specific, it's 0.0 with 70 zeros.
Well,
so
I'm not sure. As far as I know, it's pretty close to flat, but we don't have enough. We don't have absolute precision on that. So.
Well, we have enough precision to have the current measurement of 70 zeros.
Yeah.
That's
very close to flat.
Pretty damn precise. And the current theory, of course, is the inflation theory, which is that at the Big Bang there was in fact curvature, but due to the inflation, it straightened the curvature out. This is how they tried to fix the flatness problem. This also would solve the horizon problem. So that's why the inflation word has now been thrown into modern cosmology, right? Because it was needed to solve the flatness and horizon problems.
Yeah, it's not my territory. I had no.
Well, it's all good.
I want.
Now
I
you
want.
know.
I want to agree or disagree with that because I had no clue.
You check it
What's
out though,
the
bro.
horizon
You
problem?
understand
Sorry.
the idea is that there was such an immense, intense inflation at the beginning of the Big Bang that it flattened out the curvature. But now they're running into a problem of light. So now they have kind of this early galaxy formation problem. And so one of the suggestions is what's called early dark energy. I mean that dark energy was a much stronger force at the beginning. I mean, obviously they can't define the dark energy, but they're just saying whatever it is, it was stronger at the beginning. But now that's clashing with the inflation theory. So they're like at a standstill because they cannot get rid of the inflation theory because the flatness problem is a very serious issue. But it's mathematically and statistically impossible, effectively, right, for an explosion or expansion to result in a flatness. So, like a
Our
grenade
cosmology
exploding
understanding
wouldn't
is
be.
pretty shit. Like, to be fair, like that is a completely fair point. Our cosmology understanding is relatively, compared to any other science, is pretty fucking bad.
So then those of us who are actually suggesting alternative cosmology should be embraced with open arms, not ridiculed, huh?
On the sake of cosmology on the small scale, not really. It's okay, but when we're talking about cosmology of the entire universe, we really can't even make good predictions. We can just observe and try to scramble together our best ideas.
The small scale spills over into the big scale, though. Like if we make claims about the small scale, it has implications on the big scale. Very simple stuff. Right. Like if we claim the solar system, like it's a tactic used in here for sure. Like let's just compartmentalize and talk about the solar system. You don't get to do that though. You don't get to do that because if in fact the solar system is true and we have observations of distant galaxies now, then we have to invoke an entire cosmology of accelerative expansion. So actually, to have the solar system model in modern times with all the observations that we have to have the Hubble and cosmological constant. It's required. So all these cosmological problems are joined at the hip with the solar system claim.
You said something before about the horizon problem or something. I've never heard of that. What is that?
Yeah. So have you ever heard of an event horizon? It's basically like the limit in which an event, meaning like an interaction, can happen. So the idea is, okay, I'll try to do this as simply as possible. So they say if you assume a maximum speed of information, right, which is c, the speed of light, that's the maximum speed for all information, right, assumed in current cosmology. So speed equals distance over time. So we have a time of 13.5 billion years. So now we have filled the speed and we filled the time, which means we now know the answer to the distance, right? And the maximum distance would be based on the maximum time, which is 13.5 billion years, and the maximum speed, which is the speed of light. So there's a maximum distance that a particle could interact with another particle and then travel away from it. And that maximum distance it can get away is called the horizon. So if you draw a point in the universe and you draw a circle around it, that's the horizon, the event horizon. The problem is that to have a homogeneous distribution of energy and temperature based on everything that we know about physics, there would have to be a direct interaction between these particles because they're homogeneous. But they couldn't have interacted with each other because they're such greater distances than that event horizon or cosmic horizon. There you go, gosh. So you have that horizon, and that's as far out as the particles could have interacted. But if you were to draw this horizon in like the CMB, it's a little circle. There are particles way further than that. So it's called the horizon problem, right? That there's no way, based on our understanding of the universe, that these particles could have directly interacted and gotten that far away from each other, right? In the amount of time we have with the maximum speed they can go. So it's called because they have to directly interact with each other to have homogeneous distribution. So it's called the horizon problem. But now they say, well, they did directly interact, but the inflation was so intense at the very beginning that it allowed them to get further away from each other. And they really just kind of leave that ambiguous. They don't really talk about how that still would end up being faster than C. And well, then they end up saying, well, space itself can go faster than C. But then you ask them, well, what about, does that mean if the space between the objects are moving, does that mean the objects are also moving away from each other? Well, yeah, but not that fast. Well, at the beginning with inflation, it would be that fast, which means that actually the particles and the material and the energy would all have to go faster than the speed of light at the beginning. But either way, they just kind of leave that part unanswered and they say stuff like early dark energy or whatever. So hopefully that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I get you. To be honest, dark energy, I don't think it's anything any of us could speak on, but our understanding of cosmology is just not that great when it's early universe.
But can you honestly say that wouldn't you find it interesting that a geocentric model doesn't need dark energy? Because the reason we need dark energy is for accelerative expansion. So that's the cause of the expansion, which is called the cosmological constant, which is what dark energy is proposed to be. So we need the cosmological constant to explain what the mechanism or cause of the Hubble constant is. Of course, it's called the Hubble constant because Hubble discovered distant galaxies were moving in relation to the Earth and blah, 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 blah. So he's attributed to the expansions attributed to him. So that's why it's called the Hubble constant, which is the rate at which everything expands away. Right? So you now need something that causes it to expand, some type of energy, and that's called dark energy right now. But if when we looked out and we saw everything moving in relation to the Earth, it was actually just because the Earth is in the center, then you don't need accelerative expansion to explain why it looks like that. Therefore, you don't need a cause of accelerative expansion. So a geocentric model actually doesn't have the dark energy problem, which is why I was explaining to you, it's actually more viable than a heliocentric one. I got to vacuum my Jeep though.
Yeah, I actually got to go make food. I'm sorry to dip out of the conversation.
Go show you around. Go show.
What happened? There's no one talking?
Yeah, no one's talking. I was trying to see if Kosho was around, but he's not.
Bro, there are objective facts about reality, 100%. No question.
Yeah.
Hey, man, can I be heard?
We hear you. What's up?
Was my mic working before this?
What?
Could you hear me before?
No. Only now. How's it going?
It's going. Hold on. Well, I'm gonna fix a few things. I brought you up. I brought up Bacon. I brought up Jeremy. Brought up a few people, and my mic wasn't working. But yeah, I was actually shouting you out, Napalm, because I was in 24/7 last night, and I got
Oh,
banned.
you got banned last night?
Yeah, because they were on some shit, dude. I heard you in there, and I thought you were making a good argument. And they asked to see that electrostatic tension in the atmosphere, and
I was
actually, I
starting to
posted
go.
evidence.
I was starting to go down it, and whether you agree with me or not, right? I was getting to my point of when I was gonna have the crescendo of my argument, and moderation stepped in to ensure that we needed to go back to only one of the three things that you can discuss in that server. Apparently, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, and in doing that, it ended the conversation that this is what always happens. I don't want to get into it about what happens in there, but yeah, the dude left, you left, and they're just circling. I don't want to get into it, but yeah, they banned me because Miggy, who used to be cool, uh, he asked me a question. He's like, "Hey, just get in voice and answer this question." I was like, "Oh, I can't, I'm mowing the lawn." And he's like, "You got 10 seconds." I'm gonna count down. I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I couldn't get in, and he just banned me. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's more regimented than it used to be around that place. I don't know. But it doesn't allow
I won't
for
say too much
the.
about it.
Yeah, my only concern is there's a bunch of good people over there that it doesn't allow for the expansion of ideas, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, like if the objective is to understand and know the truth is the truth. It shouldn't be scared to discuss things. I mean, I get it. That's their thing, is make zero claims and you can never be wrong. There's a lot of people that do that, right? If everything is a negation but you stand on nothing, what are you really like? What are you really actually standing for, at least in my opinion?
No, you're right, man. I think that this server nurtures valuable conversations, or at least can nurture valuable conversations. So that sometimes can be the outcome. Other places where the focus is something different, um, almost definitely have no choice but to nurture or destroy conversation, really. And yeah, so anyway, that's not like I said, I don't want to get into too much about that server, but I was going to say, because I'm banned in there, and because Mickey sort of got under my skin a little bit with that whole thing. He was inviting people to have like an official with anybody over there, and I want somebody to ask him if he'll debate me on something. It doesn't matter what it is, but just tell him I'd like to have a debate with him. It doesn't have to be just anybody in here. If you go on that server at any point in time, you talk to them. Just let them know I said that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I pop over in that server every now and again, listen for a little while, whatever, if there's anything going on. But yeah, I might. I mean, I popped in last night and it was like, I don't know. Whatever.
Bro, we could just get it popping here, dude. Like, it ain't hard. If I just start talking, like, people just come in. Like, you can get it popping here easy out of nowhere.
Yeah, Jeremy, I mean, it sounds like, here's the thing, though. Would Miggy come here to debate you, Kosha? Do you think he would do that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was going to ask. You know, that would be the preferred. If you do invite him, tell him, yeah. I mean, this is basically a flatter server, maybe from his perspective. But yeah, that'd be my preference. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure, like, I can reach out to him and ask him. I don't know. They seem to be like, I don't know, not like they're drawing lines in the sand. Unfortunately, it's like you either agree with the ideas of quantum physics or you're somehow banished. So
I'll say it like this: I think Huey has had too much of a negative influence on them.
I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure probably after I left, the room got scolded. I'm sure. Got a toe tag everybody comes in here.
Yeah, exactly what they did.
Was it?
It's exactly what they did, and yeah, and he basically told them to don't let them like focus on what they're wrong about, and don't talk about anything else except for the thing that you've identified that they're incorrect about. Basically, saying that was the purpose, just to make them look wrong.
I mean, I get it. I understand. I was in that server a lot for a long time. Actually, most of the time I was around, like a lot of people that hang out there often now were not hanging around there that often. But like, I get where they're coming from and wanting to ensure that, the foundation, people's foundational beliefs that they have don't have the empirical basis that they may have thought they had, and to stay on that, sure. But once you get somebody to understand that they don't have any of those things, then there's nothing to do, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And it's like most of the people, if they do understand that concept, that they don't have really the empiricism surrounding measured curvature, axial rotation, and gas pressure without containment, then maybe they might have more questions. I'm not sure, but it seems as though like once those 3 points are met, then it's just a browbeating of those 3 points over and over again, which doesn't really necessarily, I don't know. I don't know if it helps people on their journey or hinders people on their journey.
Definitely makes for good pep rally conversation.
I think there's an argument saying it stifles people as well, don't you think, Napalm? I mean, it seems like certain folks are being corralled into a corner. That's the way it seems to me. I don't know. I want to be like have a freedom, an expression of thinking. I want to be able to just. You see what I'm saying? Am I wrong by saying
That's precisely what was being stifled last night after Napalm. The criticism against what he was saying was that it's exactly what the criticism was. That basically, they have something, the globe or whatever has this unsubstantiated belief, and instead of challenging it with another belief, the point is just to shut his shit down. That's uh, but like you said, like then you stifle conversation, but then you can't talk about whatever alternative there is.
Yeah. I mean, I was going down the road like this. This gentleman had no real actual experiment to prove a cause and effect relationship of what he was claiming gravity was. It's kind of like a lot of people just claiming that gravity is just 9.8 meters per second squared, which is nothing more than acceleration. Like we don't care about that, right? We can all measure an effect. The question is, what is the cause of that effect, right? Why is there this up and down bias, and regardless of the rate in which things accelerate, right? The example that he was giving, the only independent variable that was taking place was the medium in which the object was residing, right? And it was changing the amount of acceleration, meaning the acceleration was slower in a more dense medium than it was in a vacuum. So he wasn't actually putting forth an experiment that proves what gravity is or the cause of gravity or anything like that. So we were going down that road, and I was just trying to tell him that there was no causal nature within that. And he just kind of got frustrated and was like, well, then what do you think the cause is? And I was like, I could give you what I think the cause might be. And that's when I just threw out the incoherent electrostatic acceleration, right? And I was getting ready to start to explain it in depth, and then, yeah. Because with that, you can actually have an experiment where you can induce electrostatics to have things move in an up and down vector based on a charge differential, right? And I was going down the road of, we know that there is a increase in voltage as you get further away from the surface of the Earth. It's very simple.
And that was being doubted as well. And even after that was also part of the reason why I got banned.
Yeah, I saw somebody added me. I saw that this morning, that somebody added me, like, who's, the question, like, who's demonstrated this, blah, blah, blah. It's been demonstrated a lot. You can find a ton of videos on it.
Yeah, of course.
As you send something up that is able to acquire the static electricity within the air, the higher you go up, the more that it's going to send a current. I mean, it's.
Have you seen Dell stuff, Napalm, from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, saying how the Earth's rising up to your feet?
No, but that sounds like some
never mind,
shit.
Jeremy. Let me just ask Napalm. Have you seen any of that, Napalm?
No, but it sounds like some Einstein shit.
What would be let's say I'm commenting in Dell's comment section on his latest video. What could I put that would be like definitive to say no, it's definitely not rising up?
Well, here's the first thing you could
Jeremy, bloody hell! I'm asking Napalm a question.
Oh, I thought that was the room. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I would just put it back on him, right? So the same way that you would want to ask for somebody to prove to you that the Earth is rotating, they would have to prove that the Earth is moving upwards, right? So what is the experiment where you're actually proving that the Earth is accelerating upwards, and if it is accelerating upwards, what in relation to what? How did you determine that? So.
Well, he's dropping something in. So he's got water, right? He's got a bottle. And he's dropping a weight inside it, and he drops it in free fall. The weight stops falling. There's density and buoyancy no longer are a thing in free fall. There's no displacement of gases or liquid in free fall. Therefore, it's not accelerating. This is his argument. It's based on demonstration. Not his opinion. It's based on demonstration.
The free fall is just matching the acceleration, right? The question is, where is the acceleration coming from, right? So we have this acceleration that we measure, right? The same way that people call that acceleration gravity. So that acceleration, where is it stemming from, right?
This is what I'm saying, though, Napalm. Acceleration causes displacement of gases and liquids, doesn't it?
Guys, I just want to add my 2 cents after, please. It'll be quick. I won't be able to talk in a second. Go ahead, Abe.
This is what I was saying last night. This is why, I mean, Kosho brought it a few weeks back where he said proper acceleration. This is how the globe explains it. This is why anybody serious who really knew what they were talking about would not argue with a flat earther, because they'd think it were fucking retarded just saying density and buoyancy. I'm telling you, this is ridiculous. Dell's putting a good argument on the table, and his only conclusion is that the Earth's moving up. And give me something definitive that I can write in his comment section that it isn't.
So the claim is that it's moving upwards because go ahead then, Jeremy. Go ahead.
I only got a second. I'm about to walk into a gas station. I'm not about to talk about this, but anyways, the only way that the Earth moving up covers gravity is if you have it accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. Any other movement up doesn't really cover it. So there's that. So we would have to be accelerating up. You can't just be going up at 9.8 meters per second and not square it. It has to be that exact thing. Otherwise, it doesn't cover gravity. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, his latest video is Dell's latest video I'm talking about is Raichi on Quantum Eraser's channel, and it's really actually interesting. She holds her own. I would like to debate her on physics. My God, she knows her stuff. And
I'm in love with her, yeah.
You are, Kosho?
Yeah, well, secret. Go ahead.
I didn't hear that again, but anyway. Yeah, she holds her own. She's pretty good. Anyway, she's claiming she's making her own. She's saying it is accelerating up. Dell, he says it's moving at a constant rate. He's saying it's not accelerated, and these things are very different. And he also doesn't give a number either, which is, I mean, this is an issue.
Right. So the claim is that because things are in free fall, it eliminates what you would expect to see if there was an acceleration, right?
Yeah, same motion's creating the vector.
Hey, here's all you have to do to debunk it, okay? So ask them why is the free fall rate different at different times, different places?
Yeah. So here's the thing. One thing that this does solve, this upward acceleration, not saying that this is actually taking place, but what this does solve is the paradox that Zanuck has when he's talking about the Earth is moving up towards an object, but when you have antipodal objects, then it would have to be moving up in both directions, and we know that the Earth isn't expanding because you would have an ever increasing radius.
Yeah,
so
Jeremy actually made that point as well.
Yeah, so it solves that.
Yeah.
But then you still have the other issue like Witsit brought up. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying, Dell doesn't have to put a number on it. Dell doesn't have to put a number on it. We know the number. The number would have to be 9.8 meters per second squared. And do you know how fast we would be going just since we started this conversation?
Exactly.
No, that doesn't work, though, because it's different rates at different places and different times. So the globe model, what they say is sorry, my headphone died. They're like, the globe model says that it's due to mass, And so whenever it's a different rate, it must be that there's a different mass. And since they can just invoke underneath our feet and arbitrarily change the mass, then they're able to explain the fluctuations, right? But if you're just saying that it's the Earth physically moving up causing it, is it moving at different rates at different times?
Well, exactly. I mean, who's to say what's going on outside the reference frame? I mean, certainly not me. Certainly not you.
That's a good, you know, good point, but it's work. You know, we were talking about yesterday was that NERC place where all they do is drop the thing nonstop, and yeah, even they get different results in one spot. It's weight change over time, basically.
Yeah, but you said it already, dude, Jeremy. That's not even the problem. That's not even Dale's claim. Dale's not claiming acceleration.
No, he's not.
You know, if he was claiming acceleration, then his point would be, the one that's because obviously it would have to be going at the same rate everywhere, but it's accelerating. However, he's not even claiming acceleration. He's claiming a constant velocity. So he's wrong. There's a lot of ways he's wrong in that case.
Yeah, but even with the constant velocity claim, like my point, Rich refutes it, right? Like when we measure how fast things move, it changes. It changes in the same place, and it changes in different places, and it changes at altitude. So tell them thanks for playing.
Wait. So it's just what you're saying is it's just an agreed upon average, and it's not actual. It's different in different places. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's very close to that average, even when it changes. Okay, that's why the globe gets away with claiming that it's constant based on mass, but that the mass is different, so it changes. Here, I gotta order some.
Yeah, and that changes. I mean, even though it's small, it is a problem for the idea that the whole Earth would be moving upwards at some specific rate. If you have differences and variations, and those variations can change through different weather conditions and things like that. Like that poses a huge problem because you should, if in Dell's theory that the Earth is moving upward, you should experience the same rate no matter where you're at, regardless of conditions. Because if you have a varying rate, you would probably feel some of that, or you'd be able to measure it or meter it consistently across the whole entire thing.
You do feel your own weight, don't you? I mean, this is the thing. I was hanging off we've got some scaffolding outside, and I was hanging off it, and I was just thinking about the whole thing, and I was thinking about putting the whole thing together. Like, I don't know, it just made a lot of sense logically. I was thinking about like a gas pressure gradient. Oh yeah, it could explain that. I was thinking about why does water find its level? Oh, it could explain that. You know what I mean? It's the whole picture, a bigger picture. It seemed to make a lot of sense to me. I don't know.
Yeah, but we see the thing that we're able to do is we can induce movement with electrostatics, right? We know that we can do this. It's testable. It's repeatable.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to constantly overlook that because people want to say, oh, but in order to get a person to raise up off the ground with electrostatics, you'd have to induce so much that blah, 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 they would die. But yeah, true. But they would be able to increase. And we do know that we have this downward flow on the Earth, right? We know that if we increase in elevation from the surface of the Earth, as long as we are not grounded to the Earth, we are increasing in voltage. Like we're in a soup of ever increasing static voltage as we increase. And one thing that I find interesting, and I was just thinking about this actually this morning, is if you you can create a Marx generator, right? Which is basically you can take a jar of salt water and then place another jar of salt water inside of that jar, and then just have linkage between the jars to create, basically those jars create a capacitor just with salt water being separated. So I find it interesting, and I'm not trying to use the Bible as any proof of anything or whatever, but there's always been kind of a claim that there's waters above and waters below, regardless, right? So if we have these waters above and waters below, we would effectively be residing within a capacitor where you would have like a Gaussian surface or a differential difference above us and below us. So you have this constant downward flow that doesn't require the Earth to be accelerating at all whatsoever, but masses residing within that capacitor would be affected by that flow.
Yep. And then fluctuations within the surrounding electric field would cause it, which is literally what we see whenever we measure with the gravimeter. Like during lightning storms, thunderstorms, the object falls at different rates.
And density and buoyancy are a thing. Like, they do take place. The question isn't about the density and buoyancy, though.
Can
No,
anyone?
actually,
I'm questioning density because that's a baller term. Density is part of the heliocentric model, just like because density is based on the periodic table, which is based on the atomic weights, which is based on the heliocentric model. So again, I don't understand why people will throw out the heliocentric model when it talks about the shape, but then they go and accept the other half of the heliocentric model. It's so strange to me.
But we can test density and buoyancy.
But that's like saying, I can test gravity by dropping a rock. You're not.
No, it's not.
Okay, so what do you think voltage is? Can you give me a mechanical definition of voltage?
All right, this is the whole conversation is going to devolve now, where every single term that we're talking about doesn't count anymore, and we can know nothing.
Because if you say space-time, I'm going to ask what space-time is, but then you say voltage, and when I ask what it is, you don't want to answer it. Yeah,
No,
because
first of all,
hold on. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
I'm just going to mute you. I'm just going to let you know, Ditch, that if you start doing this right now, I'm going to mute you.
Oh, so
yeah,
once I
because you
start
wanted to
asking
talk about
questions,
density, and then you start talking about voltage, dude. Like, I don't get it.
Well, can I, without muting me, maybe try and just address the point. So density, quote, is based on the atomic structure, atomic weight of individual elements, which is based on gravity and mass. Okay, that's the heliocentric model. Density is the heliocentric model. That's why to find density, you need to know the mass. And to find the mass, that is related to gravity. Do you not see this?
Okay. No, you don't even know what you're talking about. But what's funny is whenever you brought up density and then you immediately switched it to voltage, like you can't even stay on point. But
so
density is just shut up, dude. Density is the idea of matter, a certain amount of matter and a certain amount of volume. Okay. Compactness of matter is a real thing. It's just factually a real thing. And if a human being that breathes oxygen wants to deny it, please go do it somewhere else, dude. Because we're actually having a productive conversation. And all that's going to happen now is we're going to devolve and no one's going to gain any further understanding of anything. So we can just summarize your entire point with, we don't actually know anything. Okay, we save time.
Okay, so I get to have a point, bro. You don't get just to make my point for me. All right. So you said density is the idea. Is that what can you just a yes or no? Did you say density is the idea?
I said it's compactness of matter.
Okay, the idea of the compactness of matter. So if I have hold on, don't get triggered. It's okay. If I have one square block of iron and one square block of tin, are you saying I don't have one volume of each? There's going to be more of one than the other?
Do you feel retarded right now, or are you actually oblivious to it?
Are you going to talk about the point and not me?
I already did.
No, you talked about me.
Listen carefully, buddy. And then you're screaming, don't get triggered. Like, no one even said anything. You're just, like, always super combative, and all you do is devolve the conversation. That's right. That's right. I'm talking about you, and if you keep interrupting me, I'm going to mute you. I don't even know who brought you back here, but ever since you've been back here, every day, there's a good, productive conversation.
Talking about me.
You jump in. That's right. I'm talking about you. And if you interrupt me again, I'm muting you. I'm not warning you again. So this is the problem. We were having a conversation. You don't get to just jump in and knock the pieces off the board. Okay? I just now answered specifically. There's a compactness of matter. Compactness of matter. Are you denying that there's compactness of matter? Yes or no?
Okay, so when you say compactness of matter, are you saying that inside gold, there is something that is not gold?
What I'm saying is that there's a certain amount of matter and a certain amount of volume, and that's called compactness. And there's different degrees of compactness. I would love to have it.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question.
It's provable. Hold on, it's provable though.
So
with like
I have one square.
This dude triggers me, dude. He's so annoying, dude.
All right, let's just all relax though. Let's all relax and take it easy.
It's that.
Yeah, just let RTH ruin the whole entire room again. Let's
I
just
know,
relax.
yeah. Asking questions ruins everything.
No, we were
Right, but you're
talking
not
about
asking questions. You're asking questions, but you're
You're
acting
not
as
letting.
though you have some sort of you're acting as though you have some sort of replacement for what we can experiment and testably prove regarding the principles of density and buoyancy. So if you don't think that it is a compactness of matter in relation to the atomic mass, what do you think it is?
Okay, so now I need to replace an idea before I can attack it, because I was under the assumption, like I remember Whitsitt had this very great saying that replacement. Oh, you're interrupting. He had this great saying about how you don't need. You're interrupting. You're interrupting. Jeremy, can we get some moderation here? This is ridiculous.
All right, he's muted.
Whitsitt is
How is
bad.
this
Whitsitt's
acceptable?
really bad. It seems like
hold on,
Whitsitt's
man.
the problem.
How is this
Whitsitt, you got to calm down,
in this
dude.
room? That's what I want to know.
Whitsitt, it's
Because
you. Whitsitt, you're the problem.
Listen, hold on, right? Hold on a second. Everyone's free to talk, but Whitsitt, you're a live stream host, so if you don't like the way the conversation is going, you can just make it go anywhere we want. So.
okay, but the thing is, right? I don't want to run the room. We were just having a conversation, and now we almost bow to the next 4 straight hours of nuh-uh. So if you want to answer the questions, that's cool. If you just want to say nuh-uh over and over, we don't care. It just ruins the whole vibe. We don't all bow to you. You're not some king that gets to just tell us nuh-uh over and over. We know that if I throw a beach ball in the air, it falls down. If I take it to the bottom of a pool, it goes up. Something's causing that. If you want to address the phenomena and say that it's something else, cool. If you want to just say it's not what you think it is, and I'm just going to ignore the phenomena, and you're not allowed to talk about it and knock the pieces off the board, it just makes everyone upset.
Yeah, that was kind of my point, right? Like we can discuss the things around density and buoyancy. And if you don't think compactness of matter is what's causing that, because we seem to, as we adjust things, right? These periodic table of elements, all this stuff was built on these principles, right? And we can utilize these principles within experimentation to show the effects that it has, right? Different mediums, densities of different objects, whether they go up or down, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff takes place. So if you're denying that that is the cause, right, you need to be able to put forth. I mean, I get it. There is the concept of, you don't necessarily need to replace a model if you destroy another model. Like if you find flaws in it. But what are the flaws that you're trying to point out, right, the hand?
Okay, let me speak and don't get triggered, and maybe you'll actually hear the flaws. So you're saying that if you have a block of gold, inside that gold, somewhere, there's not gold because it's not compacted to the point where all of the empty space is gold. So what you're telling me is that inside gold is not gold as well. And if that is true, then what is it if it's not gold?
Nobody said that.
Okay. So if nobody said that, then there is no empty space inside of tin blocks or gold blocks, and they are as compacted as they can be. So everything is as compacted as it can be. So then what would density be?
No, the compactness of the matter is what is the density, dude. Like,
Dude, don't play the game with
me.
Either you explain why objects go up and down relative to their medium based on what we call density, or you're not inputting anything of value.
Okay, I don't need to give an explanation of. I don't need to give an idea to attack an idea. So again, we're just attacking the idea of density, saying that inside of gold or any object, there is the object and something else that doesn't allow the object to be completely that object, therefore having compactness. Do you understand what I just said? A yes or no would be good.
Yeah, but you're retarded. So you don't know that actually it's based on vibrational resonance.
Great argument there. I'm
dude, he is retarded, dude. He is.
Rebuttal.
He
Yeah, but
literally
you can't
is,
start
bro.
off like
That's
that.
a great rebuttal, Whitsitt.
Okay, here's the deal.
Here's what we allow.
What
This is the change server to let me be
dude,
called
you're lucky
retarded.
you're allowed in the room.
Yeah, and you just call me names.
Yeah, relax. Okay, guys. Just address. Let's just
annoying.
address
How
the
am I the
argument.
only one that's annoyed by this, dude?
no,
Are we
we're
serious?
all annoyed. Whitsitt, just don't let him get to you, man. Here's the thing. He has no evidence that that's not the case, right? So just I understand. That's all he's here to do is trigger, bro. You're letting him win.
This. We were discussing why things go up and down. We can know RTH is no one can know the answer, and we don't have to acknowledge the phenomena at all. Okay, that's RTH's position. So we don't really need to listen to him for 5 hours.
That's not my
right?
position. That's not my position. Let me restate my position. Since either your listening comprehension skills are subpar, or you're just being a straw man. So I'm not denying that things fall. That's clearly obvious. What you're saying is the reason things fall is because of compactness. Now, when we break down what you mean by that, okay, you mean that when I have a gold bar, that gold bar is not all gold inside because it can't. Hold on. Because compactness would mean that you can take that same volume of gold and make it smaller. And you couldn't make it smaller unless there was empty space inside the gold that can be removed by squishing the gold. So density, by definition, and the word compactness, by definition, describes either empty space inside of the gold, which can be displaced out to make the gold more compact, right? Are you following along? I know you think you're very intelligent, but are you following along with this?
What you're saying isn't true. So I don't have to believe in the atomic model. I don't have to believe in any of that. I don't have to believe in the periodic chart. I don't believe in it, actually. Right? I lean more towards like the vibrational aspect of it. So you can have a vibration with a certain frequency. So you have a certain amount of vibrations that are either closer together or further away. And that's what actually comprises elements. It's actually sound. So,
but now you're not talking about, that's not compactness.
No. It is. It's compactness of vibration. It objectively is. This, you just got dunked on. And this is the funniest part, though.
Hold on.
You're not going to address my point, which is your point is nothing. Your point is you don't like the current explanation, but you can't even address the phenomena. Well, what our discussion was about is the phenomena. So if your position is that you don't have to address it, then you're actually just knocking the pieces off the board, which is very disrespectful.
No, see, you're allowed. I'm allowed to attack an idea. Hold on.
1 second, right to hand. Yes, you're allowed. You're absolutely allowed. Your objection's been noted. You don't believe in density. That's fine. We don't have to get stuck on this all day. We can carry on to where we were before or whatever.
He misrepresented me, okay? Because he did a straw man, actually, and I'll show you where the straw man is. So I was talking about the compactness. I said, in order for gold to have compactness, there must be something inside gold that is not gold so that it can be compacted further. I never brought up the atomic model. Now, he straw manned the idea of compactness with the specific idea of the atomic model, okay? So now I want to bring it back to the compactness with it. Listen to what I'm saying. When you say compactness of gold, and now you're saying it's the compactness of the vibrations. So gold is strong because of how compact the physical structure of gold is, or because of how the physical structure of gold vibrates? Which one is it?
This is what's so funny.
You can keep this going, or we can move on. If you respond to him, we're keeping it going.
More about me. Okay. Now he's talking about me. Witsit talks about me 24/7.
Dude, the last 2 days I've been here, I've just had to leave the room because it's just been RTH for hours doing this. Okay, now this is the facts.
We can move on. We're about to move on unless you respond to this.
I'm going to say this. He jumped in the conversation and said that I don't understand why people challenge the heliocentric model, but then they believe everything the heliocentric model is built upon, and they believe parts of the heliocentric model, like the atomic mass of objects. He literally invokes the atomic model as his critique. The first sentence he said. But now that it's been exposed, and that actually we don't have to believe in the atomic model or the periodic chart. We don't have to believe in that interpretation of anything to acknowledge the compactness of matter. In fact, it could just be different vibrations. And what we call gold and matter itself is actually a certain type of vibration. We don't need to. Now he didn't say that. Okay, so this is why it is useless to engage, because it's just to waste time.
Okay, so
he has no actual argument.
Okay, hold on. Let me respond.
He has no actual argument. That's the thing.
It's okay.
Because
so gold isn't gold. It's what? It's vibration. And what is vibrating? So you're saying gold is not a physical structure of gold, it's a vibration. And
nobody said that, dude. Nobody said that. Hold on. Nobody said that.
Can I get it out?
Hold on.
Can I get it out? Can I get it out? Can I get it out? Jeremy,
hold on, Jeremy.
Bro, this is crazy.
Write
This
the
is
hand
crazy.
finish, and they write the hand.
You
It
gotta
doesn't
let me
help if you
finish,
don't stop
Tom.
talking while I'm trying. Write the hand. Write the hand. It doesn't help if I'm trying to get control of the shit and you won't stop talking. It does not help at all. So, guys, let him finish. If you respond to this, you just keep it going, or we can move on to where we were before this all started. So, go ahead, write the hand. Finish your thing up.
Yeah, see this, and again, this is the same thing like trying to get you off your point by constantly interrupting. So again, compactness has nothing to do with the atomic model, okay? So if you're going to say it's vibrations, it's this, you need to explain that. You can't just say gold is vibrations, it's not gold. Well, if vibrations means the movement back and forth of an object, okay? So you can't vibrate nothing. So you have to have the physical object of gold, and then you can vibrate it. So are you saying that density, quote, is the physical structure of the gold, or is it the vibrations of those physical structures?
I personally am
Okay.
not gonna keep, like, I'm super busy today. The reason I'm so frustrated is I only had a few more minutes to be in here, but he already ruined it. So I'm not interested in engaging with him. If someone else wants to engage with him, they can. We were having a good conversation, right? Where we were trying to figure out how things actually operate in the world. And now we're just saying that we can't figure anything out. So if anyone else wants to keep engaging, they can. I don't want to.
Okay, well, you don't have to. Okay, so it's if you don't want to have a conversation, the problem I'm seeing for me is like you have this personal belief about this ether and this electricity and all these things, just like ballers have this belief about space-time and gravity and dark matter. But when you get questioned on it, you really can't defend it because it's all intangible. So you just start attacking the person that is questioning. So you call me a contrarian because I just question. Hold on, you're interrupting. Now you're interrupting. Now you're interrupting. Now you're just straight interrupting. Now you're just straight interrupting. This is interrupting. He's just interrupting. So is this what this server's about now?
Please don't interrupt.
Dude, write the hand.
No,
if you're
please
gonna
don't interrupt.
incessantly trigger the room
you gotta
into a
behave yourself,
conversation,
Napalm.
dude, you
You're
can't
just
talk over
interrupting.
me.
Guys, let him.
I mean,
Let him finish. We can carry on where we
his
were
goal.
before.
Let's just pretend like we're surprised this is his objective or something.
I told you it's not me, it's them. And this is, the whole idea of, look at Witsit. He can't even speak and respond to what I say without talking about me personally. I'm trying to find out.
Okay, can we just move on? This is just so shitty of a vibration.
Yeah, all he's here to do is trigger. That's all he's here to do because he's not actually saying anything of substance. He's trying to say that the compactness of gold is not gold. What we call that element is gold. What comprises it is what we call gold.
Yeah, I thought when they said, like, it's pure gold, there's nothing but gold in there. That's the whole premise of finding pure gold, isn't it?
All we know is we can manipulate what we call the density of a medium or the density of an object, and it changes its vector. And this is just a fact. Okay. So that's a phenomenon that we're going to address. It's a phenomenon that he's not going to address. He's pulling the FED card.
Right, and then what we do is we structure those things based on their compactness or their what we call the density, meaning where they reside in relation to other things. That's how we compartmentalize these things, and then we give them names like gold, helium, hydrogen, lead.
When you say density,
so based on the density is how we structure these things and how we distinguish them from one another. And what we call density, right, can be described as the compactness of matter. And if that's not the case, then what else would be determining where these things reside based on their relation to the things around them?
Okay, again, I don't need to answer where and why reality happens to refute when somebody says there is more gold in one square block of gold than there is tin in one square block of tin. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying, okay, so if nobody says that, so when you say compactness, why does gold, okay, so let's keep it simple. If it's not the amount of stuff, right? Like if a tin block is 100% tin and gold is 100% gold, there's no empty space, there's no anything else. Why does tin and gold weigh different?
Different vibration. So it's just like if I have like a slower vibration, So you can just basically draw a wave form out, and it's really wide. If you have a higher frequency, then it's going to be a bunch more waves inside that same area. It's going to be more compact. Okay. I specifically don't believe in the atomic model. I don't believe in the periodic chart. I believe in like a Walter Russell take, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter.
You want me
It
to
doesn't
post
even
that?
matter, dude. It doesn't even matter because like there's so much more profundity available in this. Like the fact that wait, what really is matter, and is it based on vibration and frequency? What a coincidence that the exact same symbol we use for like Mercury and other planets are the same thing as those elements, as if that is actually the color or the certain vibration of that actually causes those materials. That's why the planets have the same symbols, because a certain frequency or vibration, when solidified or condensed, actually gives you the materials we call gold, Mercury, whatever. So it's a very profound idea. But one thing that's not going to bring us to any profound truths is just denying the phenomena. The whole thing we're trying to do is figure out why or how it happens. If you're saying you don't have to answer that, okay, cool. We're trying to answer that.
Okay, so you said that the tin block weighs different than the gold block because of vibrations. So if I vibrate an object, shouldn't I get a different weight on the scale?
You do.
Yeah, but that's because the object is you can't make it. You can't hold on. You can't make a gold bar weigh 100,000 pounds by vibrating it.
Well, now you just put an arbitrary determination of an unrealistic number that would require an insane amount of vibration. But what you can do is actually make things float or fall based on vibration. You can put a mechanism inside of material that you can, with a remote, you can actually make it vibrate. This has been done by them. And you can make the object vibrate and it will begin to rise up in the medium, right? You can even show this with acoustic levitation. So the vibration is directly related to whether things go up or down. Directly, improvably, tangibly, with experiments related.
To you, is vibration the movement back and forth of an object?
It doesn't have to be an object. You're a materialist. We don't agree.
Okay, so you're saying that you can have no object and that no object can move back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay, so how? Okay, do you know? Would you agree that? Hold on. Would you agree that back and forth is the movement through physical space?
That's how we classify it. Yeah.
Okay, so now only an object can move through physical space, right? Because you can't have. Well, what is a non-object? Like I have a rock. I know what a rock is. I know what a rock is. What would a non-rock be?
Electromagnetism.
A what?
Electromagnetism.
So a not rock would be electromagnetism, and electromagnetism is like gravity or space-time. Is it physical?
You know what's super crazy is he said a non-rock would be able to.
Here he goes talking about me.
As if the question what is a non-rock wasn't what was stupid. Obviously, that's a ridiculous question and just retarded. I already addressed something that isn't an object that vibrates. So now you start talking about space-time. You just flood things down with vague obfuscation.
Well, you're talking about me. Okay, but space-time is not a physical object, yet ballers believe that it exists and affects physical objects. Hold on.
Red herring.
Oh, don't get triggered. I know.
No, I actually have a light.
I know. It's so tough. I know. Okay, but space-time is not a physical object.
Don't do that,
Hold on. Come on. Well, then don't interrupt me. Don't behave like a child.
Dude.
Aren't you the one just whining like a child? Don't do that, dude.
Literally the guy that acts like a child every day. Like, electromagnetism is not an object. Okay, now we can move on. So we know that there's a the question is, if there's not an object there, but we can still measure vibration. In fact, to such an extent, we create technology based on that, like X-rays and infrared. So the question now is, what is vibrating? If it's not an object, provably not an object there, then what's vibrating?
How did you prove non-objects exist? When did you do that?
You don't prove negatives.
Okay, so how do you prove that I have a rock, I can demonstrate a rock exists. How would you prove that you can have no physical object? How would you demonstrate that you can have no physical object existing? How would that be proven?
Well, the real question would be, how do you verify that a physical object exists? And that would be tangibility. And so therefore the void of tangibility means you haven't established that there's a material object. because you don't prove negatives. And so, yeah, we can measure. We literally use the fact that there are different vibrations of non-tangible phenomena to create technology. This is how we use things like X-ray or infrared, right?
You're trying to prove the intangible thing that exists, and you're using your base starting point is that it exists already. Do you not? That's circular logic. That's like saying, "Oh yeah, hold on, God exists because I believe that God exists." You're not establishing, like, I can establish that a rock exists. I can establish that wood. Hold on. I could establish that a rock exists, and I can establish wood exists, and I could show you the difference between them so you can know which one is which. Now, can you show me the difference between this non-physical thing you believe in and a rock so I can know that it exists in the same capacity that a rock does? Or is this just your mental musings?
No, I just explained how you don't seem to listen very well, but I just now invoked technology that specifically utilizes vibration. This is how we literally do X-rays. We can see different spectrums of electromagnetic radiation, and the way we know that they're different is by creating technology that can only see certain vibrations or detect certain frequencies, and then we see a different spectrum of reality. We are not seeing material objects, though. Whenever I put on infrared and all of a sudden the color changes, it's not because there's a new material object that popped up with my goggles. It's because I'm seeing a different vibration. So what is it that's vibrating if there's no material objects there? This is where you say you don't have to answer questions.
Hold on, I will answer that one. So when you put on infrared and you see that red, that's the object. You realize that, right? Like the heat signature from objects is what infrared picks up. And you're using the heat signature from objects as proof that you can pick up non-objects, non-physical signatures. That's crazy, but is that what you were trying to do? Did you see that? Did you know?
Wrong again. So infrared doesn't just pick up heat signature of objects. You can literally look in an empty room or even a vacuum chamber, and you can see a different spectrum of vibration. It doesn't have to have an object at all. So you're just objectively wrong, but you'll skate past it as if you're not wrong. And
I know, but you're telling me what I'm going to do. An empty room's not empty; it's full of air. So again, when you're saying empty, would you think there's nothing inside of a room? And now go to vacuum chamber, and now you're the same thing. You're assuming that there is nothing. You make the base assumption of nothing existing. Okay, nothing is short for. Hold on. I wasn't done. Nothing is short for not. Hold. I know you're so triggered. Nothing is short for not a thing. So if you do not have a thing, if you don't have a rock, hold on. God, geez, I'm almost there. Witsit. I know. Oh God, it's hard.
That wasn't even me, you dumbass.
Man, oh God, he's triggered so fucking hard. He's got to mute me. Oh no.
I'm about
you think you just let me talk?
No, we'll just kick you if you continue with these antics.
No, just boot me. Yeah, you should just boot anyone that asks that question.
Right the hand. Could you please finish your point and stop berating people?
Well, if they could not interrupt me and talk.
They're not interrupting. The only one that interrupted was Snacks, and I muted. If you stop saying, whoa, you're interrupting me, you could probably finish your point.
His skin's too thin. You can't handle it.
You're the one
that's triggered so easily.
You're interrupting me.
He gets triggered so easily that he has to try to trigger other people because he has to project his weakness and his snowflake that he just melts.
And he has
to project that onto other people. He has to try to project that onto other people.
Yeah. You're projecting yourself onto me. Okay. Anyway, so how do we establish the non-physical, right? Because that's the question here. Like this, you can't just look at a room with infrared and be like, "Oh, I see red, therefore non-physical things exist," right? Like what's to say that space-time doesn't exist? Space-time is non-physical. How would you demonstrate? What if the baller is just like, well, I can't demonstrate space-time, but it's the logical conclusion based on all of our observations. Because that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying we observe these things. Hold on, I'm almost there. You're saying we observe these things.
2 minutes, dude.
Space-time is supposed to be physical.
Yourself.
Yeah, you're going around and
you
can't monologue, bro. You really can't.
It's called talking.
No, that's just called monologue.
Okay, so what's the time limit?
You're co-opting, we're now 15 to 30 minutes down on a side road. We were having a conversation that never got to its actual conclusion because you stepped in and you monologued for constantly.
That nice monologue.
And you haven't said anything of substance, right? So what was the original conversation?
Okay, the original conversation was asking why things go up and down. And somebody brought up the fact that there's a voltage, that make things go up and down, and then got into, well, what is voltage? And then it gets into what is density. And then now it's like, oh, things vibrate. That's why they go up and down. Like, that's silly. That's silly.
Then you went into empty rooms and strawmanning Witsit. What the heck?
No, he said because he was trying to verify the non-physical. And he said, when I look in an empty room with thermal glasses on, I still get feedback. So that feedback must be caused by that feedback must be caused by the non-physical.
I'm muting him.
Therefore,
I'm muting him. No one else is going to do it. I'm muting him.
He just needs to be.
Yeah, that's great job, Jeremy. Great server.
Do you have a strong point,
He's
bro?
repeated the straw man of me 10 times.
This is the only way
how
he
long
can
do I have to
argue.
sit here and
This is
listen
how
to
he
him
has to
lie
argue.
about what I said? This is insane, dude. It's insane.
Then
It's
leave.
like you repeat.
Then leave.
Right. I'm going to. You're right. You win, dude. But no
Goodbye.
one's gonna
See you
mind
later.
We
I
to
can
just
have
listen to
conversations. You
RTH
can't.
and
Bye.
ruin the room all day.
Hold on a second, you guys. I just got here. What is going on?
Well, let's just use context clues. RTH is screaming at everyone, and everyone's pissed off. So, what normally happens in this situation?
I don't know. Do you want to engage him?
No, but it's not. There's no choice.
Okay,
that's the problem.
Hang on. Does anyone in the room want to engage Right the Hand right now? Does anyone want to debate with Right the Hand?
No. Fucking
Anyone?
get rid of this
I'm going to
dumbass.
give 5 full seconds. Does anyone want to debate with him?
Nope.
Okay, Right the Hand. Right the Hand. We'll give you the floor for 30 seconds, whatever you want to do. Say your last piece, and we're going to move on the conversation. Because if somebody does want to debate with you, then we'll moderate it tightly and we'll let both sides speak. And it's not fair. I've heard a bunch of interruptions. If you guys are going to debate Right the Hand, it's not fair to just interrupt him. You can't do that. If you want to engage him and respond to his points and go back and forth, you can't just interrupt him and mute him.
I mean, Gio, the thing was that he sidetracked the conversation to something else. This wasn't even the point we were in.
All right.
No, I didn't. On you all. I didn't sidetrack the conversation. I asked for clarity, and this is the problem. It's like the moment somebody starts questioning these very weird things, like the intangible ether. Oh, now they're a contrarian. Mute them. Don't let them talk. And now it's an echo chamber. And this entire diatribe by Witsit was to just attack me personally, so that every question I ask, it's not the basis of the question. It's, it came from Right the Hand. Who cares about the question? Mute him, ignore him. That's if this is what this server is going to be, the fact that when you get to certain conversations, you just can't have them. And if somebody wants to question particular things like the non-physical, questioning the non-physical to me would be a genuine thing. But he's like, he's questioning the non-physical. I can't prove the non-physical. Therefore, we should just mute him. Don't have the conversation because I can't prove the non-physical. If that's what you got to do with it, then you do what you got to do. But I would say, hold on, I'm not done. I got the floor. Let me finish.
Right the Hand.
Let me finish.
Sit here and listen to
Bro, do you not see? Do you not see how this goes?
No, Right the Hand. You keep going. You keep. You said.
almost done.
No, you're never done, dude. You keep going from one subject to another, berating to another different subject to berate another person.
Straw man.
You just get triggered. You're just triggered. All you are emotional. That's the problem.
I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered.
You interrupted me.
I'm modding you, bro.
No, but Witsit will talk for 25 minutes and you let him go. I talk for 25 seconds and you're like, you're monologuing. It's because you love Witsit and you hate me. This is the point. It doesn't matter what somebody said. Hang on. It doesn't matter what somebody. Hang on. It doesn't matter what.
I don't know, dude. Hold on. I'm muting you just for a second, bro. This is just a very toxic energy. So I don't know, man. What do we do here? It sounds like nobody. It sounds like nobody really wants to debate you on this, and you're kind of screaming and berating and yelling at ideas and demanding that people have to respond to these things. Here's the thing, Right the Hand. No, it has nothing to do with an echo chamber. I'm going to unmute you. It has nothing to do with an echo chamber, dude. If somebody wants to engage you in these ideas, then we will moderate it. It sounds like people did want to engage with your ideas, and then we're interrupting you and berating you, and then you were doing it to them, and it sounded like a mess when I started listening a few minutes ago. So,
no, wait. Let's tell Gio what actually happened. Okay, we were talking. Someone brought up that Dell says that the Earth accelerates up. We started talking about how that's easily debunked. Then we started talking about the stuff that we can verify, and then Napalm said something about density. He jumps in and said, I don't understand why these people that don't believe in the heliocentric model, they start believing in everything else about the heliocentric model, like density and the atomic model and all that stuff. We're like, wait, what? You're denying density? And then it just turned into every time someone says something, it's about 10 seconds specific. And then there's like a 2-minute monologue from him. Where to the point now, he never said anything about ether, nor did I. But now his big long closing was that he questioned the ether, so I freaked out and had to censor him because he was exposing me. That never happened, right? I actually specifically addressed all of his stuff, even though it was super annoying because we were having a productive conversation, and then he just jumped in and said, "I don't have to address any of the phenomena. I'm just going to say I don't think you're right, and you guys aren't allowed to talk about it because you don't know what you're talking about." So everyone tried to say, can we finish our conversation? If you don't think that you can address the phenomena, whatever, but we're trying to. And it just kept going, and it kept going. When you got in here and people were interrupting him, that's 25, 30 minutes after we've patiently tried to ask him to stop throwing the pieces off the board.
All right, can I give my version now? Because what happened was Napalm or Dyslow, whoever said, well, nobody would really question density or that, right? Opening the floor to, would anybody hang on? We can go back. Right. So again, this
Rewind
is
it,
you're
flip it.
interrupting. I didn't interrupt Witsit. Why are you interrupting my version? I didn't interrupt Witsit and go, that's not happening. Do you not see how you're the one getting triggered? For the love of Jesus Christ, please let me talk without interrupting me. I'm going to just tell my side like I let Witsit tell his side. So people in the conversation, somebody was like, nobody would question density. Wow, Jesus Christ.
I'm interrupting. Can you just chill the tone down? Like, it almost sounds like you're yelling at a child or something. Could you just just calm everything down as if we're like having a beer, smoking a joint, and just enjoying a conversation? Because you have this very aggressive and it's a very intense energy, and it does seem to rile people up. Could you maybe just bring it down and just say your point and have a chill conversation?
Okay, that's my voice. I don't know what I can do about that. But so the idea was that they were like, oh, you're not going to question density, right? And I'm like, well, yeah, I would question density because density, on the periodic table, it's based on the atomic model, and the atomic model is part of the heliocentric model. And then it was like, well, it's not dense. It's not the heliocentric, it's the compactness, which the compactness of matter is basically what the atomic, model says. Like, you have these balls, the diamond is this structure, and you have the ball with the line in between it, and the longer the line, the less compact it is. Like, so I was just trying to get clarification on what's the difference between the compactness in his idea and the compactness in the atomic model, because to me, there is no compactness of matter. A gold bar is all gold unless there's air in there, right? And if it's not air, it's not going to be some non-physical. And that's where the real thing came in. It was, well, because a volume of tin and a volume of gold weigh different, therefore density. And I was like, no, that's not a logical conclusion to me.
Hey, real quick, that guy Dell. So I just wanted to say this because we talk about the acceleration, and how constant acceleration could provide the same sort of observations as this gravity force or whatever downward force. I just want to remind everybody that Dell's argument is about constant acceleration, but it said constant velocity, and if the Earth were constantly moving upwards with a constant velocity, you wouldn't get the observation of, a density column, for example, not mixing all together as they do in free fall. You actually wouldn't get a free fall. You would get like a terminal velocity type thing. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you're saying because the object is in the actual air, and if something was moving up under it, why would that make it change its actual behavior? just because something's moving under it.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
showing,
right.
like,
Well, it is. Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm saying, like, we were talking about how that doesn't work because when you measure things falling, they fall at different rates at different places and different times. So it can't just be the Earth moving up at a singular rate.
Yeah,
that
there's
doesn't make
variation.
sense.
Yeah.
I mean, and what's sad, dude, is like even the atomic model conversation is actually very profound. Like I was talking about Walter Russell. So I'm like the compactness of matter, and yeah, they say there's these little balls, and it's about how close they are together or whatever. But really, think about like a frequency. Like you have waves, so draw waves out, and they can be wider and spread out, right? Over say 1 foot, you draw waves, and they're wider and spread out. You can increase the frequency, and you get a lot more waves in that 1 foot. So that would be a different compactness of vibration. And I think that's a more accurate depiction of what people call the periodic chart anyway. As a side note, which is why it's frustrating, because like, it actually is a profound point there. But anyway, it all started with the Dell thing and how basically flat earthers are reluctantly coming back around to realize that density alone doesn't explain things. But now they're just jumping off the deep end.
Explain is subjective, though. So, like, anybody can explain the things falling and rising. It's just, will you accept that explanation? And I don't think, again, to me, you could call it crazy, but every explanation is just as good as the other one because they're all made up, right? Like, to me, space-time and bit bending, yeah, that's not worse or better than whatever flat earthers say for why things fall. It's both your ideas, I don't it's Presbyterian is not better than different.
It's distinctly different because you can do experiments and directly and tangibly like manipulate the variable of electrostatics, and you can change weights, and you can make things go up and down faster. You can make things levitate. So you can actually physically manipulate a variable with a scientific experiment and show that it causes those effects. Or space-time is just basically an unidentified idea that doesn't have any experiment that directly manipulates it. So they're distinctly different.
Yeah, but I would say electrostatics is more of a word for an effect, much like gravity isn't a word for an effect. Like gravity is not solely space, it's things falling down, right? So when they talk about things falling down, they say gravity, just like when you're talking about electrostatics, you're not talking about a physical thing like they're talking about a physical thing with gravity. You're both talking about effects that you witness.
No, electrostatics is definitely a physical thing.
Like physical, like a rock, or non-physical, like
that's material. You're conflating physical and material again.
Well, what's the difference between physical and material? Physical to me is tangible. Right? I thought that's how it was defined. Like I'm a physical body, and if my physical structure wasn't here, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, material is physical, but physical is not limited to material. So, like physical meaning there's an interaction, observable phenomena within the physical world. It doesn't have to be material. And that's why I brought up light, which was electromagnetic radiation, which is specifically not matter.
Okay, so when you say light, are you so is color light, is vision light, or is brightness light? Like when you say light, like what are you actually talking about? Can you be very specific? Or is it a vague word?
Electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, when you say electromagnetic radiation, that is what? Like a rock?
It's different vibrations and frequency. It has nothing to do with the rock. I don't know what your obsession with rocks are, but
vibration is the back and forth movement, which we just went over. And now you're using an analog word to try and describe a non-analog mechanism. Okay, so a wire can vibrate and it would be like moving back and forth. If you remove the wire, there's nothing to vibrate, so there's nothing to move back and forth. So again, to me, your terminology is confusing because you're trying to use physical process words, vibration, with non-physical concepts. Like I don't understand how you would vibrate a concept that wasn't material.
Just back to the conflation of physical and material again. And I brought up that was the whole point that you brought up, which was that you can't have vibration unless there's an object. And I said that's incorrect. It doesn't have to be an object, which is defined by tangibility or material nature. That's not true. And then I brought up light. I brought up how we actually use this fact to make technology like X-ray or infrared, and that it's actually light, and that's just different vibrations or frequencies. And yes, it is true that waving, i.e. going back and forth, or vibration or frequency, is actually a verb. It's not a noun. You can't grab a wave. So you need something to be waving, right? But when we look at light, there is no tangible material object that's waving. So the question is, what is waving? But that doesn't mean that there's not a vibration there. There provably is. In fact, we have very sensitive sensors that use these vibrations to create technology that work in a mind-blowing amount of precision.
Why would I accept that the vibrate, if we know that vibrate means to move back and forth, why would I accept that there's not an object moving back and forth? Why would that be the conclusion? Why wouldn't I just conclude that it is an object moving back and forth, but we just don't understand the object? Where is the jump between not understanding the physical object to we are now going to create an entire category of non-physical things that are beyond verification? That seems like it's done on purpose so that certain beliefs cannot be questioned, like making space-time intangible, therefore outside of the realm of verification.
Okay, so if there's no evidence that there's a tangible material object vibrating, but we can still observe and measure the vibration, then we can just establish there is a vibration and there's no evidence that there's a tangible object there. So it would be your assumption that there actually is a tangible object there, but that it's invisible and actually not tangible because we can't touch it, but it must be there because everything has to be matter. Well, that's just a claim that you're making. I don't have to prove a negative that there is nothing there. We can establish that based on all the evidence, there's no evidence for there being a tangible object there.
Is evidence objective proof or subjective reasoning?
You see how you don't ever address my point?
Well, but okay. Well, because you just said all right, I said that because you said I have evidence. And now if evidence is subjective, then you don't have anything really. Just like when you were talking to that other guy before and he was saying how he was 99.9% sure, and you were like really getting on him because, oh, well, you can't be that. Well, so is evidence 100% absolute fact? Because if it's not, then you're in the exact same boat that guy is in when he can't prove anything. So is evidence objective fact or your subjective opinion? Please address.
Evidence is independent of interpretation. So you have evidence and then you try to interpret the evidence, which would bring in the subjective nature of it, right? So you're claiming that nothing can vibrate unless there's a material, tangible object that is vibrating. That is provably not the case because we have something called light, which is electromagnetic radiation and not just visible light. And we can see that there is, in fact, movement within this thing we call light. It's a vibration and frequency. To such an extent, we can create technology that only renders specific vibrations, and it helps us do stuff like see through people's body and see things that can normally not be seen. So what we know is that there's something vibrating and that there's no material object there to vibrate. And we can show that if we have air, you want to say it's air, well, then if we put more air in there, then the vibration should change. But it doesn't. And then whenever we take the air out, it doesn't change either. So that shows it isn't the air that's vibrating that we interpret to be light. So there's no evidence for a material, tangible object to be vibrating. What we see is electromagnetic radiation is something else vibrating that isn't tangible. Now, I know you don't like the word ether, so I haven't said it because it doesn't matter.
Okay, but how are you seeing if it's intangible? You can't see the intangible, right? So when you say we see it, there's this like semantical circular path you go down with this. We still haven't found out what light is, right? You just say light is electromagnetic, and then I say what is electromagnetic, and then it goes back to we see this thing. But what is that thing that you see?
That didn't happen. You didn't ask what electromagnetic was. That part never
I did.
happened.
Yes. When you said light is electromagnetic, I said, what is electromagnetic? Because you're just saying words. Like that would be like saying, oh yeah, light is God, and but well, what is God? Well, God is the accumulation of a lot of angels. Like I haven't actually given you any
I got
physical
stuff
thing
to
in
do.
reality.
I got stuff to do, man. Like basically,
Okay,
your
see you later,
position
man.
is that your position is light doesn't actually exist. It's actually just a material. It's just material object, and that nothing can vibrate unless it's tangible and material, and that light is actually a material object, right?
No,
And
I don't
that in
even believe.
fact
I
light
don't.
doesn't even exist. It's actually just us seeing material objects. Light doesn't exist. So that's your position,
Okay,
duly noted.
and your position is that the immaterial is the reason for everything, and you can call that immaterial space time, but you prefer to call it ether. Yeah, that's your point.
Right
Your
there.
point
Can
is,
you see light?
you know, what do you mean see light? You see objects. And you're going to say when you look at a tree, you're thinking you see two things. You're thinking you see the tree and this invisible, intangible concept that you call light. I just see a tree. I don't know what multitudes of things you see. Maybe you're hallucinating. So what light is? Well, why do you see the tree? How do you see the tree? That's what light is. It's an idea of how and why I see the tree. It's not the physical, mechanical reason that I see the tree. And that's the conflation. That's what the heliocentric model loves to conflate, is the reason they think things happen and the actual cause of why things happen. That's religion number one.
What shines on the tree that makes you see it?
What do you mean shines on? You're assuming that there's something that hits the tree that is illuminating it that allows me to see it.
Yeah,
well, when it's nighttime, do you exactly, Leo? Go
But
ahead.
you can see it. You can see everything at night. It's just all the same color, black. That's why you can't.
What
Why
causes
is it black?
sunburn, brother?
Okay, but again, asking me what causes sunburn doesn't prove that there's this intangible. I could say it's the friction of the air against your skin because
Well,
the
you're
sun.
wrong. If that's what you're gonna say, you're wrong.
Okay, but you're just okay, and you're going to tell me that it's an invisible, intangible photon wave particle duality that you can't verify. So, again,
This is a
I
troll.
would just
This
say
isn't
you're wrong.
real conversation. Nobody talks
Yeah,
like this.
this is how conversations go when people say, "Oh yeah, the tooth fairy left money
you're
under my."
trolling.
Can you not interrupt? When
I'm
people
trying
say,
to call
"Oh,
you out," actually.
okay," but no, you're just
Yeah,
interrupting.
please don't interrupt.
I know. Only you can
So,
interrupt. Go ahead.
So like if I woke up and there was money under my pillow and I was like, oh, the tooth fairy did it. And people would want to ask questions. They would want to know, well, tooth fairy,
Why
where
are
did it
you?
come
That's
from?
not analogous to a sunburn, dude.
Yes, it is, because you're trying to say that there's an invisible, intangible reason that I got sunburned, aka the tooth fairy.
Well, you just claimed that it is friction of air. So are you saying if I run outside, I'm going to get more of a sunburn than if I'm sitting still outside?
I'm saying that I'm producing a physical reason for why you get sunburned, not a tooth fairy-ical reason for why you get sunburned.
I just tested your theory. Now apply
Okay, well, okay, so how do
He's
I
not gonna answer.
hang on? How do I test the invisible, intangible reason you believe? How do I test that?
No,
Bro,
answer his
why are you
question.
diverting
Answer
the
his
meat?
question.
Answer my question.
No, it's not okay. It's not no, I don't have to force into answering anything. If you believe, if you're going to say it's not air, hold on, don't interrupt. If you're going to say, well, it's not air, it's this invisible, intangible thing. Okay, well, how about you prove the invisible, intangible thing exists, and then after that, then it can cause my sunburn. We're not going to use my sunburn, which does exist, to prove you're invisible. We're not going backwards. Okay, we're going to go forward. So we're not using what we have to prove what you want to.
Yeah, I don't have to. I'm not forced to answer your question. So thanks.
Okay, great. So we don't have electromagnetic anything. We have, hang on. And in reality, we have air, we have rocks, dirt, my body, and sunburn. So in reality, we don't have what you're trying to prove. So I'm fine leaving the conversation right here.
All right, later.
Sweet. We can move on.
Wait, look what I'll post first. Don't leave you.
Address the troll here is just like sweating his dick off to try to misunderstand what reality is. and then trying to pin it on the other party, and then trying to look smart. That's what I see happening time and time again.
And when I see what I see is people with emotional
kind of person.
What I see is people that are too emotionally invested in their beliefs that they can't prove, that they get triggered when somebody tries to ask them to prove it. That's
what
what I
happens
see.
when you look at the sun?
It's a sunburn,
Yeah, when
bro.
you-
It comes from the sun. I don't even understand how you don't get this, dude.
Sunburn proves electromagnetic radiation. There you go. That's great logic. I follow.
Thank you.
Dude, dude, RTH, either you said it was friction of the air that causes sunburn. He said, okay, so if I sprint in the air, then I'll get more sunburn then. And you just
Okay, so
refused
it's
to
not.
answer it. So
Okay,
you're
I'm wrong.
just
I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
disengage. Just disengage.
No, I said I'm wrong. I said I'm wrong. Okay, so now it's not friction of the air, but I know air exists. Okay, so maybe I'll think of another idea. So before we get to my other idea, can you even give me electromagnetic radio or whatever you think it is? Can you show me that, or you're just going to show?
Bro.
Hang on.
We're not retarded, and we're not just gonna ad hoc shit like you're doing. Okay, you're just ad
I'm
hocing
not.
shit, and then you're going like, "Look, I sound intelligent because I said it's air, bro." Come on,
the thing
dude.
is, if a baller said that it was space time, you would be like, well, show me space time. How does space time give me this sunburn? Now you're saying the exact same thing, but instead of using the word space time, you're using a different combination of words. And I'm like, well, hang on. And I'm like, I want to see it just like I'd want to see space time, but you can't present it to me. So why should I believe it?
Is there a spectrum to light? Is there a spectrum to light? Do you think there's a spectrum? Do you know what a rainbow is? Have you shined like light through water? What are you talking about?
He said light doesn't exist. Light doesn't exist. Only material objects exist. So you're confused. Sorry, you didn't know that light doesn't exist. And we actually can't replicate the UV vibration in a tanning bed and make people get sunburned. That's actually just air particles.
Yeah,
air is intangible.
So how come there's physical lights in a tanning bed? Why don't they just use not metaphysical? Why can't you tan with the metaphysical tan lights?
Bro, are you?
Because nobody said the metaphysical.
I know, because it's physical. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, nobody said the metaphysical causes a sunburn, though.
What is no? Isn't that what you just said? Isn't he just saying that it's the radiation, which is non-physical, which causes the sunburn? I thought that was his point. Maybe he'd like to clarify.
No, that's not my point. I asked you for the spectrum of light. Do you understand there's different spectrums of light? And some of that light isn't visible. That doesn't mean it's metaphysical now, bro. Because we can see the physical effects of this invisible light. So I don't know where you're going with your talking point here, but it makes absolutely no sense, dude. We replicate it. We can demonstrate it. It's something that we do regularly, bro.
Okay, so what you're saying is light isn't non-physical intangible, it's physical intangible. Is that what you just said then?
We can see the effects of the non-physical spectrum of light.
So it's non-physical. Okay, so Geo, it's non-physical. So hold on, let me finish. Please. Don't interrupt. Geo, you just said
non-visible.
Hang
Get
on.
it right.
So I just said there's physical lights inside the tanning bed, and Geo was like, nobody's saying it's a non-physical cause that you're tanning. And then when he just said the reason the sunlight is non-physical, which is what tans you. So he is saying the reason you get sunburn is non-physical. Right?
Visible, visible, bro, visible.
Okay, so light is invisible and physical like air, because air is invisible and it's physical. Is that what you're saying light is like?
Wind is invisible and physical, correct?
Well, is light visible and physical?
Is wind invisible and physical?
Yes. Is light invisible and physical?
Correct.
Okay, so light and air are the same thing, like a medium we live in.
We live in a medium, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, a physical medium. That is so when I go skydiving, I'm skydiving not through the air, but through light.
Correct, dude. Everything's made of light if you really want to get down to it.
All right, and Christians tell me everything is made of God. It's just another religion.
Bro, you're not
What, so you're saying light and air is religion?
Conversation is philosophical in nature. Science is natural philosophy. So you're going to have to come to a point in your head and go, okay, yeah, I have to understand this obviously exists because I see the physical attributes of the invisibleness of it. So you can just hand wave dismiss it and go, no, 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 and never know anything, and that's fine. But you're gonna have to put your trust in something. Otherwise, what are you doing here?
See, that's the problem. I don't need to put trust. I can put knowledge in what I can verify with my senses, right? Like there's no faith involved that I'm holding a phone and at my house because that's knowledge. It's here. It's verified. Now, what you're trying to do is because you can't prove your invisible, intangible, non-physical things, you then strawman me to say that I can't prove anything. No, 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 no. I can prove many things, many physical things. Rocks fall, I have a car, all of these things. What you can't do is prove your non-physical beliefs. So then you try and flip it back onto me and say I can't prove anything. So
where do you see rocks fall?
I proved it to you with the
Where do you see
sunburn.
rocks fall?
Go ahead and please explain sunburns to us, and then you just ad hoc some air friction crap. So if
he just said he saw rocks fall.
If you think that's the more intelligent form of debate, that you could just ad hoc whatever reason with no testing, why don't you go home and figure out what causes a sunburn and come back tomorrow and let us know?
Yeah, but ad hoc, somebody just invented electromagnetic radiation. That was an idea. Relativity from Einstein is an idea. Stephen Hawking gave you his ideas. That's what we're debating right now. That guy, like I said, sunburn is the objective reality. I'm not going to argue sunburn. It happens, yeah. If you want to argue why, go ahead. That's the philosophy. Reality is not the philosophy.
Fall right the hand.
Grab a rock and fucking drop it, dude.
Did it fall or did you drop it?
What is falling?
Rocks fall off a mountain. What are you on
No,
about?
they roll down the mountain.
Rocks fall off a mountain. You never seen that?
They roll down the mountain.
What the fuck are we talking about here? Why do we have to be like this?
I mean, he's saying that rocks fall. Yeah. I would want to see. I haven't seen rocks fall from the air.
I don't understand why we have to even go down that road.
I mean, because he's making no sense. So I'm just going to throw it back at him because
no, but rocks do fall off of bloody mountains. What are you on about?
Yeah, well, you can drop a rock and it'll fall.
You're trying to drop it. It didn't just fall.
Yeah, it fell when you dropped it.
What the fuck?
It fell when you dropped it. What is so hard about that?
Yeah, you're dropping it though. It's not just falling out of nowhere.
Less the semantics bullshit in FE, man. It's a bad look. Bro.
Yeah, I don't make. I'm not that bad, and you're trying to make it seem like I'm that bad.
Though. Exactly what you're doing with there's no light, there's no physical.
Doing, dude.
Exactly what you're doing, man. There's like, well, I see a tree and it's shining. There's nothing that's making it shine. There's no something that we call light, that everybody agreed upon calling it light, that's shining on a tree. That's exactly what you're doing, dude. That's why I'm just throwing it back at you.
No, but we see the tree, we see the rock fall. Now you're saying we see the tree because, right? Like you're not stopping at
we see the tree because there's a sunlight shining on it. That the sun is shining, which is electromagnetic frequencies or whatever that's shining on it and making it bright. Otherwise, there is no light.
Okay, so you agreed. I see a tree. Now you take reality, seeing a tree, seeing a rock, and you add because to it. Do you see that you do that?
No, if it was dark, you wouldn't be able to see the tree. All you see is something dark. You'll see the tree, but you will see the dark tree.
So you do still see the tree. It's just a different color. Yes, I know.
It's just dark.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not dark. It's black. Is black and dark the same thing?
What's dark?
I'm asking you because dark. To you, dark is the opposite of light.
But right? Is the tree black?
At night, yeah. Isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Look at it. What color is a tree at night? Looks pretty
How
pretty
close
dark.
Are you? If you're closer, you can actually see the colors.
All right. So now what we're talking about is colors, then, not light.
No, I'm not. You're the one that called it black. It's just dark.
Oh,
it's
black
dark.
is a
You
color.
can't see it because it's shining. It's not shining.
Okay,
no
so
sun
can you?
shining.
All right, so is an apple shiny or is an apple red?
Apple's only shiny when you've polished it with wax.
Oh, but okay, so but here you're trying to escape my point now, right? So
Yeah, I'm just being as vague as you are and turning everything around as one point to another. Exactly what you're doing.
No, that's what you're doing. Okay, so here's the thing. You do what you do, and I'll do what I do. And so when you do what you do, don't call it doing what I do. All right? So because that's
you did what I did, then who did what you did? If I decided to do what you did when you didn't do it.
That's because you're not
doing what I continue with this, man. I mean, could you get to an actual point, bro? Because like this is just being annoying.
Yeah, here's my point. When you make a point, it's your point. You can't make a point and then say that it's my point. So every time you talk and you say like rocks don't fall, that's your point. Okay, so we got to agree that you make your points and I'll make my points. Okay. So I agree rocks fall. I just don't say, well, they fall because. That's what ballers do. Ballers start telling you why everything happens.
And that's just your interpretation of rocks falling, but there's probably more to it than just rocks falling. This could be earthquake, the mountain moving, and then the rocks decided to roll off the mountain.
Okay,
picked up enough speed that it hit a lip and just decided to jump up higher. I mean, and then now it looks like it's falling, but it was actually just rolling off from the beginning because of an earthquake.
Okay, yeah, rocks rolls down the mountain. Okay, great.
Yeah, rocks just don't fall just out of nature, just out of nowhere.
What about
something
if
had to happen? Something had to cause it.
What about if I picked a rock up over my head and then let it go?
You caused it to. You caused it. You picked it up from the ground. Where was that?
Okay, so I made it
doesn't fall out for no reason.
So I made it fall to the ground, or it just falls.
They do it like an avalanche. Rocks seem to fall.
Well, but no, it's two very different things.
Happened, right? Something had to happen for that rock to just all of a sudden get momentum, right? It just doesn't fall for no damn freaking reason. Something has to happen.
Okay, but do we see the reason why it falls, or do we just get the information that it's going down?
Depends. If you saw somebody pick it up and let it go and it falls, yeah, then you just saw the reason why it fell.
Oh, so you would see the mechanical process that brought it towards the earth? Or would that part be invisible to you?
I did not. I guess I was muted. You will see the mechanical part where you picked it up the ground, opened up your hand, and let it go and fell.
But it keeps
Otherwise,
moving.
it would have just stayed there. Otherwise, it would have just stayed in the ground. It wouldn't have gone nowhere.
No, but when I let go from it and I'm not touching it anymore, it's still moving towards the ground. Am I responsible for that? That's
yes.
Because of me. So how am I doing?
100% because you just let it go. Matter of fact, you picked it up from where it was at. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone nowhere. It would have stayed exactly where it was at.
Okay, so everything that I pick up should fall?
If you let it go.
Okay, so if I pick up a helium balloon and let it go, it should fall, but it doesn't.
Well, then what happens?
How do you pick up a helium balloon?
We got a problem here. I mean, but again, or what about if I'm at the, let's say I'm a scuba diver and I get some wood and I pick it up. Will it fall or will it float? Like, because again, my point here is that all we have are the effects in reality.
Well,
and
you will have to take the water. You will have to take the you don't have to pick up. You have to push down that tree, that wood. You wouldn't have to pick it up. You will have to make something happen against where it's at to actually do what you wanted it to do, which float up at that point.
All right, so then there is no invisible, intangible causes, right? Like,
what's tangible and what's intangible?
Tangible means it has a physical structure and could be interacted with, and intangible means it's conceptual and just spoken words of the mind, like a unicorn. Unicorn's not out there where you can get on and ride. It's intangible, but a horse is tangible because you can ride it.
Tangible means that you could touch it.
Yeah, you got to be able to sense it in some capacity, and all sense is based on touch.
And an intangible means that you are unable to touch it or grasp it.
Well, yeah, because there's definitely a difference between like something somebody just invents in their head and what's
But it doesn't mean you can.
Is air intangible?
Is what?
Air is intangible, yes.
No, you can touch air. Swing your hand around. You can touch it.
What do you mean touch? I've never held air.
Can you grasp it?
Touch and held are not the same. They're not synonymous. You don't have to hold something to touch it. You know that?
How do you touch air?
Go drive your car. Stick your hand out the window. You're touching air. You can feel it.
I get a sensation of pressure. I didn't touch air.
Yeah, that's the air touching your hand.
What I'm pointing out is you can't have it both ways. You can get to this level. You can get to this level of skepticism, and that's fine. But you got to realize it goes deeper. You're going down this road. It goes a lot deeper than you think.
Okay, you make your arguments, I'll make my arguments. So you can't say you can't talk and then say, hold on, you're interrupting him.
I was still speaking.
Please, dude, please, dude, we were having good. Don't interrupt me.
I was speaking. You cut me off. I haven't finished what I was saying. You just literally cut me off. No, I said, down this road of skepticism, whether it just effects and things appearing to you, manifesting in reality. Well, that extends all the way. You don't touch air. No one touches air. You hold your hand out when you're running or when you're in a car, and you feel a sensation of pressure. So you have a subjective experience which wasn't there before. You voluntarily performed an action, and then you got a subjective experience. You did it again, got it again. Same thing with sunburn. There's a subjective experience of pain as well as a visual manifestation of redness on your arm. Only for you white boys, by the way, not for me. But when you go outside repeatedly, every time you do it, or for whatever analog period of time that represents, you get a sunburn effect based on a voluntary action of going out when the sun is out. So again, getting into that level, all you have is a mapping of subjective experiences with voluntary actions. And that's encoded as this whole process called this scientific method.
I just want to say that was really funny, dude. Only for your white boys, but not for me. It's so true. It's funny.
When you say I stick my hand out and feel pressure, right? Like the pressure of what?
The pressure of something you don't know. Your subjective experiences that you just feel pressure. I'm taking up your worldview, by the way, right now.
No. Okay, hold on. Stop. Okay, so I'm gonna say this again. When you speak, that's your worldview.
Nope.
Okay. So
I'll entertain your worldview.
Wait. Don't interrupt me, dude. We're not gonna do this interrupting thing. When you speak, thank you. When you speak, it's your worldview. When I speak, it's my worldview. Because if you're gonna say no, then what I'm going to do is speak for your worldview. And I don't think you want me to do that. Do you?
You can do that. You can do that. It's fine. I'll just correct you.
Okay. So you're homosexual.
No, not really.
Yeah. Well, you are. I'm speaking for your worldview. You are very attracted to. But he's talking. Why is he allowed to make my arguments, but I can't make his arguments? Like, can we leave it?
This is where you're going. You're going to the philosophical argument of where does sensation end and perception begin? If you can answer that question, go get your Nobel Peace Prize, bro.
Yeah, we know the difference between sensation and expectations, right?
Perception,
like when you
sensation ends and perception begins. When does the sensation end, and then all of a sudden now your brain is perceiving that sensation? Do you know where that's happening? Because that's where you're heading in this conversation.
No, I'm not. I'm staying right in reality and going, when I grab a rock, I grab a rock. Now, what you're doing is creating a whole bunch of words for grabbing a rock, sensing, perceiving, like you're making reality more complicated than it is. So that
you need to become a solipsist at this point, because you can't even say that rock exists outside of your mind, bro.
No, that's not what I say. Why? See, again, this is the problem. When you try and make somebody's argument, you speak for yourself. So you you think the rock only exists in your mind.
When you speak,
prove that it doesn't. Prove that the rock doesn't exist outside your sensation and perception, outside of your mind.
When you say prove, Do you mean to demonstrate something to you in reality so that you can sense it in the same capacity that I can?
I agree that we all perceive reality in a similar way. It doesn't give us the right to say that it exists outside of our perception and our mind. Because this is turning into a philosophical argument. That's what you're getting at.
No, you're trying to make reality philosophical.
You're not understanding. There's actually a profound point that sensation and perception, ultimately, from your perspective, without even talking about solipsism, which is ultimately where we're getting, I agree with that as well. But without even talking about that, right before that, the step right before that is, where does sensation end and perception begin? It's a very profound way of putting it. Because everything you have in your experience is in your experience, everything is subjective. In your experience, I'm not making the claim right now that everything is subjective. Everything in your experience is subjective.
That's your opinion. That's your personal opinion.
What's green to you could be purple to me, but the whole entire time someone always said that's green, that's green. So I think purple is green. That's how that works.
But color, hold on. Color is subjective to the person, yes. Because color is not, quote, the physical object, right? A blind person can hold the rock just like I hold the rock, and it'll be exactly the same to both of us. Okay? Now, the thing with the color is... hold on. I can't prove color. I can't prove what you see is the same shade of color. I can prove we are seeing the same thing.
You can't.
Right? Because...
You can't. By this line of reasoning... By the way,
you know what a tomato looks like, don't you? We all know what tomatoes look like because we can all see one.
You're interrupting him.
Oh my God, well, you actually are interrupting me. I said, everything that you have within your experience is subjective. By the way, I don't believe everything is subjective. I'm just saying that everything that you have within your experience is subjective. And whether you're perceiving let me finish.
Are you saying that's my view? Are you saying that's my view, or are you saying
I'm taking a view which I believe is a more consistent version of your view. How about that? Right? So I'm just going to put in those words. Now you may have a less consistent version of the view which I perceive to be yours, but that's up to you. You can do it that way.
See,
I'm not finished.
I don't think there's any.
I'm not finished.
Oh, my bad.
All right. So cool. So basically, everything that you have within your experience is subjective. Now, when we say something is perception versus just some random subjective feeling that you have, right? Sensation or whatever. The difference is we're making a claim that what we're perceiving is a subjective experience which maps onto something in a shared, aka objective reality. There is some object out there that this sensation that we're having maps onto, whether that's the sensation of touch, whether that's the quality of color that we're sensing or feeling. All of these are subjective experiences, and we, as we develop, grow up, seem to have a mapping of these subjective experiences in a very reliable fashion to something that we believe or posit is in the external world, which I also believe posit is in the external world. And if we're going to start doubting that something like sunlight, just because it's invisible, or light in certain circumstances, just because it's invisible, but by the way, we do see rays, so we're going to have to account for that. That is something. I'm going to have to say that doesn't exist, or it's just theoretical. Well, that's the same thing we could say about air, because we have a perception of air when we move through it, or when it blows against us, but or a sensation of air, but we don't know if we're actually perceiving it, if we're going to get to that level of skepticism. Sorry, I rambled a bit further.
I take not offense. Well, I'll just throw in just one thing he said. So you say, when you're saying people have a subjective experience of reality,
everything in one's experience is subjective by definition. Subjective as a connotation which I'm not attributing to it. I'm just using it in a technical sense. It is of the subject. It is of a subjective.
No. So but because when we use subjective in terms of like reality, right? Like there's a common argument, that reality is not objective. We all have our own thing, right? So I understand that each person, I'm with each person experiences their own unique reality. But what my thing is that we're experiencing objective
Wait, how do you
reality.
have your thing if there's just objective reality?
Well, that's where I was getting to. Is that it's not so much a subject.
Wait, why do you get to walk it back? I wasn't done talking.
I thought you were asking me something.
Okay. Oh, he's in the middle of talking? All right.
Did you have more? I was just going to say, in terms of my subjective reality, it's not like it's different. It's just it's my experience of objective reality, right? And my experience is objective because it's of objective reality. So I would be a little more choosy with I would have issue with the word I experience a subjective objective reality. That would be a little contradictory.
It's not, again, like what I'm pointing out is I'm with you. Getting to this level of skepticism just even as a thought experiment is good. What I'm saying is when you say you're skeptical of sunburn because you never directly experienced or observed light, right? So you're skeptical that you're not skeptical of sunburn. Sorry,
I'm skeptical of the cause.
You're skeptical of the cause. You're skeptical of the cause being these waves of electromagnetism called light. You're skeptical of that being the cause because you've not directly observed these electromagnetic vibrations called light. I'm down with you going to that level of skepticism. I'm just saying that literally, in principle, that same level of skepticism, if we take it to the philosophical, right, to its epistemological roots, is the same for air. Really, it is. It's not even like a facetious kind of argument. Just like it's not even tongue in cheek. It's literally the same parallel.
I don't see it as the same because air can be physically manipulated, so it can be physically objectively worked with, which is what gives it empirical nature to me.
What's
right?
a
Like
light?
that's the whole
What's a flashlight then?
a glowing piece of metal.
So,
right?
so what you're
Like,
talking about?
A shadow. What's a shadow then?
A shadow is a darker area on a object, right? It's
What's the cause of that? What causes the shadow?
I'm very skeptical of causes, right?
Yeah,
because
you're
you
a
don't see,
solipsist, bro. That's what you
no,
are.
no, solips only believe in themselves. They don't accept reality as well. I accept reality and all that comprises it. Okay, so I'm not a solips.
So may I just, since I was, even though like, may I just like finish like the point I was making? The point I was making is it is the same parallel between air and light because there's something that we can't touch or directly observe, right? You can say you can manipulate air, which what do you mean by creating a compressed chamber of air? Well, basically what you're doing is you're taking some equipment and you're again creating some effect which you can observe, which is like a big gas cylinder which would explode if you fucking do something to it, right? So again,
can I get next?
Yeah, sure. I'll quickly just finish. So everything that you experience is some manipulation of some manifestation. Let me use that word in reality, that then either predictably or unpredictably leads to some outcome. That's everything in reality is that way. It's the whole game is mapping subjective experiences to perceived or purported external objects or external whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I just wanted to
all the way through. Sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, this is directed towards Arul and no one else. Yeah. Arul, you seem like a pretty reasonable guy. Are you aware of the Schwinger effect?
The Schrodinger effect?
No, the Schwinger.
The Schwinger effect. No, I haven't heard of that. Could you elaborate?
Okay, so yeah, last year they used a variation of the Casimir effect, which is where they take two metal plates, and this is where we get the vacuum energy from. So they suck out all the air, and they make a really, really high electric charge. Well, last year they pulled out particles from the vacuum. Are you familiar with this? The Schwinger effect?
No, I'm not familiar at all. And also, to be completely honest, I'm not sold on particles, to be honest. So I don't know. What does it mean that they extracted particles? Like, what exactly did they do?
Well, you're just going to have to dodge the hijack, because they hijacked the narrative, and I agree with you about the particle thing. But what I'm saying is they put energy in a machine, and they got more out than they put in. You grasp that concept, right?
Okay, so like when they ran their calculation, the amount of work that they put in was not what they predicted should come out.
Exactly. First, I thought it was some kind of superconductor, right? Because they did this demonstration with the supralattice made of graphene. And when they used the graphene with the Casimir demonstration, they pulled out an electron production that was much higher than what they put in. So yes, they put energy in the machine, and normally you get out less than what you put in because of entropy, right? And the first law of thermodynamics dictates that you can't make energy or create matter. It can't be created, only transformed. Can't be destroyed. That's why black holes are retooled. But I digress. But the SHWINGER, I think is how it's spelled, the Schwinger effect.
Okay. To be honest, I really need to see with exactly what they did, because I'm kind of skeptical of the notion of energy in standard terms myself. So I am kind of like this other guy in some sense. I am a bit skeptical. I think energy is a bit of a reification.
Right, but you're reasonable, so that's why I picked you out of the group, because I heard you talking, and also I gave you what to look up. But I'll post it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a slight tangent off of that. I really do think energy is a bit of a reification. What I think is we have translations of motion as per some rules. That's what I think it's. This universal notion of something called energy, which is this sort of metaphysical bean counter, which keeps translating from one form to another. I'm not sold on that, to be honest.
If I gave you an article from Nature.com, would that be enough for you to kind of do your own?
I'll look into it. Yeah, thanks for pointing it out.
Right, because
if it uses the scientific method, regardless of the interpretation, there's something interesting to be said. If it uses the rigorous scientific method with an independent variable, control variable.
Well, this is a demonstration. This is not an experiment, but this is a applied science demonstration that can be repeated, and it's a simple tabletop device. Right, this isn't like 14 miles dug out of the mountain with, 15 TeV. Right, this is something much smaller, but it's repeatable.
Okay, I'll look into it for sure.
Yeah, thanks. Just thought I would share that with everybody, because I have doubts, right, just like everybody else. But when people say that there's nothing really there, I would say that's weird to say that, right? Because when you say there's nothing there, that's a claim, and we all know that we can't create a perfect vacuum. So this whole concept of vacuum, it doesn't really exist. It's a concept. So it turns out that the vacuum is not empty. Even if you could suck out all the particles, there's still something there. So the whole concept of a vacuum, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Same. I said it before. I'll just reiterate now that the vacuum is needed for the ball Earth to not slow down. That's the only real reason that thing was created. Why else would you need a void of nothing?
The vacuum. Is it pressure or absence of things?
Does a rock have pressure, or is pressure reserved for liquids and gases?
Could you answer my question real quick, just about space, since you were talking about it?
What was it?
Like you're saying space, but is that about pressure, or is that about absence of particles? If you need to believe those.
Oh yeah, well, pressure is connected to the particles, right?
So when you say space, what are you saying? Is it A or B? Or is it both? Because it's not void of everything, right? There are clouds and all kinds of things up there, right?
For me, yeah. It would be like if you've ever been scuba diving and you can see where the surface meets the water. I think we have the same thing.
Of space.
There's no empty space. It would just be, the sky.
So it's about pressure then for you? Since you admit that it's not a void?
It's what? It's no pressure?
About pressure to you? Lack of pressure? Low pressure?
No, I don't. I think there, again, I don't think air is, you don't individualize air, right? So I think there would be like a top, just like there's a top of the ocean, there's a top of our atmosphere.
A vacuum though?
No, it wouldn't be a vacuum. It would be, just be fluid, like fluids stacked on top of each other, like, quote, one of them density beakers where water's at the bottom, then air, then God knows what.
Friction environment too?
Oh, you mean like a compactness gradient, perhaps?
No, because the compactness almost needs that emptiness, right? You can't have compactness without the emptiness to make it not compact. That's why I don't subscribe to that.
Compactness and density are the exact same damn thing, let's be honest.
No, they're not. Because it's just air takes up all of the space in my room here, right? Just like if you filled the room I'm in with water.
Space is perfect with the air to you then, right?
What?
So wait a minute, you're saying that your room is not subject to a density gradient?
No, I'm saying air isn't subjected to what you would consider a density gradient. Like for me, the density, that effect, like a bag of chips expanding as you go up, would be because of microscopic particles in the air. Just like you get sediment in the water, you're going to get sediment in the air that makes the, quote, air a little thicker at the bottom. It has nothing to do with the, you can call it whatever you want to call it.
Pressure.
Right. So what is those molecules that you're referring to, i.e. a bag of chips going up further, so on and so forth? What are those molecules, the microcosm? What is the macrocosm of those molecules you're referring to?
That could be like, tiny bits of people's skin and hair and the saliva, probably a lot of water at the bottom. Like, there's a lot of where the ocean or whatever, where the water meets the air, there's probably a lot of very tiny, very small air water particles. That's why seeing over water is hard, but seeing over land is easier.
Okay, so again, a further description of the microcosm, but again, the macrocosm, the larger makeup of that system that you're describing so finitely, what would you deem that as?
What do you like? If I said a pool instead of a pool of water with gravel at the bottom, it would picture like a pool of air with little. Is that what you're looking for? I don't quite.
Well, I'm just trying to. You're the one leading the charge, and I'm just trying to figure out how the observation of your room. Perhaps you were saying maybe your room is not subject to some form of a density gradient. However, in my space, I observed that there is in fact a density gradient, and it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in your room or you're by the ocean, you observe a density gradient. This is why we stick to the Earth.
When you say you observe a density gradient, could you help me visualize what you're looking at?
Yeah, sure. So you got a balloon, right, for a birthday party. After a few days, it's hovering like halfway in between the ceiling and the floor. If there was no gradient, then it wouldn't have equilibrized, is that a word, in the middle of the room, right? If it was all one single atmospheric pressure, 14.7 .0, I'm sorry, 14.7000, right, then it wouldn't have been in the middle. It would be at the top or the bottom. There wouldn't be a middle for it to ride on.
Yeah, but I explained that with like if you take regular water and you put an egg in it, it'll go to the bottom or whatnot. And then you put salt and it floats to the top, right? But there's also going to be more.
No, it doesn't automatically. It doesn't automatically float to the top.
I know, but can I just finish making my analogy?
Sure.
So that if you can put small bits of matter into a fluid, you'll displace some of the fluid up, and a lot of the sediment. Yeah, so that's how I see air. There's a lot of sediment at ground level, which creates a higher, quote, pressure on the bag of chips. And as you pull it out of that salt or those little things, it expands because there's not as much little stuff around it.
So you're basically saying that the particles will change without any input of energy? Like, could you steel man what you just said? Maybe illustrate that a little bit better for me, please?
Okay, so you have the bag of chips and it's compressed, right? Like it's not expanded and it's at ground level. And that would be the same as if you had a bag of chips at the bottom of a pool where there's a lot of salt. So this chip bag is inside a sludgy salt liquidy mess, and that's and then as you lift it out of that sludge, it can expand because the sludge is not as thick. It's the same with the
universe isn't liking what you're saying right now. It's cutting you off
as you get away from the
sorry,
ground.
dude. You can ask the universe to hold on because it was cutting you off. It walked on everything you said, dude. Sorry.
Banger position.
Breaking up.
You were roboting.
So the first question I have for you in your observation is, how deep in the water did you take this bag of chips to observe the pressure gradient change on the bag of chips?
I was more just using that as an analogy for the mechanism.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we all know that if you have a bag of chips at sea level, let's say, as an example, you open the chips, there's a certain amount of pressure to the bag itself. You open it, you observe that pressure being released. So I would imagine that when you take that bag of chips into water, let's say we go into the ocean and we're going to go deep into the water, that gradient that's acting, that pressure that's acting on the bag of chips is going to change. This is why I asked you, what depth of water did you take the bag of chips to observe the beginning of this, the illustration that you're putting forward?
Again, the analogy of the bag of chips was to just show the mechanism of gradients in water and air. Do you get where I'm coming from with that?
Well, I get the sludge impacting the bag of chips at a certain level. What are we doing? What are we observing?
We're both observing the same thing, right? The bag of chips. We're just trying to explain the observation.
Okay. And what are you explaining exactly?
The observation of the bag of chips getting puffier.
Getting what?
It expands, like the bag expands as you go up a mountain or get higher with it.
Okay, so you're saying that as you change your elevation, right, you interact with the atmosphere, that as you go up in altitude, that the pressure will act differently on that bag of chips. Is that correct?
The medium, when you say pressure will act on the bag of chips, yes, the medium will affect the bag of chips.
Right, 14.7 pressure observed at sea level. So when we go up higher in altitude, that pressure, let me finish because you asked for your time to finish, let me finish. As you go up in altitude, that pressure will act on the bag of chips. And if you were to go into water with the said bag of chips, go to a certain altitude, or sorry, go to a lower altitude in the body of water, you would notice that the density gradient changes on the bag of chips. Is that correct?
Well, where did the 14.7 come from?
Well, that seems to be a consistent measurement that's observed when we use things like a barometer to establish that there is in fact a density gradient or an actual earth pressure or air pressure that's in place.
So I have a barometer. I have a barometer. It's a glass tube with water in it. There's no scale or measurement device in this barometer. So where was the measurement of 14 pounds measured? If it can't be in the barometer because the barometer is just glass and water.
Right.
Is he arguing there's no density gradient? I'm sorry, brother.
Well, that's exactly what we're talking about right now. So my stance is that there is in fact a density gradient at play, and we can use a bag of chips to observe this density gradient at work. However, he's stating that the particles affect the bag of chips. And I'm just trying to figure out if it's in fact the quote particles on a microcosm view. The macrocosm explanation would be in fact that there's a density gradient, but it seems as though he's not interested in tipping his hat to the idea of a density gradient. Just like light, just like magnetism. Again, a third principle we seem to have that doesn't seem to get acknowledged by this individual, which is interesting.
Have you ever been to the bottom of a 12-foot pool? Like let all the air out of your lungs, or maybe like 90% of the air out of your lungs, and sit down there and like you notice the pressure on your ears? You never felt that?
Yeah, I'm a scuba diver. What we're not debating the pressure.
Well, then
right?
Okay, what are we talking about?
Hold on. We're debating the cause, right? We're debating the cause. Okay, so I agree that there is a difference in an effect, or there's a difference in the medium from 1 foot to 10,000 feet. I agree. I just disagree in what that difference, how that difference is caused. For me, the difference is sediment, right? It's not that there's literally more air. There's the same amount of air from here to 10,000 feet. There's just more sediment in the air, very similar to how water, when you put sediment into the water, the entire water has a, quote, density where an egg will float with the salt as opposed to with not.
So what makes up this sediment that you're talking about?
That's he asked me, and I was like, it most likely, little bits of skin, little bits of hair, at things that come off of leaves, dust, it's shine a laser. I have this green laser and it's crazy strong, and you can see it's amazing we breathe this stuff in and we don't choke. We're literally sitting in just like all these little dots of dust.
So what about Colorado? Is there no sediment there?
I think there's less sediment as you go up, right? But then again, also if you have a city, there's going to kind of be a pool of sediment around that city, because where people congregate, wherever there's motion, there's friction, there's rubbing, there's sloughing, things fall off. So yeah, the air around big cities is always going to be smoggier than if you were just living by yourself in the woods where the trees can filter it all.
Recording started. Yeah, the thing you're talking about, right, the hand? The name for that, like particulates and stuff in the air, that's called atmospheric turbidity.
Turbidity, that's it. Yeah, that was chemo.
Turbidity.
Yeah, exactly.
Atmospheric turbidity. There's two kinds. There's one in water and there's another one in air.
Yeah, there you go. That's the word I was looking for.
And by the way, right to hand, barometers do make a measurement specifically of the amount of liquid that's raising up. At least
the barometer doesn't. The water is weighed. The liquid is weighed before it goes into the barometer. The barometer doesn't do any of the weighing.
Yeah, but it does tell you how much water. It does tell you the pressure, and it tells you that by knowing the amount of water that's going up through said diameter, the surface area of the diameter of the opening. Divide that into the mass, the amount of water that was raised, and not mass, of the weight of the water that was raised, and of the pressure.
I don't believe that 14 there. I don't, because the thing is, air is so much, I don't want to use less dense, more vaporous than water. There's no way you can get 14 pounds of air pressure or whatever in the same surface area of water. That can't happen. It's just not as dense, or it's just not as thick. It can't hold the water back.
Well, the pressure's active in all directions. So the pressure doesn't require to, find that specific direction of that water up the tube. But because it's acting in all directions, you can isolate the water in a tube in some surface area. And like I said, the amount of you can define the pressure by describing the force that it's able to the weight it's able to jam up there up the tube. It's dependent on the diameter of the tube.
It works on the expansion or whatever of the liquid. It has nothing to do with the air. This is, again, I can't see 14 pounds of air. That would be, how much there would be, like over a ton of pressure on my body. Like I'm 120 square inches of surface area. That would be just a ridiculous amount of pressure, man.
Hold on a second. Did you just 14? Are you attempting to illustrate or steelman the idea of 14.7 psi acting upon you?
Well, there should be 14.7 pounds per square inch on my body.
Okay. So, all right. You're a scuba diver. Great. Now, you ever deal with a passenger car? You ever have to inflate your tires, measure your tire pressure in a passenger car?
Yes.
What's your tire pressure in your passenger car?
40 psi.
Okay. So you're now dealing with a pressure that is approximately, say, 15% approximately of what you actually put into your observed car tires. And you're just making a statement that you don't feel it acting upon you, that 14.7 psi. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because if you add up the 14.7 to the entirety of my body, it would be a very high number.
So you can always breathe, right?
Yeah, unless you actually put like 2,000 pounds on
No,
top of
no,
my
it's
chest,
okay. I
and then
just
I couldn't.
needed, and now I'm going to belittle you slightly and say I just needed a yes or no question to that. You can always breathe, so we know that air is always there, right? You can wave your hands around, and you can feel the friction of the air on the hair on your skin, and you feel the friction of the air on your skin as well, right? So you know that there's a presence of a medium. But you're only now throwing away or attempting to hand wave away the idea that the actual measurement of that pressure is not 14.7 because you should feel 14 pounds exerted upon you. This is what you're saying.
No, because they never actually, it's not that. It's they never actually measured the pressure of the air. They measured water. They took 14 pounds of liquid, put it on a scale, then poured it in a barometer, and then said, hey, look, we measured air pressure. That's my problem.
Okay, but the issue is, and not even the issue is, we can just say that the baseline is 0. We can say the baseline is 14.7, 1 bar. For every 14.7, it's 1 bar. As a diver, I would imagine you deal with bar as a unit versus imperial. You use metric for your measurements, do you not?
Yeah, because you're only when you dive, you're only concerned about where you're at for how long, like what depth for what amount of time.
So for every 32.8 feet of pressure, or 32.8, apologize, of distance that you travel down within a body of water, you observe a difference of 14.7 psi. For every 32.8 feet that you travel downwards, it increases by 1 bar, which is 14.7 psi. Right. So the idea of it being measured outside of water, like just saying that there's 14.7 psi observed at sea level, why is that a problem?
Well, because you can't say the number's arbitrary and then give a very specific poundage number to it. If you wanted to just say 1 atmosphere, I'd have no problem with that, because that's, you know, a very vague enough term. But when you say it's 15 pounds, that's very specific, right? And then now it's like, I want to see that 15%. I want to see that measurement. I want to see that weight. I need verification of that. You know, and if it's just 1 pound, then that 40 psi in the tire would be totally different.
Okay, but that's a given, right? It's like you have a ruler, and they give you, like, for every inch, this is an inch. For 12 inches, it's a foot, and then you unpack it, you know, relate it to metric if you need to convert to metric, things of that nature, right? But there's these measurements that are registered to whatever it is that you're doing. Now, with respects to this, this is just what's been agreed upon. It's like an industry standard.
Yeah, but I could agree with that if it was like you were saying the singular unit, right? Like, yes, the pound we agreed on, right? Like, what is, you can't empirically, like, this guy, oh no, this is a pound. We all have to agree on the pound, right? So that if it was like a single unit, I'd be, like I said, with the bar, like 1 bar, single unit. There, yeah, we don't have more specifics than the human concept of that. But when you get to the 15 pounds, we know what a pound is, so then we should know what 15 is. I should then be able to measure that.
Easily. I gave you the one way I gave you is exactly the a barometer. It's probably the simplest way to do it. But you can measure any, like you take a can, like an empty can or an empty drum, gasoline, like a gasoline drum, empty it out and suck the air out of it. Okay. And if you do this, you're going to, it's going to collapse based on the strength of the barrel if it can withstand a certain amount of pressure. And the pressure you would estimate using the square inches of the barrel on the outside and the, pressure, whatever it is. So if it's 15 pounds per square inch, got a certain amount of square inches, right? And it's a vacuum on the inside. That much pressure is acting on the walls of the of that barrel, outside wall of the barrel. There's ways you can show that you can show this, and you can show that that's the same that's that amount of pressure by using like one of those squisher things, like those things that squish things. I don't know, called a crusher, and you can again identify the amount of force and the pressure required to crush that same barrel, and you can see that it's what you estimated in the atmosphere was exactly correct.
Okay, but you know what a ratchet strap is?
I think so. Like what you tie into your car, tying stuff on your car,
and you click it down, and it gets tighter.
Yeah.
Okay, so picture you put one of those inside of a barrel, right? And you just again for the analogy, and you had a Superman who could just ratchet it to the point where the barrel would collapse in on itself. If you did that, would you say, "Oh, the outside pushed it in"? No, right? So to hook up a vacuum and with a powerful motor, like a ridiculously strong motor, and start doing something to the inside of the barrel, and then you make it collapse, and then say, "Oh yeah, it was the outside." I take issue with that.
I didn't say. All I said is you take the air out of it. Usually, actually, what I didn't mention is that often what's done is they take the air out of these barrels, and then they place them in like a pool of water, or I think it's like heated hot water or something like that. And that usually will begin the process. I forget exactly what it is, but yeah. So it's not really taking the air out of it doesn't do anything. That's not the action that's causing it, obviously, because you're taking air out of it. You're just removing the air from it. The same way
you in your model, though. Like according to your model, right? Like according to your model, all you're doing is pulling balls out of the ball pit, right? But if you look at it through my model, right, like how I'm looking at the inside of the vacuum, that there's this thing that's attached to the walls, and you're pulling on it, and it's not going to let go of the walls, and you just keep pulling and pulling, and eventually it just crushes the can together, just like the ratchet strap comes together. You can't pull air apart. Put your hand in water and then flick it off. Some will be stuck to your hand. Like, I think when you get to the lower ends of, this macro scale, it will not let go of the walls. And then the machine with the motor will just crush the tank.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me fly in real quick on that one, if I may. We do know that when we heat up sealed containers, that they expand. Right, like if you have something that has a liquid inside of it, you can freeze the liquid inside of it, or you can heat it up, and you will notice that the actual container itself will expand. So that would suggest that the medium itself is being excited, right, or perhaps being slowed down. If it's being freeze, therefore it's contracting, or if it's heated up, it's expanding. We observe this.
It does get cold in the vacuum chamber. Could, cold contracts. It could just be getting smaller and smaller, right? That's another. And again, I think that's kind of what's happening.
That takes the ratchet strap idea and it throws it out the way, because we know that actual observation that we're making right at that point is tied to the medium that the container is containing.
Yeah, no, I was just using the ratchet strap as an analogy to how the medium can connect itself to the walls and then create an inward pull.
Well, no, we have to be very specific with it, because again, like I'll talk about where I live. I watch those freight trains go by 100 cars in length, and they're toting mediums, and it's crazy. They've got mediums, and they've also got the rectilinear containers, if you will. We know that the rectilinear containers are carrying solid goods, but we also know that the medium container, just like Coke cans, Sprite cans, pop cans, are carrying mediums, because mediums have to be contained within circular type of a structure, because it's one seal, two caps on either side. This is why the submarine that went deep to try to go find the Titanic didn't make it. Carbon fiber doesn't do well during compression. Anyways, but with respect to medium, it's the way that the medium interacts with the container that it's within.
I feel like we're kind of on the same page there.
Anyways, but my point was just that pressure can definitely be identified, and you can use torr, you can use bars, you can use pounds per square inch. But a torr and a pound per square inch are very similar, because the pounds per square inch is describing the amount of weight that's allowed to go up the tube of a certain diameter or certain surface area opening.
Yes, that 14.
Height,
go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
That 14.7 psi at sea level, you think that is all the weight of the amount of gas that's above you for that square inch column, right? That's how much it's pressing down, or how much it weighs.
No, it's equivalent to that. Yeah, it's that's what caused it, and that's what the equivalent is. Yeah, that's why the pressure exists like that.
Yeah. So all the air for infinity for all, because that air never stops, right?
You could say that, but you could also say it stops somewhere past the moon. But either way, it wouldn't matter. Go on.
Well, where does it stop? Where's the line?
Let's say it goes on for infinity.
Yeah. So okay, cool. For infinity and beyond, Buzz. That's how much the air above you weighs, or is pressing down. Either way you want to phrase that, it's the same thing, right?
How about we use an Olympic swimming pool to go like the absolute opposite direction to help illustrate our point. So we got an Olympic. Huh?
The air has to push down and up, because if you take a cup of water and put a card over it and turn it upside down, it will hold the water in, Jeremy. So the 14 psi can't be straight down; it has to be straight up as well.
Yeah, that's why I said it was equivalent to it. The pressure is in all directions. Pressure is an omnidirectional, force, as you call it.
But then
hold on, real quick, right? Hold on, real quick. But they say, Kosho, do you say that the 14.7 psi is the 1 inch column, the 1 inch cubed column above that spot on Earth? That is how much all the gas above that in that column would weigh.
I already stated that, but I wasn't finished my statement though. I said pressure acts in all directions. It's in all directions, omnidirectional. And it's caused by, in that case of the atmosphere, it's caused by the weight of the atmosphere above it, which is obviously acting downwards in one direction. So you can describe the pressure at any point to be equivalent to that same, like you're saying, pounds per square inch, and it'd be equivalent to that same square inch of weight of all the gases above that point. But I wouldn't say that that's what you're measuring, but that's the reason why they're equivalent.
Okay, does the whole 1 inch cube column, is that all the air in that column, does that weigh 14.7 pounds?
Yeah, I said yes. If you were to actually
I have a follow up.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a follow up. So yes, that is the weight of that air, and weight is what? Which way does weight press? How do we figure out weight? Downward, right? So it's a downward amount of pressure that's happening in that spot.
Oh, I did listen to it. I'll say it one last time, and then I say it. The pressure acts in all directions. That pressure is manifested. It's created by the virtue of the weight acting downward, right there. So the pressure of the atmosphere is caused by the weight acting downward, right there. The same way as in the water, the pool, there's pressure in all directions at any given point. And it's caused by the weight of the water and I guess the air above that, the same point. But like I said, it's not just that point that's causing the pressure, because it's obviously all the water and air above it. But you can say that the square inch column that you're talking about, that's equivalent to the amount of pressure, that the weight of that column is equivalent to the amount of pressure, the strength of the pressure that.
What about the swimming pool? Can we talk about swimming pool?
I got lots of experience in swimming pool. I can tell you all about it.
All right, so a basketball, we take that basketball 20 feet deep and it shoots back up to the surface. Sometimes it'll even pop like above the surface and then come back down to the surface of the water. And that to me is where we get to really observe how pressure within a medium actually works. Obviously, above in the air, which you guys are talking about, right? It behaves differently. However, the actual force is still observed because it's the same premise, right? Hydrostatic pressure, how it exerts itself to shove things that contain air out to seek equilibrium. Like that individual object is seeking equilibrium, and that force of the water itself is being exerted upon that ball in all directions. Sorry, there's a train going by.
Can't hear the train. Keep going, bud.
So yeah, hydrostatic pressure, right? And what's crazy is like we can take that ball deeper and deeper, like Olympic swimming pool, and we notice that pressure, that force will be exerted, and that ball will act with more and more fervor when it returns back up to the surface. Sorry, I gotta withdraw. I have some visitors over. I'll be right back.
Go show. You said you had a thing about Dell's thing. You were going to go over.
Well, no, we kind of already said it. I just wanted to, because like I said, I understand his argument to be about not a constant acceleration, but actually a constant velocity, which is very different. And if you had something going at constant velocity, for instance, a density column falling at a terminal velocity, you actually would not see it mix all together. You would see them split into the different, components or whatever. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, so what are you saying? At terminal velocity, what is, because when you drop it in the density column, it's they all mix into each other, don't they?
Yeah, but if you had a parachute, and you were falling with a parachute and holding a density column, you would actually see it divide back up.
Well, isn't it? You're still using the air, though. I mean, if you're on a hot air balloon, you'd still be technically, because you'd be using the air, you'd be sort of with the reference frame, though, wouldn't you? Because if it's pushing up, it's pushing everything.
Yeah, but I'm talking about falling. So if you're falling at a constant velocity or going upwards at a constant velocity, the density column would behave as you would expect it to, as opposed to when it's falling, as opposed to when it's accelerating. When it's
I told you, Dell's thing only works. Dell's thing only accounts for the gravity if you have it going up at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's the only movement that'll work.
He doesn't believe it's accelerating.
If you don't have it moving at that speed, if you don't have it accelerating like that, it doesn't answer anything for why things are dropping. It doesn't even help. I don't understand.
Originally, I thought he was talking about a constant acceleration, but then I listened more closely. And somebody actually informed me he's talking about a constant. No, I thought he was talking about constant acceleration. Talking about constant velocity.
If Earth was I know. If the Earth was accelerating that fast, you know how fast we'd be going right now?
Well, that's the argument
Light
they made
speed.
the other day. Because Rachel went on QE's channel, and she argued, because she said it was, she decided that yes, it was accelerated. Or Dell's claim is that it's constant velocity, but that's the argument they said to her, by the way. The first thing they went with is the hot air balloon, which Rachie rightly said, that's still sort of, that's attached, that's still attached. Yeah, it's using the air. And the second thing was, it was Adam, can't remember his second name. He sort of said, "How old are you?" And she's like, "What the fuck's that got to do with anything?" And that's where he was going with that. He was basically,
Yeah, do you know how fast? Since you were born, do you know how fast we'd be moving?
That's exactly where he was going with it. But I mean, what if it was still like? I mean, of course, none of us can. I'm not going to say what's outside the reference frame, and you can't either. But what if it was like a centrifuge or something like that? What would that do, Kosho?
That's a different type of acceleration. And that's actually you'd be able to measure that with something else other than just if we're moving. You'd be able to measure that, with stuff like what do you call it, like gyroscope stuff.
So, Andy, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that I was putting forth before with the swimming pool.
Yeah.
We can measure, like when we go to depths, these guys with submarines, they measure for every 32.8 feet that you travel down, pressure goes up it increases by 1 bar, right? So 33, let's just round it, 33 feet, 33 feet, 1 bar, 66 feet, 2 bar, so on and so forth. My question then becomes, and again, asking, and I'm going to be just a contrarian to the point that I'm observing, so I'm going to take the if this then that approach to this question that you're putting forward. If I'm now going up in the same closed system that I'm within, because we all, like, for all intents and purposes, among the flat earth community, the truther community, so to speak, we agree that it's a closed system. Now we're just observing two different mediums, right? One is air, the other one is water. So my question then becomes, why can't we then invoke the same principle for every 33 feet that I go up, that there's going to be some form of a charge that I get for carrying that object? So I'm going to sit in a helicopter and I'm going to take a rock. It weighs 10 pounds, 20 pounds, or whatever, 33 feet, 66 feet, 99 feet, so on and so forth. And that credit gets added to, right? We know that rock weighs 20 pounds here on the surface, and it weighs 20 pounds up. If we take that scale on a helicopter to altitude, we weigh that same rock, it's going to weigh the same. However, the force that's acting upon that rock is going to change, and we know that at some point terminal velocity will be reached, which is in fact that speed, that it can't go any faster than that. We observe that. But what I am putting forth for consideration, and I'll withdraw at this point and be very long, is for every 33 feet that we go up, I'm proposing that we get a relative charge, just like we do when we go deep in water. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I do. I like the electrical. I like the idea of thinking of, like, there's all kinds of magnetic forces. The Earth's a bloody big giant magnet or something like that. Electrical forces pushing down like a flow. I love that, by the way. But I also like that Dell's asking questions. And that was an interesting thought experiment that he said, that if you took a swimming pool, like you love your swimming pool, Kiwi, and you strung it up in air by two huge cranes, and you went and you got in that swimming pool that's, say, a few hundred feet in the air, right? You went and got in that swimming pool, and you went down to the bottom. You feel all that quote unquote weight on top of you, pressure, yes? You feel it on you. As soon as you go in, it's harder to breathe. You feel it. But as soon as those cranes let go of that swimming pool and it goes into free fall, you no longer feel it. You no longer feel that pressure. Yes?
Right. Because you're within a relative medium that's within its own relative medium, and it's seeking its rest point. So the water is like, you're effectively have found your rest point within the water. You're contained within the water. And then now that swimming pool is falling back to the surface to find its rest point. Again, buoyancy, relative density being demonstrated.
If
right?
density and buoyancy was the be all and end all of it, I don't think that, like I say,
it's not.
Exactly. It's definitely not.
So hold on. Wait,
the question doesn't stop at
can I ask a
density and
question to
buoyancy.
that?
So the question doesn't stop at density and buoyancy, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a vector involved, right?
Yep.
That vector is what we call up and down. Everything presents itself in this up and down vector that we experience. Or not vector, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? So there seems to be some sort of correlation between like atmospheric pressure as well as electric pressure, right? Or electrostatic pressure, which is measured in voltage. So as we have a decrease in like atmospheric pressure, we have an increase in electrostatic pressure. So there seems to be a correlation between those two as well. This is your whole increasing your elevation, you're decreasing your atmospheric pressure, but you're also increasing your voltage.
Well stated, dude.
Yep.
I mean, I still
Let me
have
ask this on that
flat earthers
thought experiment.
to this day that are trying to say that the idea of an increase in voltage with elevation is somehow a logical fallacy affirming the consequent for some reason.
Nah, there's a charge given, and I can honestly say that respectfully from just the observation of like kinetic and potential energy, right? That I'm gonna sit, and again, boys, I'll be long in the tooth on this because you know I love talking. I'll grab a rock. I'm gonna get into the helicopter, right? And that helicopter pilot's gonna pull the controls back. I hear the motor working. I know the fuel's being consumed. I see the guy's forearms flexing as he pulls back on it, and the work is being done. And I'm holding that rock. I can feel its weight, and I'm gonna go up into the air. And at some point in time, I'm gonna release it. And that again, right? I get that charge because we notice the rock getting that charge as it goes higher up because the speed of the rock increases as it falls back down to the surface. Thanks for listening.
I don't want to be a naysayer, but I will have to say there is one difference between those two types of pressure, and that's just because what is it? The atmospheric pressure is a function only of the height or altitude above sea level, I guess. So anywhere you are above sea level, it's about the same pressure. Whereas the the voltage in the atmosphere is a product of the distances. You know, so it's not just. It's like if one
Right.
distance, if one position was sea level, then the other position would be the altitude. But if the other position was some other altitude and the other one was just a higher altitude, then it would be different. It'd be whatever the difference was between those two altitudes.
Yeah, there appears to be like if you had a like the electrostatic pressure, right? The squishing of it seems to be around the surface or anything attached to the surface, right? So you can be at a higher elevation and you're still going to have voltage, but as you increase, it's going to take you less distance from the surface when you're at a higher elevation above sea level to increase your voltage. Does that make sense? Kind of squishing those lines.
How high does it stop at some point, Napalm? Or how high does it go?
That is the question.
No, I mean the actual voltage. Is there a point where it stops? Is it just a few hundred feet, or is it thousands of feet?
It's just in the atmosphere. I mean, it's voltage, right? So it's not a bunch of. It's not very usable in a practical sense to just be like, let's just pull the voltage out of the air. You can, but it's high voltage, low amperage. You know, you're talking about milli, really small milliamps. You know, so you don't have as much use as you would, a normal like electrical circuit. But
well, didn't they use that on the NASA balloons thing where they changed that tether, where they changed the
electrostatic tethering, increase or decrease elevation.
and I imagine that's pretty high up. I don't really. Yeah, I need to look into this more, to be honest.
Well, in our model, actually, I thought Napalm had a clever explanation for how it would work in the flat Earth biblical model, because there's water's above, water's below, two different charges. And it's actually kind of similar to how it works, or why we have it in our model, just because the ionosphere has a bunch of charged particles, due to the bombardment of those particles from the solar radiation, and those it creates a charge because of that. So there's a charge up there, and then so I guess it's a positive charge up there, and so I guess there's a negative charge down here. There's a ground down here, so it's like the difference between these two charges. The fact that there's these two charges, this is what creates the voltage. So I guess you could say above the ionosphere, you probably would expect you wouldn't expect, for this to still apply the 100 volts per meter, but that would just be in our model.
Is that 100 volts per meter? Is that what it is? I've actually got a picture here, but it doesn't actually say. Is that what it is, though?
That's how you would predict the electrostatic potential. But like I said, the potential is, the potential of the experience, you'd have to connect. You'd have to have some sort of conductor, to connect. So like a wire to connect these two regions, and you would have to, you wouldn't want there to be.
It's not per meter though, Kosher, right? It's per 100 meters, or it's got to be more than
I think it's 100
meter.
volts per meter, I believe.
Really? Okay.
So. But there's a lot of resistance, so that's why
I was about to
is
ask
so
you.
small.
Shit. Resistance.
Yeah.
Or
The air is the resistance is enormous in the atmosphere, so.
Which would then be tied to things like humidity, like the amount of water present in the system.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that affects it. I do know that that 100 volts per meter only applies to a perfectly calm, still weather. Like a perfect ideal weather situation where there's no wind and no turbulence, no weather at all. Because anything other than that, especially like a storm, for example, you're not going to have the 100 volts per meter. I don't know how. I don't know what you would. I don't know how you would predict the values.
I like it.
And the last thing I'll say about it is a cool way you can actually capitalize on this is if you were to have a wire that had no electrical resistance, like say superconducting wire, right? If you were able to create some contraption that was using a superconducting wire, you could probably harness a lot of this current, other voltage.
And again, that number that you just gave, it ties to what Napalm is saying. That there's, you go upwards in the system and you get a charge.
Well, as I said, there is a charge. There's a charge up there. Yeah, and so yeah, you can utilize the differences. The voltage is really the differences in the charges, at whatever distance. So the fact that there's different charges, from these two distances, this will give you the value for the voltage.
Right. So, Kosha, would you agree or disagree that voltage could be demonstrated even if you have something that's grounded, as you increase, right? So if something is grounded, meaning you have like a corona motor that's grounded, and then you have the gap between that and where the electrostatic input is being put in, right? So you know how corona motor works. You have a slight gap between two surfaces, right? You have one that's grounded, and then the other surface that would be run up into the air. Would you agree that it doesn't start moving until you get to a certain altitude, meaning you've reached the amount of differential between the electrode that you have in the air and then the grounded side of it, and then as you would increase, you would be able to measure voltage that way?
Yeah, I guess it would. I mean, I just would predict it would depend on. So the voltage that you'd have obviously the higher you go, the more voltage, you require, and I guess it would have to overcome whatever resistance exists between the gap that you're describing, however big that gap is. I'm assuming
Right.
that's why that's what would determine,
And then you also have bleeding off, right? So it's really hard to kind of measure it specifically, but you can measure, I guess you could take something like a field mill up there, but then you would still have to have an electrical device in order to measure I don't know.
I've seen a lot of guys do a lot of cool stuff with this sort of thing. Yeah, and it just really just depends on connecting the two regions.
Yeah, it's the difference there that's measurable. I mean, I don't know.
That lady who was asking about it yesterday, she got really mad at the video. I posted like a 4-minute video that just showed a guy.
Oh, she's still mad.
That.
She's still going off on me in text.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's silly because I think she thought I was trying to prove something, but I really was just answering. Like she literally asked if you could, if there was anybody who ever demonstrated this or something like that, and that's all I wanted to show. I was like, yep, there's somebody demonstrating it.
Right.
But she was criticizing when I posted because it didn't have any data, like it didn't have all the data and everything measured. And I'm like, I'm not trying to show you I'm not trying to show you the details. I'm trying to show you that this is demonstrating that this is how that this works.
Right. Right. I mean, it seems to be established that there is that increase that's measured.
Isn't lightning the fact that you have lightning is sort of is related to discharge? Is that? But it's more to do with like I told you, like when the storm's happening, it disrupts this current or this normal current, and that's the lightning is sort of it like equalizing or it basically normalizing. I mean.
Yeah. Your maximum limit, right? And then you have the discharge, the lightning, the discharge, and whatnot.
That's kind of interesting. Dell's channel does not have the flat Earth. The what's it called? The banner, the archaic, Wikipedia link, whatever it is, underneath it. That's interesting.
You don't really see that much anymore. I guess it depends on the video.
I know it's usually on the. I don't know. I think it's usually on the most.
They adopted their policy.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I'm not sure if it covers this particular subject, but I did hear something about them just changing policy, and it seems to be, at least from one analysis, that it's because there's just too many people who are into these different topics, so there's no point to to just keep, you know what I mean? But I don't know. That's me just kind of
he ain't got his anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually the case, but that I'm kind of lumping in other stories and connecting the dots. But
no, you're probably right.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, if this I haven't read the articles yet, but I keep hearing all the buzz about this. Somebody who created the superconductor at room temperature. I haven't read about it yet, but like I said the other day, I've seen this in the headlines before, and every time it was in the headlines before, it was expressed way too soon, and it was turned out to be false alarm. But let's say that it is superconductor at room temperature, and it's legit, and somehow, not some exotic material, but something that's not too expensive to obtain, then then stuff like this that we're talking about actually becomes extremely important and more valuable. Because I mean, even if you're not using the atmosphere, if you're just trying to harness, just send, transfer electricity or something like that, like all this, because this creates zero resistance, so it's extremely beneficial.
Did I hear you right that you talk about transmitting electricity?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same way that the normal grid does it. Normal grid does it already, but they have the wires and there's obviously resistance in them. But yeah, we were just talking about doing it in the atmosphere, like extracting the the current in the atmosphere and utilizing it, like utilizing the voltage in the atmosphere.
Who was bringing it up? Because depending on where the conversation comes from, I think it could go two ways, right?
Napalm, myself, and Andy was talking about it a little bit.
Well, I'll give the two analysis. One you've already mentioned, right? The current system.
Sorry, I think I was there too. Yeah, I inserted myself. Hi.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. That's right.
That's all good, dude. What's up?
I'm about to call you Jillian, dude. I'm not fucking jazz.
But anyway,
Mr. Me Too.
Emotional outbursts aside.
I was also talking about it, so I mean, I don't know why I'm getting left
everyone
out
gets
now.
a gold star. Participation awards for everyone. All right. So
I get a
what you're saying,
participation trophy at least.
with what you're saying, Kosha, I understand. Like from the grid perspective, the current system, that something like that would benefit. But and that's not to say this conductor thing isn't interesting, and I do think there's probably a way to take just your average material and do something to it to make it be superconductive at room temp. But in terms of transmitting power or the ability to do work or whatever you want to call it, energy, radiant energy, you don't need to remove resistance. You need to rethink the whole process altogether. This is my position. This is my position, obviously, right? So what I would just pull to or point to is the kind of radiant energy work that Tesla and other guys were working on, and that people definitely are still working on now, in my opinion. Because if you operate by those parameters, something like resistance doesn't really, as in the way you're describing it, doesn't really come into the equation at all. So it's a non-barrier. But that's my position. Take or leave it.
You'd have to elaborate somewhat because I'm trying to remember that was the guy's called Ed Dollard, Eric Dollard. I saw his video.
Yeah, he's one of the more modern ones who's been working on it or has worked on it. I don't know what he's doing there. Because I can, elaborate would be kind of long. I think terminology wise, some of these more studious fellas could do a better job. But long story short, from what I've read, it seemed that what Tesla was up to when doing the transmission over distances was the reason he wasn't getting lost. So you talk about the resistance, that's where you get loss of output, right? Roughly speaking. So the reason he wasn't getting those losses, and it was just excellent. It was because of what he was working with. So take it for what it's worth, because I know people don't always agree with this position of the ether and stuff. But to not get lost in too much terminology, the way he was doing his demonstrations was he was getting information back that the only way he was able to get the results at the other end was because he was gaining I don't know how he put it. Was it energy or something?
I remember
like
myself.
Anyway, the terms. Apologies for the term. I'm just kind of paraphrasing. So he was actually gaining as he was going through the medium, as the transmission was happening. It was gaining from the rest of the system. So that's why there wasn't loss. It's not necessarily that the initial thing that he started was able to sustain itself without resistance, but rather because he was transferring it through the etheric field, as it were, it was drawing in from the field as it progressed. So that's why you would have effectively zero loss transmission. But yeah, it's better to just read it than to hear it third hand from me. But you know the book, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, because I've gone through it. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember any of the. I found holes in it and stuff, but I can't even remember his details to even describe anything. So regardless though, I kind of see what you're saying, but I still think that if you're describing a current, you're gonna want to have some regard to the resistance. I guess you're saying like you don't worry about the resistance because it's picking up energy as it's going. Like that.
I'm talking not resistance in the word itself, because even as he described it, right? He's like he makes his quote is kind of interesting from where I sit. It's I don't know what electricity is completely, or something to that effect. But what I do know is it behaves as a actually not electricity. He does say electricity, but he's not talking about the kind that we're dealing with in the day to day, right? Like his radiant electricity. It's like, but what I do know is it acts as a fluid under pressure. So within that dynamic, yes, there will be some element of resistance, and he's using some things to generate focus on that. But what I mean is specifically the kind of resistance you were referring to with wire transmission.
Yeah. Or
there might be.
Really,
Sorry.
No, I was just saying any really, because if there's just air or if there's anything, however it's being transmitted, right?
Well, that depends on the worldview, right? Because again, if you don't agree with this ether thing, I think, you're doing yourself a disservice, whoever you are. But if you don't, then obviously anything I say is going to be dubious. But if you at least acknowledge that some of these tests have veracity to them, and these demonstrations that they're passing through solid matter, then the idea of resistance through air doesn't really seem to come into play, because it's operating at a different fundamental level, let's say. So you'd have to. It's not that you'd dismiss resistance altogether, but you'd have to reinvestigate and reconsider the whole meaning of that within something that can pass through a solid insulator, for instance.
Well, I'm probably not even the person to tackle this stuff. I don't
think it needs to be tackled. I was just.
I know, but the only thing I'm saying is that it's like the companies that I was looking at earlier was like these companies that are they're investing a lot into making these super. Actually, they don't only invest; they already have like a huge infrastructure for these superconducting wires, and then that's how they make their money. Is they sell, they sell, sort of. Infrastructure for some, whatever it is, like if you're a business or if you're a factory or whoever you are, and they set it up so that you can easily transfer energy, with very little loss, because like I said, there's zero resistance. It's very expensive because it's very expensive to keep superconductors, cold and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it just seems like I don't know. I feel like they look into something like this. If there was merit to it, I guess that's a lazy way of considering it, right?
I don't think it's lazy. I think it's just perspective. If they don't even have the perspective, and they've already set up a venture with a legacy system, then it makes sense from a business point of view, and from an what would you call it? Like a technological advance point of view. Within that context, what they're doing makes sense, and I think it's interesting anyway. Just independently of anything else, the superconductor stuff is fun to me, from what I've looked into it. But that doesn't negate the other side. That's why I presented my comment from both sides. From what you're saying, yeah, it's interesting. I think it's interesting independently of why they're doing it, at least in the application you brought up. But still, if you're going to talk about transmission, especially transmission through air, there isn't any better way than doing it Tesla's way, effectively, because Well, because it's when you understand what's being spoken about, it's clearly a superior form of energy. But if you don't understand and you don't agree, then obviously everything is just irrelevant to that person.
One of the terms I remember described longitudinal waves. Longitudinal waves. Longitudinal waves.
Impulses.
Now I'm starting to remember that video. I was just talking about the one where he's in his garage and he's got those lights and he's showing like how powerful these lights he had were. But yeah, all I mean about the that company is not that company would be looking into it, but let's say somebody's not looking into it, but they're making a lot of money, then that means that there's certainly a market and there's room for somebody who does know about this technology that you're describing to steal his steal his market share, basically.
I mean, the suggestion of market as like evidence in favor or not in favor for something doesn't really hold water when you're talking about reality, because as in, is something possible, yes or no? Because like you have a market for horse and carts, but cars are better. Well, I mean, it depends like from what perspective, right? But you have more efficient, more cheap ways of doing transport, but you still have people running horse and carts. So it doesn't, that kind of argument is a little flat. And also, let's say these people started their company with what you're saying in mind already, right? And I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of presuming because you haven't said who they are. If they then hear this conversation now, and they go and consider it in their R&D department, for them to even start doing it, they have to first understand what's being said, and then they have to go, okay, how do we make this viable from a business point of view? And then that takes time anyway. So even if they were considering it, can they practically do it? Is it viable for their specific market share or whatever they're doing? And then also, because I think this is a good thing to bring up. Are you going to just assume that they're going to be able to do something that goes against so many legacy systems? Because you've seen how many legacy systems have stopped progression in other fields. Why would it be any different in this field? But yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to have a debate, just a contribution to the general discourse. Kosha, what's the name of the company you were referencing though? Might as well look into it.
Jeremy, your mic's open, just so you know.
Jeremy. Kosha, you still there? You tap out.
What's the topic?
Semiconductors and sorry.
What's up?
Superconductors and stuff like that.
I got you. Come on. Yeah, come on.
Kosho was mentioning a company, but I think he's gone AFK.
What's up, guys? What are we doing?
Chilling, working. What are you doing?
Everyone's talking over each other. Ad homs. It's chaos, bro. We got to go one at a time.
One at a time. I'll make a list.
Make a list. Mute and unmute. Come on.
What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
By the way, when it gets heated like that, like it did earlier, that really is the only option. It seems near impossible for people not to interrupt. When it's heated, when there's slight little ad homs or slight little misrepresentations. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it's like, okay, let's say somebody totally strawmans you. Is it better to interrupt, cause chaos, the other person's mad, everyone can't hear anything? Or is it better to just let that person finish and then make sure that whoever they are strawmanning or whatever gets their full time uninterrupted to speak?
It depends on the person. Depends on the person, right? Because there's certain people that will start with an ad hom, then they'll strawman, then ad hom, then strawman, then monologue for 5 minutes, and throw some other red herrings and ad homs in there. So, yeah, sure. If you let that person talk for 5 minutes, and then what do you have to do? You have to try to remember all the strawmans, all the ad homs, all that kind of stuff. It's an intentional tactic to divert the conversation into utter chaos.
Well, you've heard about the idea of doing like an objection, where you could do like objection. And then, I mean, it has to be tightly modded though. So let's say you and I are debating napalm and what you just said. Let's say I start off with that. I start with an ad hom. I tell you you're stupid. I tell you don't know things like I do. And then I start strawmanning you. And I red herrings and non sequiturs and monologue. Let's say all those things are happening. Now, if you have like a framework though, if there's a framework where those things are not, that there's a list of things you can't do basically in the combo, then it would help in that sense. And then let's just say that you were able to go objection. And then boom, the minute you say objection, the moderator instantly mutes the guy who's talking, who was doing all that stuff, instantly muted. And that would be fair in this scenario. And then you get your chance to say that was an ad hom or that was a fallacy or this, whatever it was, or a straw man, and then if you're right, it's like in a court case, like overruled or sustained, if you're right, then whatever it would be, that then you would get to speak. Or you would get a gold star or a point or something, there's a lot of different ways to do it. But for example, if you win or whatever, then you would get the mic, if you're correct or whatever. Now, if you're wrong, then I guess maybe the other, like if it's not a straw man or something like that, then I guess the other person would get to go for double time speaking or something like that.
I mean, I'm sure, I guess that would work great if you're dealing with people that are honest or whatever, but it's certain people come in and do that intentionally to mods, right? Intentionally do that to mods. There's not mods around to be able to necessarily moderate it. You get muted, and then the first thing they want to do is talk about, oh, well, you guys are triggered, blah, blah, blah. And these are people that are admitted internet trolls. That's what they are here to do, admittedly, coming from their own lips. So what do you do with people like that?
Send them to the gulag.
Right.
Can I get a chance to speak real quick? Because I kind of acted out a little bit terribly. I just want to come correct on that. But it's like I identify his troll, and so like I don't know. It's a little hard to just keep watching it get played and played over and over.
Right, because it hijacks the whole entire stream, right? And then when the monologue is allowed, right? And then 5 minutes into the monologue, you try to get one word in, and then it's like, I'm not finished. And then another 5 minutes, right? Starting off with an ad hom because they got interrupted, right? 5 minutes into their monologue. It completely devolves the conversation to a point where it's like, why are they even allowed to speak? Right?
Yeah, well, it's just that the troll becomes successful at some point, and it's like, I don't know, I always play to like not like stop like that kind of shenanigans from going on. I don't know. It's weird. He was very sociable and open and interesting yesterday, and then I knew that while everybody was patting him on the back, that tomorrow might be a very different story, and indeed it was. And it's just kind of like a pattern of abusive behavior that somebody can like erode the confidence of the room and the personality of the room over time, like given that type of I don't know, push and pull over time, right? It breaks things up, and I don't think that the special pleading because of like saying going, oh, if you mute me that you just want an echo chamber, or the I'm not finished, holding that out as a taunt is annoying to hear. It's grating, and I think also they could say that even a moderator probably should step in and just slow it down a little bit when there's words streaming out like a chainsaw. It's like, well, I don't know. We need to kind of unpack it in order for it to be listenable, if that's important. And sometimes just like that the other person knows that they're being heard is helpful. So that's good to step in with the steel man. Like we kind of do that too, or sometimes that just like an offer of goodwill, like, okay, can we come to an understanding here? Because that's important. But the hyper black is white, white is black, light is dark, not is whatever, you know what I mean? That type of, when it gets into that type of switchery, it just feels like the whole argument or conversation has lost any kind of intellectual ground, and then therefore, I don't know, I come in and act like it that's where it is. So my bad on that. I think I don't know. It's a bit. I guess people. I don't want to say the toxic word. You know what I mean? I just want to like label it that. There's a very specious kind of strategy that's all developed over years of trolling with this particular argument style and for a particular thing. I think he's taking the opponent's position as a default anyway, and I don't really necessarily believe him. Is he flat earther? I wouldn't even think that, but it's like he isn't, and he's almost like taken license to make absurd claims, as maybe as absurd as he thinks it is. All the while he kind of goes back to defending Einsteinian space-time and Stephen Hawking's, so it's like not so revolutionary. What he's talking about is just an sort of I don't know, just like a well-honed sort of argument out of absurdum or disbelief about the nature of physical material, and the compactness density concept. And we can understand that there's like 16 and counting different ways that we can categorize states of water or ice, right? Effectively, that's something he likes to talk about, or simple things, breaking it down to a rock or this like that. But we wouldn't talk about like the molecular structure of it, the crystallization, the crystal field fucking theory of all of that formation, you know, like what entails the composition of these things, or their angles to each other, and how that affects the material. It can affect its refractivity index. It can affect its a number of different things. Anyway, that kind of minutia is avoided, where it's replaced by personal attacks and different kinds of animus they'll just drum up. That's my analysis of the whole thing, and it's very difficult to just break in the moment and just like come up with that, you know, concisely. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think playing to that, and then just to be good, and just to try and promote. If it takes that much work to eliminate like somebody's tactics, then I don't know if like that's necessarily worth the trouble of having you know, to just promote like a fruitful conversation. And thank you for hearing me, Room, and I'm sorry for being a jerk. Right on. Bye-bye.
Snack, that was awesome, dude.
So which one of the special needs characters was at it today then?
Well, I was away for a bit.
the way-
I guess they're referring to this situation. Right the hand and wits it earlier. I was away for a bit, and I came back, and I came right into that, and I was like, "What is going on?" So yeah, I must have missed kind of how that started and what. But yeah, it was sounded like into.
Yeah, I agree with these snacks. Well, it got started because it's like, so there's things that I learned over time having conversations in these rooms, right? And it's like, there's two easy paths to take. There is the reliance upon the consensus and the authority, right? That's an easy path to take because you can just direct somebody to Google. You don't have to put yourself out there. You don't have to think too much. Everything can be Googled. Everything can be backed and sourced by an authority figure, right? And then there is the complete negation, zero claim, right? So you can completely do a prove it, but also make no claim. And if you never make a claim, you're never wrong. But you can constantly go back and forth and never be held to anything yourself personally, because you never actually make a claim of anything. You just negate others' claims.
Yeah, I think of that as the "I know you are, but what am I" style, where you could just keep doing that forever. You know, someone's like insult someone, "I know you are, but what am I?" They insult them again, "I know you are, but what am I?" That's what that reminds me of. It's like a debate style that is kind of.
They can do that until someone sucks them in the nose.
Yeah, well,
but online they think they have free reign to be retards like that. But in real life, they'd either get slapped or get ignored, and nobody would talk to them anymore.
Or in this person's case, you know, beat up by a girl. But anyways, I digress.
Tell me more.
I'll leave it at that.
No, the thing Gio said is the best way to do it. We need to make a list. There's multiple ways we can get this shit under control. We can make a list. We can do a mute and unmute. Or if somebody's doing something that's holding the conversation up, where we were progressing and now we're just stuck on this thing, we're live stream hosts. Whoever's a mod's a live stream host, right? We can just be like, okay, your objection's been noted and we're moving on. Like, we don't have to get bogged down.
He just has to be muted. Like, that's what I did. I just muted him, but he just keeps getting taken off mute, right? So it continues. And I understand everybody needs to have their voice heard. But
Yeah,
at some point,
when people want to be engaging him and then to mute him, you know what I mean? Like, people were responding to his thing. So
nobody wants to. The only reason people are responding is because it's like he pokes the bear, and nobody wants to engage with him. So he'll continue with the stick until the stick goes far enough to where somebody like lashes out, and then they're engaging him. You know what I'm saying? It's like the whole room shuts up. he just continues to go, or it's silence. And then the minute somebody speaks, he comes in with, well, you never talked to my point, or blah, blah, blah. It's just, you know how it is, bro. It's the same guy. Same stuff.
Wouldn't it be easier just to banish the individual into the void?
I don't know.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Same could be said for you, my guy.
Well, what I heard from earlier, there were definitely multiple points that were being said. At least because I was away for a bit. So when I came back listening, what I heard at least, and I don't know if, like you're saying, if there was some derailing in the first place. Like we've talked about this scenario sometimes, like for Zanuck, for example, where we'll be discussing something like exploring some idea or actually getting into something interesting, and Zanuck will come in, air pressure and da da da, and all of a sudden, like because he makes these claims, somebody's going to respond to it. And now all of a sudden, he's sort of, got the room on the ropes or whatever, wherever, now everyone's chasing him or whatever, and he's kind of dominating the airwaves and all of that. So there's that, and there's a lot of factors. But then if people want to be engaging, then there's that. But what I was going to say earlier, I think what sounded like to me, if we had done like a 30-second, each person gets 30 seconds and back and forth. Now, for example, there was this one time with Zanuck and Flat Earth Data. Now, we all know that those guys they're the monologues. They do everything on the list, problematically in discussions. Now, one time with them, I did that 30 seconds. So basically, you don't necessarily have to mute and unmute because it's just one guy gets 30 seconds and then it goes to the other guy gets 30 seconds. So that's it. You just get 30 seconds. And then when it's 5 seconds before the 30, the mod says, 5 seconds. So they know that's, they're at 25 seconds, almost at 30. And when I did that with Zanuck and Data, it instantly cleaned it up. Instantly, they were able to go back and forth because that cuts out the monologuing. Monologuing's gone. You can't go on and links. You can't start with a straw man and then a red herring and then throw an ad hom in the middle and then a monologue to where there's so many points being brought up and the person is basically just slandering the other person, either through any of those things I just mentioned. And it's incredibly frustrating because now you're just sitting there getting tomato in your face, the other person I'm saying, because you're just being ad homed and straw man and monologue. And it sounds like the other person is very confident that they're laying down all these truths and dropping all this, mic drop, whatever, but they're monologuing going on for so long. That is problematic. So I'm saying the 30-second thing cuts that out. It's like, you got to wrap your point up 20 seconds, hit the ball back. You can't just, it's like in tennis, you hit the ball back and forth. You can't just hold on to the ball and be like, screw it. I'm just going to hold here and just yell on the other side of the fence, on the other side of the net. I'm just going to hold the ball and do all this stuff. Meanwhile, the other guy is just like kind of imprisoned by not even be able to respond, especially when there's ad homs and straw mans and all these things. So I'm saying the 30-second thing cuts that problem out. It cuts the monologuing out. If there is any straw mans or ad homs, the 30 seconds is up pretty quick to where whoever is in the heated discussion is going to have, time. All they got to do is hold their horses for a couple seconds and they can respond. So it sounded like that could have been effective in that scenario if people wanted to engage with them, because otherwise it's just like out of control. So there's so many things happening and monologues and then like from what I heard, and then, he would get muted for monologuing or ad homing. And then all of a sudden he's blaming everybody for muting him and echo chambers. So yeah, I think that 30-second would have possibly solved that.
Should run a poll, see how many people even want him here.
Well, that's why when I came in, I said, because everyone was complaining about him and it was all chaos, I said, does anyone want to debate him? And it was dead silence, and then I said, all right, well then let's give him his last piece to say his last point. Maybe that was a mistake though, because then he's going to trigger everybody or do whatever.
Yes, that was going to continue. I wasn't there, but that definitely is a mistake. If he's anything like what you lot are saying.
Yeah, well, it's a fine line between having an open panel versus a cult-like panel. And I think we all know cult-like panels that are out there. I'm not really going to name other platforms or servers or channels or anything, but there's a lot of them that are like that. Just, shut you down, you're muted. You're banned, you're muted. We're not listening to that. We're not listening to that. So it's a very fine line between getting to that point, where you start doing that. Like, we don't like this guy, he's muted. We don't like what he's doing. He talks about ether, forget it, banned, gone, muted. That's a very fine line between starting to get into that territory.
We don't want to talk about that.
No, I understand, but I don't think you're in any danger of that happening because you don't agree with anybody as much as, and this is your place, right? I should rephrase that. That sounded odd, but it's not like everyone's in agreement with your position. We talk about all sorts of stuff, right? So, the only reason you'd get rid of somebody like that is not because you're doing the cult-like thing. It's just because, bro, there's a rotten apple in the barrel. It's gonna ruin the rest of the apples. Throw it out.
Yeah, and it's like
I understand your. I understand. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's like the the virus that's in the mind is going to get you to go towards a specific thing, right? So that is the directive most of the time, is to divert the conversation, right? So you just have to like eliminate that, and that's what took place today. He basically just waited for a specific word to be used, even though it was like the room was in complete agreement, right? Density and buoyancy do have an effect on things, but what we're trying to figure out is this up and down. Like, what establishes that, right? We understand that there are effects that we can describe with density and buoyancy. He wanted to harp on that, and we're all like, no, we don't want to talk about that. And then he just had to continue on. Like, he couldn't let that go. That was the problem. So it's like he wanted it to be a specific thing. Nobody cared to talk about that. His point was just a negation, no actual substance. It was just a density is not a thing. You can't prove density. It's like, all right, well then if we can't prove density, we can't prove gravity, we can't prove anything. What's the point of having a conversation?
That's why we should have. That's why we should have moved. Hold on, Elijah. That's why we should have done what I said, and said, it's been duly noted that you disagree, and we're carrying on. We don't have to get bogged down. Ed's kept responding to his points and shit, and we did not handle that correctly as mods. I just want to say.
Yeah, no, I was interrupting him and all that shit, and yep.
It's all good. I fucked up so many times, but I mean, whatever. We just got to try to handle it better when that happens. Like, we're hosting the shit. This conversation goes where we say it can go wherever we want it to go. We don't have to let someone else dictate where the conversation is going. We don't have to get bogged down for hours in some mundane thing. Like, we can just be like, yo, your objection's been duly noted. We're carrying on.
Do you reckon we could go to the dark side of the moon with this
but then he had to interject. Like, we tried to, but then he had to interject. He had to get his jabs in and his ad hom. So it's like he just needed to be.
People kept responding. People kept responding to his points, though.
Yeah, that's human
nature. We try to move on, but then he brings it back. So then it's, yeah.
Well, I think there's a difference between having an open panel is one thing. Like, and there's something very cool about the open panel. It's organic. Everybody can get in. There's something cool about that. And that's why people like to come, and because they can actually talk, whereas other types of things, you can just sit and listen. You can't really engage. So there's something to the open panel thing. There's also something to a closed panel where you have like 5 people on a panel and an audience, or different types of discussions. There's positives and negatives to all of them. But in terms of like the type of style, in terms of this kind of open panel stream, it is open panel. But for example, let's say we're talking about a particular topic, like we're talking about, Foucault's pendulum, let's just say, and we're really deep in it, and we're whatever it may be, talking about, does it precess at the equator or something. If somebody else comes in, even though it's an open panel, if somebody else comes in and just says gas pressure without a container or something like that, as hosting it, we don't have to just let that person totally derail the entire thing and go into some other topic. Like, we can, that is fair to either be like, no, we're not talking about that now. We're talking about Foucault's pendulum. We could maybe put that on the list for a topic to move to later, and then if that person doesn't abide by that and they just keep interrupting and demanding that we talk about their thing, then that would be fair to mute them, in terms of that. Like, we're not shutting them down. We're not shutting their voice down or anything like that. They are just purposefully trying to derail the actual conversation that's being hosted. So you know what I mean? Like difference between an open panel versus hosting it. So if that was a scenario earlier, I may have to go back and listen because I don't know what all happened. But I mean, if you guys were talking about something and then he came in, you know, Right the Hand came in with his particular rebuttals or his, you know, contrarian, whatever it is, sounded like people were trying to or wanted to go that way, at least to some degree. But I'm just saying, if it really was the point to where like, hey, that's not the topic, or, you know, the room is not just his to just let him just absolutely rail it into something, then it would be fair, you know, to moderate it in a hosting way, to moderate and be like, oh, well, we're not quite on that topic. We're actually on something else, you know, and then if he just refuses to do that, then I think a mute would be valid, you know, because now he's actually going against the actual hosting and the actual panel. So, you know what I mean? Like difference between an open panel versus, you know, it's not just anyone can rail it into any direction they want, but it is kind of an open flow. So there's a fine line between those.
Cool. So we're agreed. If he comes back and does it again, he gets booted.
It sounded to me like it was a fine line from what I heard. It sounded like it was related to the topic, and he was maybe doing the fighting contrarian intensity thing. So it sounded to me like it was a mixture where it was kind of on topic, but then he was also frustrating people and maybe rebutting people that didn't want to be rebutted. And then, yeah, that's what it sounded like.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like he's going to play games. Like if he comes back, that's all.
I would like to point out that Gio gave him the floor, and he used the floor to talk about how this is like, you know, a shit show because we're just all in agreement with each other. And I was like thinking to myself, like, okay, you got the floor. Now that you got the floor, you're going to tell everybody how oppressed you are.
Yeah, I mean, I have witnessed this happening time and time again since the moderation got tightened up, where the Globe people just come in and they throw a tantrum because they can't do their thing. A lot of tantrum stuff going on, guys.
Hey, yo, can I say something?
No.
Yo, when like,
Maybe.
yo, that
depends.
shit is diversionary tactics, but at the same time, people have those kind of psychological glitches. I vote not to kick dude out ever. Like, I don't think you should kick people. Like, if you're gonna mute somebody, that's fine. I happen to take total fucking offense to being muted personally. However, but I think like when someone diverts, it's just
Somebody
the
mute him,
job.
Con.
It's just the job of the person who's in control of who's got the mic, not to like, or you know, or anyone who's going to jump in on those various points, like Gio pointed out. When somebody brings up a point that's off topic and it's going to stray the conversation from the initial point, if you feed into that and answer and go down those different avenues, in certain circles, like if let's say your directive is to talk about flat Earth or something like that, that's a tactic for you not to wind up at the X marks the spot at the end of your conversation, like where you're headed in the direction. And it is a tactic. However, once you recognize it, you don't have to go down all those streets with somebody in a conversation, like Gio said. You can just avoid answering those specific points. And that's where conditional acceptance comes in and be like, you know, yeah, that's nice. So long as it's, you know, or like, you know, and here I go with my thing. Like, there's no reason to divert yourselves into. I just think there's so much wasted time on all that, and it can be unfortunate and it can also be entertaining. So whatever. But never boot people, man. Just mute them if they can't hang. And it's like when, I don't know, man. I'm not for that, you know, personally.
Suppose you could leave them on permanent mute. That works.
Yeah, nobody likes being muted. I think it's pretty universal. And on this server, we have tried absolutely to never try to mute anyone. Like, oh, we don't like what you're saying. You're just muted because we don't agree.
No, yo, there's a time and a place, dude. There's a time and a place for sure. I just hate it personally. I always feel. I mean, like any of us would, I imagine. You know?
I mean, he was previously banned, right? And then he was allowed back in.
Yeah. By the way,
I said
so what's being referred to earlier this morning, or my morning. I mean, I was away for a bit. I came back and I hear like Witsit and Right the Hand and others, and it was just a dumpster fire. It was crazy, interruption and chaos and all these. It was absolutely off the wall. And so, yeah, I wasn't even at my computer, and I was like, whoa, what is going on? So yeah, that's kind of what had happened. And there were all kinds of claims as to why it went that way. I may have to go back and listen to it, but yeah.
Well, trust your mods too, man. Trust your mods. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to. Witset's usually good money, but like at the same time, Witset gets fanatical. I think sometimes you can't. If you're a mod and you're in the debate, you almost shouldn't be modding. I never mod personally, but you know. But
I think what ought to happen though, if a mod and another guy is having a conversation, then a third party comes in, and it's not a contributory third party, but it's an absolute nonsense. Then the mod should be within his rights.
Oh yeah,
in my opinion, of course.
Yep.
Should be like, yo, I'm gonna mute you because you're being a punk. And
Yep.
he doesn't
I mean,
have
yo-
to say it, but that could be his reason. And I think that would be fair because he's not muting his opponent. He's muting the unhelpful third party, and I think that makes sense. But as far as muting goes, I personally love it when Jeremy mutes me. So I don't know what you lot are talking about.
Control me. Yeah. I think like I don't know. I always think like I've always said like
I gain power from it every time he does it. Like,
no doubt,
I just grow in power.
Elijah, you have an echo. You have an echo, Elijah.
See, I can feel the power growing already.
There it is. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I always think like, you know, personally, like I don't know, man. I think I've just been in this shit for a little while where it's like, and I've seen a lot of the shit show come and go. And I feel like I get 10 minutes of manners and then I start to lose it with somebody. And I think I'm within my rights usually. Like if I fucking lose it with somebody, I think I'm within my rights. That's just me personally. Of course, maybe I'm a little subjective. But I just think like there comes a line where you get you get manners up to a certain point. After that, it's fucking the rules of the game.
Yeah, I'm just going on the assumption that the way this place is designed to run is that for fairness, the mods aren't allowed to mute their opponent if they're having a debate. So that's why I'd suggest like not to completely limit a mod because
I don't know. Less rules, the better,
sometimes
man.
it is.
If the mod
sometimes it
feels
is
like he needs
logical.
to do it, fuck yeah, do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I gave an example where I think it'd be appropriate because it's not like he's hamstringing his opponent. He's just trying to make sure that the thing itself, the object of the discussion is not ruined, as opposed to.
But yo,
someone's
you can
position.
get some people that just like, you know, I'm very conversational with this shit. Like, so I tend to interrupt like the very trail end of when I think people are going, and then we wind up in this fucking like. It reminds me of the Occupy Wall Street movement, where it's like, you cut me off, so now I'm gonna start all over again. We, the people. It's like fucking Jesus, man. I'm just trying to have a conversation, and like it winds up into this Occupy Wall Street feel. I fucking hate those people. So I just feel like there's that to look out for too. It doesn't have to be too dogmatic, and I don't know, man.
But
No,
to
it's
the
not.
actual
It's not just that
discussion,
though. It's just like if
Sorry,
somebody's
go ahead.
coming at you with like abusive mommy energies or something like that, and just like kind of being shrill and stuff, and I don't know, man. Like, is that necessary? Do people need to be that turned up? Talking about like that there's,
Yeah, right. The difference between a quasar and a fucking you know what I mean? Like, getting all
how
worked
turned
up
up do you
about it.
need to be really about that? I don't know.
Well, the thing that really cuts a lot of the chaos out is when we've done like mute and unmute, So let's say it's two people. You mute the one guy, the other guy speaks, boom. And then once he's done, you mute him, the other guy speaks, boom. It's like super clean audio, there, because that's the thing, dude. Like you were saying, Issa, like there's all these little things like somebody pauses and it's heated. They pause. The other guy thinks he's done, so he goes. Then the other guy said, no, you were interrupting me. But the guy actually thought he paused. You know what I mean? So when it's like open style and it's heated, it's just a recipe for a shit show every time.
Well, but there's also that nuance of like, yo, man, like, I don't know, man. I feel like there's certain people that know how to debate and give that little pause for effect, even like grant that to somebody. And you're right, though. At times, though, that fucking is not permitted, and that to me is offensive. Because I would imagine. I mean, there's a time and a place for it. There's a time. You're so right, Gio. I hear it all the time, and I don't know the fix. I just there is also like a sensitivity one acquires. I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's negative about the mute unmute thing because it's a little bit less organic. It's a little bit less kind of popping off, especially if other people want to get into, you know what I mean? It takes some of that away. But on the other hand, it there's so many things that it seems to do that improves, you know.
Hey,
So, yeah,
you know what I think? If that's the format, that's cool. Like if two parties understand that that's the format, that's like it's okay because then you're prepped for your mute, you're prepped for your open. You know what I mean? Like, and then you're gonna come in and you got 5 minutes to fucking shit on the other guy or whatever, right? So like, I think like that's cool if it's the rules of the game. Do you know what I mean? Like that's all right to me. Like it's like because it's like wrestling. Okay, it's like a wrestling tournament versus a Muay Thai match versus a. You know what I mean? Like it makes sense.
So I think some people are just dramatic. They just like add a lot of drama to things that don't need to be dramatic at all.
What would be really cool is if it wasn't a mod.
What the fuck?
Shit, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. It's just there's so many interesting people here. I want to hear all of you speak. That's the thing. We all are interesting motherfuckers. And we all have an interesting something to say. That's all. That's the problem. Wow, what a fucking first world problem we face, boys.
Can't stand this fucking guy. Holy shit.
I was just gonna say it would be cool to take the pressure off the mods, where it was just like a bot. So like,
hold on a second. Hold on. Killian, hold on. Sorry, Platypus. Killian, you're hot like it.
Okay.
I don't know. Fuck a bot, bro.
Well, there's the idea of doing it like in chess, when they have the timer, when you're done with your move, boom, you hit your thing and it goes to the other dude.
Right.
There's that idea.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Just like the
Do they
bot
have
just
anything
mutes.
like that you can use?
Step in the ring, got 30-second rounds.
There are a couple ways to do that with
What?
the bot. Yeah, there is a voice cue bot that can do that, but you have to like click an emoji in the chat to flip it back and forth. There's also the idea though, let's say two people are going at it, we could give them temporary mod privileges, like temporarily mute perms, and they could actually unmute each other when they're done. So let's say I'm going with Jeremy. Okay, I'm going. He's muted. I'm going. When I'm done, I mute myself, server mute myself, and then I unmute him. So the only thing you can do is mute yourself and mute the other guy when you're done. You can't use it to just mute him in the middle of him talking. You can only mute it when you're done. So that's another option.
I think that's where
makes
manners
sense.
come into play,
I
man.
think
Just
that's good.
just mute your own mic. You know what I mean? That's what I think. But you're not wrong.
So, Gio, what do you think about me muting the guy the other day when he was like, "No, I'll talk over whoever I want to"? What do you think about that?
Well, yeah. See, I've noticed when we've gotten a bit tighter on the moderation, there's some people that have reacted that way. That's kind of rare the way because we asked him, "Oh, could you please not interrupt?" And he said, "No, I'll interrupt all I want. I'll keep interrupting constantly." And
Hey, was that me?
No, it was this
it
guy.
It could have been me, guys. Sorry about that. Forgive me.
There's this guy, Dogs Are Gods. But, because no one wants to be told what to do. So it's sort of like if you say, "Hey, don't interrupt," there's a tendency to be like, "No, I'll interrupt all I want. Screw you," So yeah, it's understandable.
Well, I think, man, when somebody says don't interrupt, it's like, and you back out and then they just keep going and monologuing for fucking ever. And, and then every time you try to speak, they're like, "You're interrupting me." And you try to act all Occupy Wall Street. It's like, dude, fuck you. Like, I just think like there's levels, you know what I mean? To like, you also have to have that nuance of like, of what not like, when not to read the whole fucking chapter in the book, you know what I mean, or when not, or when not to. I don't know. I do it too. I elaborate for fucking hours, but but if someone tells me to shut the fuck up, I'm like willing to consider why.
I think the difference is though, that you consider it while you're talking.
Dogs is just an individual who enjoys the contrarian view to everything that's being discussed, plain and simply.
I mean, but to answer Larry what you said, I mean, yeah, in terms of like, in terms of trying to moderate, because if someone just says no, I absolutely refuse, I'm going to interrupt nonstop. Well, then that's going to get old real quick, because if they're just going to literally interrupt nonstop, then it's going to be audio chaos. So that would be valid for a mute, I suppose. But I'd be better to be ideal to kind of talk to that person and be like, really, are you really just going to absolutely refuse to not interrupt? Because nobody really, see, that's the thing. Nobody wants to be interrupted. but then people want to not be told not to interrupt. So it's kind of like, it's like being fair. Like it's the whole thing. Like right now, I don't want to be interrupted, right? Like I don't. I'd like to be able to say my thing, and I think everyone feels that way. So if somebody just says, "No, screw all you guys, I'm going to interrupt you nonstop," then it is kind of that. It's do unto others as you want to do to yourself, kind of thing. And so, that's not going to be conducive to a conversation. If someone's just going to just say that they're going to just interrupt nonstop, then yeah, it's going to be tough to keep a conversation going.
And see, Issa forced me to be, well, no, I chose to be a hypocrite. Sorry. I chose to be a hypocrite because when Issa did the same thing, I didn't mute Issa. So I'm super hypocritical. And it was my choice not to mute Issa.
Yeah, but I think of it like, dude, it's me, bro.
If there's ever a choice,
Isn't that how the quote unquote Illuminati feel? Oh, it's us, man. It's cool. We can just
right.
We're in the boys club. It's all good. We own all the banks.
Hey, man, that's the Republic, bro. That's the Republic. It's like, dude, honestly, though, if you look at it like, yo, we're the flat earthers, right? We're the Muppets, right? We came out here. We provide the fucking entertainment. We've been doing it for years. And it's like, dude, if you want to come and hang out with us, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I don't know. And I think, everyone here has earned their bones and is interesting and is, you know what I mean? If someone doesn't have that characteristic going for them, the litmus test is manners and how interesting is what the shit you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like if it's I don't know. That should be. There's a different.
How's everyone doing now? Because we're all talking about muting and unmuting people for like 2 hours.
Well, that needs to happen too. I suppose.
I'm exaggerating, but I'm having fun.
But yeah, I agree. You got to at some point. It has to become a monarchy. It's like all of us understand, like Geo. All of us understand this is Geo's channel, and it's good that it's that way. It has to be that way.
Yeah,
that was one thing I wanted to talk about earlier. Geo, like if you don't like somebody, you're perfectly within your rights to be like, you know what, I'm gonna mute you for a week because you've just been ticking me off.
Yeah,
and
but
I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone with the correct thinking is gonna complain at that because of your character. Because you go out of your way to not be that guy. So if you actually decided to do that, it's probably because it's well overdue. So I think, your house, your rules. Don't forget that.
No, but it's not run that way, though. It's not run that way, and it never has. Like, it's not like my place that I just choose what I do. Like, there's the server guidelines that are set. There's the moderation, and we hold to the server guidelines to the best of our abilities, and etc. So it's not a thing of it. Like, if anything, I feel like I'm like midwifing this platform. I'm assisting it, but I feel like we all are in different ways. So it's not run like, oh, I'm the president. I mean, there are ways in which, yes, there are certain final decisions that I do make in terms of some things, in that way. But it's not run in a way like it's just my show and I do it how I want. And, oh, I don't like you, you're banned. Like, I'm just saying it's not run like that. It's run as an open and fair platform that actually runs by the server guidelines rather than.
Ahmed, you're good. Gio, you're great.
But that's why I made that. But that's why I made that comment, because of how you choose to operate. If you did do that, it's not because you're acting on feelings. It's because somebody's ruining your platform, or not your platform, ruining the platform. You see what I mean? Because to be honest, unless I've misunderstood the rules, some of the behavior that you're describing in these certain individuals, it's breaking the rules. Like not because they just had an outburst. It's breaking the rules with the intention to break the rules, and surely the consequence has to come after that, right? Or am I missing something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's run by the server guidelines. So yeah, if there's somebody causing chaos or doing something in terms of that, then there could be action taken in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think you have to like perma-ban them, but you can always be like, you know what? I think a few day timeout or whatever.
I think we should say thanks at the end of our little spiel. Like sometimes I'll say mic out, sometimes I say thanks. I think that would be a good habit for all of us because I pause when I talk. And I know that I think like for a second before I say something to make sure it comes out right. And, like I did just now, right? So I know that I have to say thank you.
That's a good point. when I used to nerd out on that war game, we have to develop a system like that. Otherwise, it's not practical.
Well, it's interesting because like there's ways in which a Discord server is kind of run like a country almost, because you have sort of like there's like the owner kind of thing of a Discord server, meaning they're just the way Discord servers are. There's one guy that does have the ultimate account. He can delete the server, he can ban anyone, that kind of thing. And then there's like in general, there's like sort of administrative positions, so it is sort of like the idea of a president and your cabinet and the House of Representatives, and it's interesting how it can reflect those kinds of patterns. Like the way that either a country or a society is run, and then you have sort of the rules. You can't drink and drive. You can't those types of things because it hurts the overall people. So it is interesting how it kind of could reflect that in certain ways, and kind of how these different servers are run in those different ways. And like, because you can run a Discord server like a totalitarian dictatorship, like you totally can. And I think we've all probably seen that are run that way.
Geo for dictator.
But then you can run it like a fair diplomatic thing. Like there's different ways. And it's interesting how it represents that. And then in terms of the shape of the earth, it's even more interesting to me because you have this globe thing, which I think has set this precedent for the way our society is now. Now, maybe it was a republic and now it's a democracy. I mean, maybe not even there's a difference between democracy and diplomacy, but yeah, but it, the way that let's just say the United States is right now, and you could even argue the whole world, has there been a takeover or of some sort? Like I use that term Illuminati. Is there some kind of cabal or group that has done some form of a takeover, get into communism and the Nazis, all these different things, to where World War I, World War II, to where we're in this current kind of structure of a society in terms of the way it's run. And there is a president and there is, the way that it's run. And people could argue that there's parts of it that are dictatorship or totalitarian. There's, and then people are fighting for freedoms, all those kind of components. And so in terms of the shape of the earth, in my viewpoint, the globe idea is linked to the globalists and to that kind of takeover of communism, whatever one might describe that kind of energy as, that kind of cabal that has kind of inputted their force into, the legal systems and into the politics and the financial, the energy, big pharma, the food. I mean, it's like every component seems to have been in some way infiltrated or infected by some corruption. And what is the corruption? What is the source of that? And sorry, I'm being long-winded, and I just think of the globe as connected to that and the entities pushing that globe. And then the earth being at rest, stationary, topographical plane, etc., which of course is the ancient cosmology and understanding, which to me is more of a decentralized kind of open, live on the land, etc., under the vaulted heavens, all together. So it's interesting that, the discussion of the shape of the earth, and in particular these Discord servers and the handful that are, and then kind of how that represents what could be coming in the future, like the old guard versus the new guard. Is that even possible? Could there be a new guard connected to the shape of the earth? Truth coming more to the forefront, and what would that mean for society? Are there, could we get rid of that corruption? Are there more fair ways to function as people? Then you have the, anarchy versus control, all these different factors. So it's pretty interesting, all those layers.
Yeah, that's why it's so interesting when it gets into governing affairs. You look at the effectiveness of our and the U.S.'s documents and the way that it's run, and the secularness of it, and the nature of this is why the globe can't go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. It's there because it's the secular cosmology, and it's okay. There has to be.
It's hard for a stillborn horse to run the race. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's not like anyone stops you from learning about alternative cosmologies. Like they could even show people, even if they teach people, and they provided the options, and they said hey, look, we don't know. How much of a better system would it be? But they'd be like, hey, but we take the stance on the secular cosmology because it works well and it answers the problems for us. However, it doesn't stop you from thinking that the Earth is flat and that, you know what I mean, all the rest of it. It's just I think the government has to come back to, or governments in general, or whatever it is, these institutions could come back to the neutral ground of leaving those things apolitical. That's what happened, is that they've tried to politicize everything into the point of even, space.
Well, that's because everything is political.
Right, but that's what I mean. If like this is where if we were to like the remedy, I think, is to give and have an understanding for like the problem is that like there's a group of people that have taken the secular nation of our government and run with it as a philosophic ideal. When in reality, it shouldn't really be this philosophic ideal. It should just be the backdrop to society's view of the world in which we operate, and we're flat earthers and we think otherwise.
Ideally, yeah, but the problem is there is no such thing as secular, really. There is only the pretense of secular. When it comes to humans, the one thing I could maybe give ground on is when you look outside and you see the tree just growing there and the squirrel just running about. That's secular. There's no philosophy like being put forth by that. That's just the thing doing its thing, and it doesn't care, right? But when it comes to mankind, however they present it, it's always philosophical. So I think I would suggest that the idea of these things being secular and separate is an illusion in and of itself. Because look at the globe, right? You talked of it earlier as if it's a secular thing, but it's obviously not. We know this because we're studied, right? But most people don't, and that's the trick.
Right, but like take for instance like the tree, like you just said. Like if let's say a professor of a college was talking about a tree to my child, okay, I would want him to maybe explain photosynthesis, how and the stages of development of the tree, how we classify it, how it, you know what I mean, is propelled forth, like, you know what I mean, from a seed and the nutrients required to feed it. You know what I mean? And if I were to look at the tree with my child, I might also teach them those things, but I might also add, and through this tree, we can see the handiwork of our God, of our Lord and Maker. Do you know what I mean? And through this tree, you know what I mean? One can see how from a seed, you, my child, shall become this beautiful tree and extend your branches and provide fruit to the world. That's my job, right? As a father. But if I'm asking the secular society to teach my child the wonders of my philosophy, that's absurd. What I'm asking the students, what you're asking, what we should be asking exclusively is like I just said, the professor should be teaching the photosynthesis, the fucking leaf development, the how to identify, you know what I mean? Those things. The family is left to teach the philosophical thing. And it's like that to this day. It's like that now, except it's gotten where,
right.
They're trying to fucking say that everything's like atheistic and secular anyway. That's the problem.
I'm not in complete disagreement with you. The problem is it's too idealistic because they can't do that. The only creature that could do that would be like a robot that was programmed to do that. But the problem is that's never the case. Not even a flipping old school German could control themselves enough to be like either independently in that little example you gave in the school to either somehow subtly impose his philosophy onto that child, or as a systemic system that even though the guy goes in with a secular mindset or what he perceives as a secular mindset, the system was intended and set up to perpetuate a certain type of philosophy and a certain type of indoctrination. And then my position is, especially with what you said about the father and the child in the school, why on earth is the father outsourcing his teaching of his children to a school? Because there's one thing outsourcing it to somebody who's better than you. It's like, oh, you want your child to learn the piano? Okay, let me find a good piano teacher because I don't know how to play the piano. That makes sense. And then obviously you control those parameters because again, you still have to protect the child's mind and well-being. But there's a completely other thing when it's like, I'm just going to trust the state to take care of my children. That's crazy. Like the amount of vetting you do for like recreational activities. You're like, oh, you want to go around Jimmy's house? Let me meet Jimmy's parents and all this kind of stuff. Or at least that's how it used to be. But then for the school, no, what's the local school? What does the online review say? Whatever, and then you just send them away. That it's just a confusing state that the humanity seems to be in, at least from the West.
I mean, like whether or not we should have schools is another conversation. I just meant it in the sense of like the microcosm of like looking at a tree in regards to someone who is representing the state, i.e., let's say like a state a state education thing. So now, granted, like you don't have to send your child to a state education, but a lot of people do, and they look at it, they're like, well, I don't fucking know how to spell, read, and write, and everything real good, so I'm gonna send them over here to fucking learn how to do it. And people do that. I don't know. I mean, whether it's like I said, like I think it would be a good thing if, let's say, the agendas of the politicists were maybe like toned down, because, like you said, like you can't necessarily escape teaching your philosophy. You know what I mean? Like to the children that you were, and I don't think there's really anything wrong with that. I just think that the dominant philosophy, and this is where we've lost our footing. The dominant philosophy is supposed to come from the house, supposed to come from the home. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where I think people are. People are relying on the state so much that they're mad that the state is teaching about the globe. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like if you're
Right.
upset,
Well,
that
see,
the state.
I wouldn't
Hold on
get
one second.
mad.
I'll just make this point again because I like it. If you're gonna rip and rail about the state teaching about the globe and NASA and all the rest of it, then you're too invested in thinking the state should be raising your children also, right?
Right. No, I agree with you. That I think this is why I talked about, like, giving the example of even in modern times, people take way more care over something recreational than something that they consider fundamental. And that just should point out to them the logic of, shouldn't you be taking responsibility for your life and your children's life? Because if you're unhappy with your children learning stupid stuff in school, well, you've got the power to not let that happen. But again, most people don't. This is, I think, the issue with most of mankind, is a lack of accountability. They've been given the world to steward it and to do with it what's right, and they can't even do that. They can't even be accountable for their own shoelaces half the time. I'm being hyperbolic, but you get my point, right?
At this point, they're there to muddy the waters, not to actually teach. It's about eroding the foundation of everything. I mean, they have now national, like you could watch video of someone claiming that 2 + 2 = 4 is racist. We're in, I don't even know how to describe that.
No, I feel you, and it's you can mock it and you can break it down, but in terms of getting mad as the parent, that's a waste of energy. Like, if I understand if there's wickedness going on, get mad, but do something about it. Don't just be in your feelings. Either go and change it. If you don't see recourse to change it, then remove yourself from the situation.
Yeah, the problem is
that I think is sorry. Go ahead.
No, I thought you were done. Sorry, I was just going to say that most people think that the way to accomplish that is to vote for the better person next time.
Oh yeah, and that's why these people are being governed in that way, because they haven't taken the responsibility, or don't even, at least currently, have the capability to really be truly responsible for their own life. Because someone who would see the folly in voting at all. It's like, for what purpose? Like, if I vote for this guy, if I vote for that guy, is it going to change what time my children go to bed? No. Is it going to change what I'm going to allow them to watch on the TV? No. So what, like, if you can't even, like, if they can't see that and the accountability for their life, then they're lost. Then they're lost anyway.
Yeah, they are lost, but
we can't really help them unless they're willing to talk with us.
Truth. I totally hear you. Some people are so buried into this system is that to even talk about this, to say, oh, well, if you're not voting, then you're actively part of the problem. And how dare you?
It's okay. It's nice to meet you. Call me if you ever wake up. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
You don't have to be that condescending, but that,
right,
like, what
but-
else do you do with a rabid nutcase like that?
Well, normally, if they're a stranger, then they stay strangers. But if they're family members or close people or people you have to interact with all the time, then that becomes more of a delicate situation. You know,
I understand. It's not. I'm not saying life is easy, but I think the decisions that need to be made, for the most part, they're simple.
right? But they've been so muddied.
Simple decisions can be the most painful decisions. So I'm not ignorant
Oh yeah.
of that.
Yeah, sometimes the easy. It's just because it's simple doesn't make it easy.
Right, and this kind of goes into a lot of the this pointing out that fundamental of language that people don't seem to understand. I think is like a first principle of a lot of reality, which is distinguishing between things and not conflating. It's like, well, one is always going to be one. It's not going to be zero. That doesn't mean it's not A. Or that doesn't mean it's A also. Or, you know what I mean? That kind of like mathematical...
That sounds pretty racist if you ask me. Are you a racist?
Yeah, but that would mean that racism had any significance to reality. Obviously, it doesn't.
Well, they keep perpetuating. But they keep perpetuating that it does. And it keeps people in this loop. And as long as you watch
crackheads
CNN,
keep smoking crack.
Yeah.
Sorry to talk over you, but like if they keep smoking crack, doesn't mean it's a good idea.
I totally 100%.
So when it comes to family, I like the comment you made. It's harsh, but I think people need to reconsider what family is, because if you got your boys with you and people who are actually ride or die type guys, that's family. I think family can be chosen. You don't choose the family you're born with, right? I get it, but you can choose the family that you continue with. And the best example of this that shouldn't be argued with is look at adoption. Like the idea that fatherhood has to necessarily come from the nutsack is kind of erroneous, because
they've. Oh, sorry. No, I thought
just because of adoption and all that's entailed with that. I think that should open people's minds to, oh yeah, I can choose who I make my family, and also I can choose to go and make a new family. Anyway, carry on.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right, 100%. They've actually twisted. You know, people have the quote: "The blood is thicker than water." Blood is, what is it, like the idea that family is more important than anything? Blood isn't, you know. But then but if you look at the actual quote, it's actually saying the opposite, and that blood is not necessarily, you know, you like what you said, like you can choose your family, and that is more important than blood. But they've twisted that phrase around. It's crazy how easily they're able to do it.
Yeah, and so that people don't get it wrong, and I don't think you will, but that doesn't mean that you negate your responsibilities, because family is important. But it's that if elements of, and we can remove it from family if we like, but we're talking about it, right? You can talk about friendships, talk about business partnerships, doesn't really matter. Any relationship. If the other party isn't benefiting you, and not from a selfish point of view, but from a what is correct point of view, or what is your reason for being point of view, because I know not everyone's going to agree with where I come from, right? Biblically, etc. If it's actually going against what you've set up and what is working for you, like you wouldn't stand for that from the point of view of like the physical. Like if your car's not working, you're gonna go get it repaired. If the thing keeps trying to kill you, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a hyperbolic example, but if it keeps trying to kill you on the highway, you're gonna get rid of the car, man. So this BMW sucks, or this Honda sucks, whatever the car is, right? Don't get offended, you Honda lovers. But if you make that decision with the physical stuff, how much more so with something that has a far greater impact, that can not only affect your physical life, because a family member or a friend who's actually been negative towards your life, they can destroy you both emotionally and physically, whereas a car can't really do that. I don't think. I think the impact is far greater, like from people than from things. So why not? Why not go and get it fixed. And if getting it fixed requires you you leaving somebody in the dust, so be it. The monologue is finished.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm walking the dog. And yeah, no, you're right. I agree.
When you walk the dog, do you walk it on a leash or do you just let it run around?
It depends on where I'm going that day, but both usually.
Okay.
Dude, I used to have a pit. I used to have a pit bull. I could walk him in a hood, no leash. He would not go anywhere. We'd come face to face with other pits. I mean, the dog was amazing.
I mean, I could always let her off the leash if I wanted to, and she would always come to us. It's just other people are, cars and traffic and other things. But depending, right now we're in the woods, so.
Let that be an example of what happened this morning. If we're a mod, we gotta either, if you do want to engage someone like that, you can engage them, and then we can do mutes and unmutes or something so nobody gets interrupted. Or if they're just bogging down the conversation, we kind of want to carry on with the conversation, we could just say your objection's been duly noted. We're carrying on with the previous conversation. I mean, there's a lot of ways to handle that.
What was it that I missed? Whatever happened this morning, and I also have to go soon right now. But what can you give me a synopsis real quick? What happened? What's the deal?
Just a little chaos. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
You know who right to hand is?
Just something crazy. Nothing.
Elijah, you still got an echo.
Funny.
There was a kind of chaotic moment with multiple people. Right the hand was involved. Witsit, I'm not trying to call Witsit out, but what Witsit was, it seemed like, and others, and there were several others. I actually was away for a bit, and I came back, and I just tuned into it, and it was pretty wild. It was a lot of, it was in that chaos mode, interruptions, ad homs, strawmans, all kinds of stuff. That was it was just pretty wild, and perhaps wasn't moderated in a way that the conversation was as listenable. Perhaps, at least from what I heard, it was pretty wild at the moment, and it was, even when I jumped in, it was hard to moderate because I didn't know what was going on. Kind of, it was a bit much.
Yeah, no, emotions run high. I got to go. Well, but at least hopefully the whole thing ended in a calm and peaceful resolution where everybody understood each other and everyone believes in the same thing now, right?
That's what happens when you're not here in the morning. You miss a lot of stuff in the morning. We get it popping in the morning. 8 a.m. Eastern, shit is on.
Yeah, see, I'm 3 hours behind, so yeah, I'd have to be up at 5 a.m. which I'm usually not up at 5. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, I gotta go. Peace, y'all.
Yep. Cheers.
Yeah, I wonder if people could go and just edit all those Wikipedia pages with more accurate tellings of topics like, the attraction to ground and all this that seemed to be what sparked the conversation before I got in. Whether you could convince all the special needs people, it's like, see, look, it's on the Wikipedia page. It must be true. It'd be a fun game to play if you could organize it.
What happened?
You're like the grandpa that just got woken from his nap. Oh wait, what happened? What I missed?
Bro, nothing happens when I sleep. Yeah, if you're sleeping at 8 a.m., Killian knows. We get it popping right then. 8 a.m. Eastern, guys. Be there, be square.
Yeah, we get the engagement of our friends south of the equator, down in the land that everybody questions whether it exists or not. Australia.
All we gotta do is last like an hour, half an hour with those Australian New Zealanders, and it's bedtime for them. I can outlast Jazzaconda.
Well, actually, that's a great example. Damn it. Fighting with my mic. Yeah, that's a great example of what went down. He inserted right at the beginning of his ramble that there was a tilt. So I interrupted him right off the rip, and I'm like, prove your tilt. Because it was like, I'm going to state that there's a tilt, and then everything I say after that is all going to be based on this apparent supposed tilt that I'm going to claim
No,
right off the hop.
Yeah, you answered that when he was done. You did wait till he was done, but I was gonna interrupt him and say that, like, how do you know we're tilted? Yeah,
Right?
that was a good
And
point.
that's
That was a good point.
and that's the whole thing. Like, I mean, illustrating obviously what Gio was referring to earlier when someone's proceeding upon like crappy foundations. It's like, yo, do you let them just run and make like five claims in a row without any proof? Or do you like call it out from the start? Because you're building a shitty house on a crappy foundation, right? It's a foundation made of sand, and that doesn't work.
Out the card shit. Yeah. We have gotten bogged down in a lot of good fruitful conversations that were going somewhere, possibly because of things that people want to challenge, which is fine if you want to challenge it. If people want to go down that road, fine, we can go down that road. Hey, sometimes we want to try to make some progress. As far as Dell's whole thing, yo, Dell, I don't know. The Earth moving up doesn't make sense. It doesn't explain gravity. It doesn't. Hold on. The Earth moving up doesn't explain things falling, unless you have the Earth moving up at 9 meters per second squared. If that's the case, like they said, since you were born, since this conversation started today at 8 a.m., you'd be going at light speed multiple times over. 40 years of 8 inches of 9.8 meters per second squared. You know how fast you'd be moving, bro? Light speed, ludicrous speed, spaceball shit. So, I mean, I don't know. Did you notice it? Could it be in a centrifuge like they said? I don't know. Would a centrifuge even mimic that? I don't know. I don't think so. There's a lot of ways we can make shit move up and down. We can do electrostatics, relative density. These are all reasons why things will move up or down. Could it just be a law? Like, there's things that just happen. Like, the main question of why people have a problem with just relative density is because it's like, why down? It's like, maybe that's just a law. How the nature of our reality. Things will go down because, I don't know. It may be something we never get the answer to, you know? That's why it was fine when it was a law. 9.8 meters, that's the observed phenomena. We put a couple numbers to it, great. We got a law. This shit always happens. But then they fucked up when they tried to say there was a cause to it. That's when they really fucked up.
Bro, listen, they can't accept that we might not be able to figure some shit out. Humans are too brilliant. Look at what we've accomplished. There's no way we can't figure this fucking shit out. It's the hubris, collective hubris, and it's pathetic.
I think part of the reason is they want to. Go ahead.
Sometimes you just got to recognize that there's just some things you're never gonna understand. Right, Jeremy?
What's up?
Sing it, Jeremy.
I don't sing, bro.
Come on, bro. Just rap it then. Come on, come on, bro.
Not gonna happen.
Okay. Some things you just don't understand.
Bro, you gotta tune that guitar. It's killing me.
Oh, I know, man. Me too.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's totally. It's the neck. I'm gonna blame it on the neck right now.
Well, yeah, dude. How old's the guitar?
No, it's just been beat up and broken. There's tape holding it together. It's great.
Yep. Word.
Yeah. It's just some things you just don't understand.
See, if you do it halfway good, if at least you can sing within the bad tuning of the guitar, then it sounds like you can sing with the tuning. You'd be all right.
Right. That's the problem.
The problem is I sing too well for my guitar, so it don't sound good.
See, everybody, I just want to start this song. I just want to start this song by telling everybody I sing too good for this guitar here.
Right. I sing too
So
good
if
for
you
this
hear
guitar to
anything
sound good.
Do you hear anything
It's
that
not
don't
the other
sound
way
good?
around.
You don't. It ain't me.
I gotta GoFundMe. Give me some money for a new guitar. I'll tell you
Just
what.
need new strings. Just need a new B string. That's about it.
That's it.
We're looking for $50,000 so I can get a new B string.
Nah, man, some of the best guitars I've ever heard, cheap was it just somebody took care of and got, hand-me-downs and this, that, and the other.
No doubt. Yeah. Sweet.
Those were the smooth sounds of our boy Issa. Coming up next, no Earth curvature to be found. Still to this day. Stay tuned. The Globers might actually come through today.
Drop over distance. Has anyone seen a drop over distance?
My friend, I haven't seen it. I've been up 60 grand in the sky twice. I didn't see it up there. And we got videos, if you trust them, right? If you trust what's going on, what you're seeing. Flat all the way up to at least 120,000. That's inexcusable, globe model. But, here we are. They don't believe that we have the goods. We don't believe that their shit isn't CGI. So it's kind of, oh, wait, it's up to the audience to decide what the information itself means to them. That's right. I totally forgot. Do you guys smell bullshit? Do you guys smell fish? We do. We're asking you to check it out.
Glatt, one of the dudes I live with here in my building, he's a retired trucker, retired driver. Dude's driven over 5 million miles, 35 years. 5 million. And he's never seen the curve once.
Well, you wouldn't because, hey man, that's a lot of miles. That's a lot of not seeing the curve, But all they have to do, right, is say, well, yeah, you wouldn't see it. You're too close to the surface. Then they try to tell us that just a couple miles out there from the shore or from like a boat or something, you can see Earth curve in between buildings and stuff. And that's just right over there. So all the places, all the vantages that, say we're going to take this man at his word, all the vantages he's been to, he never saw drop over distance. He could see probably sometimes hundreds of miles into the distance. I just don't know how that's explainable. And I know I start to sound sarcastic already when I get there like that, because I don't know. It's frustrating to want these things. And I don't ask because I think I'm going to get evidence of Earth curvature. Don't get me wrong. I know it's not to be found. Therefore, I'm doing kind of the poke you in the side, like, yeah, you could be wrong. I don't know. You think you're wrong? Teasing you a little bit, being a little sarcastic, so you pick up on it. If you're smart enough to be sarcastic and make fun of people for their beliefs, why, you're smart enough to pick up on my sarcasm too. So that said, yeah, 5 million miles driving, awesome. That's amazing. I also don't feel good for his back situation. I'm sure. I'm sure that's a thing.
Yeah, man. We don't see that curve. And of course, as you said, we're too close to the surface to be able to tell anything. But it's like, again, the observation that a 3959 radius claim, that's the radius claim that's on the table. We get to examine that every time we walk down this path, should result in a 100-mile observed distance. There should be a 1.25-mile drop for that 100-mile distance drop. It's just like a small sample size of what the 3959 claim actually is. So it's
right. So if you apply 3959 to how much drop we don't see the further we go up, I'm going to even do this and play a little devil's advocate. I've seen the horizon drop down, I would say, in my view, a quintilometer, right? Just barely. They'll call that Earth curve, but where's it from left to right? But anyway, I shouldn't be able to see 1,000 miles ever, because what should be happening the further I go up, I should be seeing more of the drop in the distance, more of a pronounced like bending of mountains and all sorts of things, right? We don't see any of that. We can see for thousands of miles pretty much no matter where we go when we're going upwards. That can't happen on the 3959 ball. Now, if the Globers want to come by and say, well, we might have gotten the math wrong, number one, you can't do that because the story is so widely believed. You have to stick with 3959 radius. So, but that's what I'm saying. The only hope you have is to lie further and change the numbers. That's about it.
Yeah, but if it's not 3959, then we never went to the moon, don't have a rover on Mars, because you need that 3959.
Yep.
Take a look at one of those samples that contradict the 3959. Yeah, I hear these general claims, but let's get more specific. Let's pick an observation and see how that contradicts the globe.
Doesn't have to contradict the globe. The globe is just a hijacking of how we see it according to everything in reality.
If there's lack of drop being observed, then the observation would contradict the globe. So if that's the claim, then yeah, there must be some contradiction to the globe.
Yeah, there's no drop of any ever observed. Nothing's ever dropping
Exactly.
anywhere.
If you're saying that things aren't dropping where they should be dropping, that is contradicting the globe. So let's take a look at that observation.
Yeah, the horizontal lines don't drop.
The horizontal lines are like imaginary lines. They don't drop. They're straight and go forever. Sure. What does it have to do with anything?
There's no drop. There's no measured deviation or drop from the horizontal ever, anywhere. You might see it. You'll see drop, but you can't measure it. You can't find it. You can't get to it. You'll just see something that doesn't line up at different distances for whatever reason, but it's not actually dropping. Everybody knows that.
Sure. But I'm not asking what do you think everybody knows, because I'm hearing claims that observations contradict the globe.
Yeah, like I said, at 60,000 feet, I can see.
Just if we can take a look at them.
Yeah, man, post it. Fucking A. See, this is the thing. We should be so happy that Globers are posting what they think is evidence for their beliefs, right? We should welcome it more than anything. Spamming their shit because it's ridiculous and it speaks for itself.
Yeah,
ahead,
Bacon's
Bacon.
got good
Let's see it.
points. Like Bacon has.
Yeah, no,
He's
Bacon's
smart.
fucking on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bacon's on it. I like Bacon's work, but it's still not a globe. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, well, let's see the things you're talking about.
I can't defend you now, Bacon. He defended you and insulted you, so I'm just sit back. Yeah, the implications of a globe are kind of outlandish. But I mean, it is weird. Like they'll say, look at all these things appearing to rise are actually dropping, but it's
What are you
rising.
talking about?
The horizon. Look at it. Look how it's appearing to rise up, but that means it's dropping. Yeah, it's weird.
It immeasurably drops. I don't know.
After it rises or while it's rising, like when?
What do you mean by it rises?
Like when? I'll get you a picture. 1 second. I'm just gonna Google like a real quick picture.
Yeah, if something moves away from you, if it moves parallel to your side, you approach it.
Hold on. And I did this because this
Not
is like what I
parallel.
do.
You want. Rate is going to be slightly different.
All right. So what do you think of this picture here? I did a really quick Google search. I checked for the drop, and this is what I found.
I don't think you look for a drop. I can see your search there.
Oh shit! I should have edited that better. so like the second picture down on the left, like that lady with the hat, like she's holding her hat. Oh, they all got hats, right? But the water is like above her head. Like, is that dropping? Like, what's going on there?
The camera is higher than her head.
When's it dropping?
It drops from eye level. Her head isn't eye level. It's just her head.
All right. So once you get level, then it drops.
To get level, it's going to be below a horizontal side.
What the water we know that she's standing in like at her feet. We're surprised that you have to look down to the water.
I'm not saying we're surprised. Just stating the fact.
Is that drop though? Like, where's the drop?
If you have a reference for a level, you're going to see that the horizon is below it. That's what dropping from eye level means. Means it's below eye level.
Right. So I'm just gonna camera. Just put the camera in the water.
What?
Just put the camera in the water, and then what happens? Like, it doesn't drop.
Yeah, you have waves and things. You can't see the horizon very well. Things are
so it's gonna rise.
On the camera.
So if I put the camera in the water, then the Earth, i.e., the water, will rise, not drop. There's a waves.
Say that again.
I put the camera in the water. Right, it's halfway in, halfway out. It doesn't drop away.
It's a reference for level in the camera.
Eye level, camera middle. I don't know.
Camera middle doesn't mean eye level. Only if the camera is pointing horizontally.
Horizontal. Okay.
Yeah, you need a reference for it. You can just use your hand and expect to be precise enough for to point the camera horizontally.
So what tool are we going to use to establish like this horizontal? Like, where all we have is the camera in this water. Like,
what is this the auto light, for example?
Okay, not the water.
Water is not a tool. It's water. I mean, you're talking about the water in front of a beach.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, that's not a.
And what do we, like in the theodolite? Is it going to have like a bubble level in the theodolite? Like,
I think it has that and a plumb, like a. There's a that hangs inside of the auto light. Oh no, that's the auto level. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, I don't know if the theodolite has one, but
which is a good plumb. So when it points perpendicular, that's horizontal.
All right, so we get the camera, we put it in the water, get it all leveled. Now it's level with the water or not level with the water?
Say that again? I'm sorry, I'm working. I can't focus 100% on what you're saying.
I'm just pointing out that when you put a camera in the water, it's not dropping. The water's not dropping away from you. That's all. And you can put the camera, you can level it and plumb it or whatever, stick it in the water. It's still not dropping away ever.
I already clarified what dropping means in this context. It's that when you look at the horizon, it's below eye level. If you're above the water.
Yeah, but you're above the water. Why would it? In order for it to, it's rising up. It appears to be rising up, then, not falling away. If it's even coming anywhere away, close to your eyes, you know it's at your feet. What's going on? It's not falling down. It's rising up.
In the sense that if you put something on the water and you move it away from you, keeping on the surface of the water, it's higher in your field of view up to a point. That's what rising up means. If you get any point on the but we're talking when you say that the horizon drops from eye level, that's the horizon. It's not an object going away from you. It's the last piece of water you can see. You're looking on the ocean, on a beach.
Yeah, but why is it the last piece of water that you can see?
If you can see more water, then the previous one isn't the horizon.
But why is it the last water that you can see at all?
That's by definition. Like, if it's where the water is gonna meet the sky, right? So if there's more water beyond the water, the piece of water that you can see, and that water isn't meeting the sky yet because there's still more water than you can see. So you still gotta look further and further. The last piece you can see of water before you start seeing sky, it's by definition what the horizon is.
Right. I mean, I'm not worried about what the horizon is. I'm just saying some people imagine that right where that last piece of water is that you can see, that's where like outer space begins.
I don't think imagine that. Come on, that's a strong one. Maybe you're just trying to be funny.
A little bit. But no, people with Xanax specifically told me with this test that me and you were just doing, right? Like, I guess not really a test, but I said, how can I see outer space? He told me to get my eyeballs down in the water, and you'll see outer space.
Xanax said that?
Yes.
Yeah, Xanax gives some weird responses sometimes. I'll give you that.
And I asked him, I said, was it going to start getting dark, or what's going to happen? And
I think he said that because this is what I said to you. I responded, Bacon, about the horizons. Because if your ordinary horizon, if there's no, let's say there's no refraction, that would be a tangent line from your eyes to the surface of the Earth. Yeah, so that's that. But if you were to put your eyes on the surface of the Earth, then that tangent line would be also a horizontal line, which would be the same thing as the astronomical horizon.
See, if I put my eye on the surface of the Earth,
that's right.
They were hurt enough they wouldn't care about horizontal lines at that point.
Come to outer space with us, Bacon.
Put on some goggles, dude.
Get in the water. Drink the Kool-Aid.
Work's so boring today.
Work's boring every day, isn't it? What the fuck? The only thing that makes work like any good at all is like as long as you work with girls, like pretty girls.
Well,
Otherwise, it's terrible.
I like my work. Not today, but usually it's fun.
Well, you are. I've seen Brazilian girls like on TV, so.
Related to girls.
Yeah. What fun are you having? No, that's definitely like a me problem. Like shit, man. Like there has to be girls around. I don't know why. Or nothing. It's not really fun.
So you know what Bacon does for a living? He
Hangs out with Brazilian girls.
and he rates porn. He's watched lots of porn. And he's the guy who rates them.
Oh, he rates it. That's like semi good.
Is that a job? Is that a real job? I heard there's something like that on Netflix, but I didn't know it's like that existed for porn. Is it?
No, that's ridiculous. They got algorithms for that. They don't need human beings.
Yeah,
like
Bacon.
specifically.
Bacon works out the statistics of how many ways a pizza man can enter a room.
My work is actually very useful.
It's good that it's good that you recognize that some people's work is not very useful.
I didn't say that. Well, I was saying that against rating porn, not against other people's job. That's even a job.
Like, is fluffer a real position? Is that a real job, Kosho? Fluffer, or is that just like somebody talking shit? Or is that a real job?
That's Kosho's job. That's how he knows bacon.
I'm waiting for Kosho to be like, why the fuck you asking me that?
Dude, it's just some fucker talking shit. Like, why don't you go fluff the porn stars, idiot?
I'm a consultant now.
It's so funny.
Like, is it a real job?
Well, you know, NASA has a sniffer. That's a real job. It's a NASA smeller. So that's a real job for sure. Fluffers, dime a dozen.
Like an old retired
Yeah,
fluffer becomes a sniffer. Yeah.
Hey, I wonder if there's a union, like a union of sniffers. You know, like the Sacred Order of Sniffers. You know.
Putting a foot down, they're not going to smell that shit.
Maybe that's what like happened. Like one of the sniffers like got confused with the astronaut's boot, and then he put it in the wrong case, and they showed the picture with the boot print that didn't match. It was a sniffer's job to organize all that. He smelled the wrong shoe. Put in their museum. The flat boot in the museum doesn't match the footprint on the moon.
That's right. You know what it is?
That was the sniffer's job. That's what it was. It's probably too busy fluffing the astronauts.
Oh, he's a sniffer and a fluffer.
Right,
dual
old
duties.
retired fluffers become sniffers. Yeah. I felt like the Bacon though. He did want to like brag about his job a little bit. Go ahead, Bacon, if you wanted to brag about your work.
I work from home. Well paid. See what else can I brag about? I like it. It's a good one.
Do you though?
I do. Well, not today. Today's a boring day, my job. But usually I like it. Yeah, I have to add an integration between two systems now. One of them is old and poorly written, so it's a pain in the ass to like test stuff on it. It's annoying. I hope I'll get done with it today, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, some people say that they miss like having to go into work. Maybe that they don't want to stay there all day, but like go in, check in, you know, meet the people, and then get your assignment and go back out.
Right.
I think it's detrimental actually taking that away from like just building relationships with coworkers, etc.
Right.
You don't meet the client really anymore, not too much.
I do.
Yeah, some people do. Yeah, it still definitely needs to, happen. Hey, I guess it doesn't need to happen, but it matters to some people, right? Like, and certain clients will only buy from you if you meet, like, in person, and build a real relationship. Yeah. It's people like that, Kushu. People like you who make the world like a better place in that sense. They try to keep the humanity to this to work and everything else. Try to keep it human.
I don't know if I'm the best example, man. 'Cause like I said, I'm taking a bath right now. I'm
Keeping it
technically
real.
at work. I needed to relax.
It's you know that guy?
Mr. Roboto?
Yeah, maybe.
Roboto. You probably find now, but you won't find in a second.
I was going to install a like a claw tub bath, but I was like, well, I never fucking get a bath. Why do I want to? This thing's like $1,000. Then I had to put a drain, like I'd want to put a drain like on the floor underneath of it for like overflow, because it's a fucking claw tub. There's no overflow. It's just right. And so it's like getting all like kind of fancy about it. I was like, I never even get a bath. What the fuck am I thinking? A waste of money.
Just getting cool. So I, well, because my girlfriend takes a lot of baths, but in this new house, there's not really a bath. Like the bath I'm in is kind of like a shower bath. So she doesn't want to take a bath in this one. But I had like a projector, and I wanted to take a bath and watch a movie. So I got a kids pool. I got a kids pool, and I just I put hot water in it and just sat out there. It was kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I might get a
Promise it doesn't have a drain either. Like it doesn't. But yeah, you got to tip the whole thing over to drain it out. So.
No, but yeah, like I meant like in my bathroom, like there's no in those claw tubs. You can put one in. It's just they're ugly. Like you really have to like plan it out. Put the there's a drain. There's just not like a splash guard. Like is what I was talking about. Like you just can splash around and get all the water out of it. There's a drain, a plug that you pull, but I was going to make pretty much the entire bathroom floor like pitch it towards a drain. Pretty much have the whole room pitched very slightly. Because everybody here knows that any amount of slope will create water flow.
I believe
But,
those are called French drains. No thanks.
No, this is in the house though. This is in a bathroom. I was going to just pitch the whole bathroom towards the drain, and then put a claw tub and a stand-up shower in there. But I just scratched that because I'm like, then I realized I did the whole thing, laid the whole thing out, I started the whole walls out, everything was done. And I just hit me. I'm like, I don't even fucking get baths. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, so I took it out and put a big closet in instead and some other things. Looks pretty though in the picture. It was like, oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Beautiful waste of money.
Yeah, but I feel like the only way, because I actually was thinking about that too, because my girlfriend likes like baths, like I said. I feel like you need like a huge bathroom to where you can put that like in the middle of the bathroom. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's kind of weird up against the wall, I think.
No, it's not. I think it's better against the wall. Or close enough to the wall, like a foot and a half or something off it. Yeah. They got them. They got them also where the one I was looking at, like the tub was formed like almost like a pillow, like where you would lay your head on it on one side of it. Yeah, it's actually really cool. And then the feet are just like the claw feet are like so ornate. And it's not. I mean, it's like they have some for $1,000. You can probably get one for like $600. That's how much a regular bathtub costs. It's like $600.
Well, you live in New Jersey, don't you? Yeah, taking
Abortion
baths in there,
capital
are
of the
you?
world. I don't live in that abortion fucking cesspool. Crazy. What, you think Jersey water is gross? Isn't Jersey? Isn't that how you get like the tomatoes to taste good with the Jersey water? And then you get like the good cheesesteaks in Jersey because of the bread or the New York and in Jersey because of the bread and the water. I thought you lived in Jersey, Kosho. Yes, boy. You there?
Yeah. Sorry, my girlfriend was yelling.
Oh, right.
She still is.
Should get out of my fucking bath.
Legal expression.
Yeah, the weather's been real nice this week, man. It's like the weather just changed this week. It's got like that summer to be. But yeah, the weather is pretty much saying that summer's about to be over. That's what it sounds like to me. They better hurry up and do something.
What do you mean? The weather's gonna do what?
The weather. I mean, it just like changed this week, right? It's just like it's probably gonna get hot again, right? But it's just kind of like, to me, it's just a reminder that summer's gonna be over. I better go do some more stuff before it's over.
Yeah, I live in Texas, dude. So summer doesn't end until like the end of October, mid-November.
So like that whole seasons seasons proves the flat Earth that it never really works for you.
I know it does. Still does.
What about the places that don't have seasons?
You mean like the equator?
Yeah.
Equator does have seasons.
Yeah,
Just
but not
different.
Yeah, but not necessarily.
It's like a summer, and then there's spring, and then there's summer, and then there's spring again. That's how it goes.
Yeah, there's places that have no seasons. How do they work? Because I actually once upon a time had it like written down, and I think I was working with Hammer on it. I was like, we should just start writing down all the places that do not have seasons. There's a decent amount.
The sun has no seasons.
Huh? I'm gonna turn this fucking thing off.
Actually, my girlfriend lives near the equator. Sometimes I'm there, and it's always hot. It's like it's summer forever, except when it's raining.
Yeah.
When it rains, it gets slightly.
But then there's places on the equator that does have seasons as well.
A winter? Where?
Like a snowy winter? I guess I wouldn't say that. But there are places on the equator that do have seasons, and then some that don't. It's just there's something else.
Tell me a place in the equator that has winter.
Winter. It's not snowy winter.
You didn't say snowy winter. You said winter.
Every place on the equator has every single day 12 hours and 8 minutes sunlight and 11 hours and 52 minutes darkness. Every day
It's
of the year.
wrong.
What's that?
No, I'm gonna disagree there, right?
Yeah, you disagree with me, man. But that's because that's your MO. But guess what, dude? It's not
No,
wrong.
it's wrong because Earth has an elliptical orbit, so you can't have that.
Really? So
Yeah.
what? How much is? What is the deviation then from that?
On 0.
Yeah. Oh, it's above 0. Okay, bacon. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you a maximum of 2-minute deviation. 2 minutes of deviation.
Well, it's less than that.
Yeah, I know it's less than that. That's what I was. That's what I was. I didn't want you to come back with it. Then it's less than that.
If
I
I
went over
remember
this with.
correctly, sorry.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, I made a rough estimate of 7 seconds. That might be wrong because I
No.
did it very roughly.
It's upwards of a minute. But I think that's the maximum.
Really? I'll try to do the math later. Yeah. The sun doesn't rise due east and due north at the equator as I thought it would. Now I was just being dumb.
Wait, what did you say? You said something doesn't do what? What?
Yeah, before I expected that the equator, the sun would rise due east instead due west every day of the year.
Oh, every day.
Sure, now I was just being dumb.
Yeah.
Shouldn't expect it.
Yeah, I guess what Kosho just kind of said. Is it true that somewhere on Earth it is always rising directly due west from east? At somewhere, at some point, at all times.
Let me think about that.
Yes.
Say that again.
Is it true that somewhere on Earth at all times the sun is rising exactly due east and setting due west?
I think so.
Yeah. So does that mean that now the imaginary equator could be at any point at any time, and you can then begin the equator at that point in time?
Okay, wait a second. Coach said you said no. That's not true.
Yeah. Listen, dude. Sometimes people ask questions, and you got to answer faster than you have time to think. So, give me a bit of think. I'd help my girlfriend with some bullshit. I'm getting back to that. Yeah, the answer is yes.
Yeah. It's always at some point it has to be. It always has to be for somewhere. I don't know where. Always you could stay with it. Maybe that would be a fun thing to do, right? Somebody plot that out and travel it.
Yeah, I had
Well,
to think
travel it
about
and record it every day.
On the same latitude as Step Sheldon.
Make like a fucking year-long TikTok about how time has stopped and just record it every day. But guys, the sun is still going exactly east to west. Look at the calendar. Look at Google. Look what day it is, and just do a TikTok video. See if it catches on.
You said you gotta be in the same latitude as the sun.
Okay, you can't just forget about what I said. Okay.
He's just throwing shit out there and see what sticks to the bathtub wall.
Okay, check it out. Here it is. Right now, wherever the subsolar plane is, draw a great circle all the way around the Earth. On that great circle, I think this is wrong, dude. I'm just gonna say it anyways.
Yeah, if you drop the terminator line, which is like a circle of equal altitude of the sun, where the altitude is 0, right? And due north of the sun will be due south. Due south of the sun is going to be due north. So as you walk around that circle from north to south. At some point, the sun is either going to get at due east or due west. Yeah, there's always going to be a point where it's
It's the equinox every day. Is that what you're saying? Oh no, that's for everybody.
That's that point's going to change every day. Every day is going to be a different point. You can calculate it. Actually, quite easy to calculate that.
Do is make the great circle. Well, no, it wouldn't be a great circle. It'd be a circle of equal altitude.
Small circle. Called a small circle. That small circles can be bigger than great circles.
You just realized that.
Oh.
Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true.
But if you have a small circle with a radius bigger than 90 degrees, is that bigger?
Yeah,
is that smaller than a great circle?
Yeah, but that same circle is actually still smaller. You know what I mean? It seems like it's bigger, but the actual circle is shorter.
The radius is bigger, the circumference is smaller. How are you judging it? Which one tells size?
Hey, Kirsha, let's say the words. Let's make it.
Think about that. Think about that. If you're considering how big a circle is based on how many people you can fit inside of it, that's a bigger circle.
Yeah, you know that the radius of 3959 could be easily proven, right? That with the population on Earth, we could go around, hold hands, and go around the Earth 72 times without even involving the children. That's how tiny. That's how tiny it is.
You're comparing circles in Euclidean geometry. Don't worry about whether or not it's surface area or whether it's circumference or if it's radius. It doesn't matter. It's all the same, including geometry. In spherical geometry, that's not the case. So if you say that circle A is bigger than circle B, that's actually ambiguous. Thought about that. The sphere can have a circle that is smaller in circumference but fits more people inside.
Sound high.
Huh? That again?
Sound high, dude. Sound like you're smoking that Brazilian bush.
Ayahuasca.
So you can have a smaller circle with more people inside of it.
Yeah.
Than a bigger circle.
Yeah. Oh. On the sphere, if you have a circle of radius 90 degrees, it's a great circle. That's as much area inside of it as there is outside of it. And it's the maximum circumference you can have on the sphere. If you make the radius any bigger, circumference becomes smaller. The surface area keeps growing.
Make the radius any bigger. The circumference of what? The circumference becomes smaller? No. Why?
Yes. Because circle of radius 90 degrees cuts the sphere in half. That's the max circumference you can have on a circle, on a sphere. Make it any bigger, distance to the center is going to increase, but then now the circumference is going to shrink. It's like say you're on a globe Earth, and you want to create a circle centered at the North Pole. If you want the radius of that circle to be 90 degrees, that circle is going to be the equator. If you make it any bigger than 90 degrees, it's going to pass the equator. It's going to enter the southern hemisphere. It's still centered in the North Pole. It's getting bigger. Its area is getting bigger. Its circumference is now shrinking. Make sense?
No.
Makes sense.
It might make more sense with some visuals.
No, it's not. No, I got it. I got it. I see it. Yep. Nah, it makes sense.
Yeah, if you're at the 80th parallel in the north, closer to the North Pole, and you make a circle of equal altitude with the celestial pole, it'll be a circle, 10 degrees from the North Pole.
Yeah, it's only going to touch the. It's only going to touch the surface. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
You can grow it as big as the equator. It's like a bigger circle, bigger area. You keep increasing it. The circle gets smaller. Circumference.
The circumference gets smaller. Because the radius and the area are getting bigger. So you can't just say it's getting smaller. Because in spherical geometry, it's ambiguous. Be specific. You're talking about the area or the circumference or the radius.
Our bath time is over. Our bath ends in 4 minutes.
You're taking a shower?
His girlfriend is timing him and saying, "You need to get the fuck out of the bath." She literally set a timer for him.
Oh, I have a meeting at 4:00.
Right, but who reminded you of your meeting at 4:00? Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why every bathtub or shower doesn't come with a garbage disposal. I mean, how's that a bad idea ever?
Hey, Bacon, is there anything wrong with that map that I posted?
See it. Take a look. That looks like a rectangular projection. Am I right?
Yes. Isn't it the Mercator map?
Oh, that's not Mercator. They're both cylindrical, so they look like, but that's not Mercator. I think that's a rectangular one.
So you see the size of Antarctica, yeah?
Yep.
And most ballers would say, "Oh, it's because it's stretched, right?"
Correct.
Because there's no way Antarctica is the same size as the entire Earth, right?
Because
so it must be stretched.
That's a projection.
Right, but at the same time, you hear that comment, but you look at the top of the map, that's also stretched.
That's right, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. We are more used to that map, so it goes unnoticed. But yeah, that's also stretched, right?
Right, but the continents, are they the actual shape of the landmass? Are those the true dimensions?
You gotta unproject it back into sphere, and then you're gonna see how they're shaped. Or you can use a Mercator. Kind of sacrifices the scale to get somewhat of the shape back. Still not like the perfect shape. Still distorted.
So those lines, those grids don't represent any sort of latitude or longitude lines, do they?
Oh,
I can see the equators there.
They do represent lines of latitude and longitude.
Yeah. It seems Antarctica is extremely large.
But the thing is, the separation between lines of longitude is smaller away from the equator. As you can see in this image, they're all squares, which means they're not getting any smaller. So The further you get from the equator in this image, the more stretched it is east-west, because the lines of longitude should be getting closer to each other, and they're not. That's where the distortion comes from.
Do you think they're missing some of Antarctica? It looks like it's just been cut off. Like, where are the edges of Antarctica, and why do they cut it off so that you can't see like the whole of Antarctica?
I don't think it's cut off.
It's not.
I don't think so. I'll here's what I'll do. Download this image, then I'll put that on a sphere. We'll see how it looks like. Give me like 30 seconds. A few more.
That image, you're going to wrap that around the ball.
Just give me a second.
Okay.
I'll be quick. Unfortunately, like the image is missing. Like it's kind of shrunk. But I'll handle it.
Because it was a screenshot.
Don't worry, I kind of my ways of solving that. Okay, it's good enough. I'll send it back to you. Now it's gonna look a little different because I kind of it's the missing parts. It's not that I fixed, but I centralized it correctly. Just posted in Livestream 1 text. Can you see that?
Yeah, looks the same. Yeah.
Okay, almost. It's better centralized now. I'll show you how it looks. You wrap around a sphere. I thought it would take me 30 seconds. Overestimated myself. Here goes. The North Pole. That's the South Pole. It's Antarctica. I don't think it's missing anything. Does it look good?
Yeah, you did a good job. That was quick.
Thank you. Yeah, their actual shapes would be how they are once you plot on that sphere. That's how we claim they look like. Actuality. Who knows?
Yeah, I've seen different maps with Antarctica being different shapes, like on a ball.
Listen, for all I know, Antarctica could be a little tiny island, just like they say.
That they're different. Does it make it look different on a ball? Can you send me those? Take a look. Too much trouble.
Oh, right. No, I've just pointing something. I have actually seen different shapes of Antarctica on various different maps, but I'm not in a position to get them right now.
No problem.
It was on Banjo's channel. He was talking about it. I don't know if you're familiar with his channel.
Go.
You know,
Heard
the other
about it.
day, the other day there was somebody in here that believed in Creator Earth, right? Now I don't believe in Creator Earth necessarily. What I will say, we do live, in my opinion, in a bowl, right? And the bowl is filled with water, and there's land that protrudes through that water. And there's elevation maps. Unfortunately, they are from NASA, but I do believe these elevation maps to be legitimate. And you have the Antarctic Circle, which is the rim of the Earth, or the rim of the bowl, happens to be the highest elevation on Earth, higher than Mount Everest. Now, Mount Everest
Average.
is what happened?
I think it's the highest average landmass.
Yeah. Mount Everest they claim Mount Everest is the highest point on Earth, right? But when you look at the elevation maps that NASA themselves have published, right, you'll see the summit of Mount Everest is pink in color, and then you look at Antarctic Circle, and it's gonna be pink, dude. Like, and then the idea is that the land goes outwards, right? And as you go outwards, it gets higher and higher. Now, I don't know to what extent. I've never been out there, and we don't have satellite imagery beyond, like, I mean, I don't know how many miles beyond the Antarctic Circle, but it's unexplored, right? And if it's been explored, it's people above us, that have not released that information. And I think that there might be like levels that go outward, and it just gets higher and higher and higher. So that we're like in this bowl, right?
They
We're in
could do
this
either.
bowl, and it's a container, right? And we're being contained. The water's being contained in a bowl. The rim is Antarctica, and as you go outward, it gets higher in elevation. The ground, the crust itself.
Yeah, it may. Listen, I mean, elevation profiles do show what you're saying. Yeah. That the land, like from the north, the land in all directions, like in a circle, increases in elevation as you go further south. Elevation profiles do show that.
So even though that water is level, right? The earth itself, the crust itself is not leveled. The contour shows it's a bowl, dude. Like it's, the scriptures say it's a seal, like clay under a seal, right? So there's like this idea that we are being contained by crust or ice, however it may be. But either way, there is support for the idea of a crater Earth. That's not too far fetched. It's like whoever that guy was that was in here the other day. I meant to mention that, I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a pretty basic but important point that large bodies of water at rest, they need lateral containment. Yeah, and we have large
Yeah.
bodies of water relatively at rest. And then I guess a secondary point that water seeks its depth. Yeah. And again, like I stated much earlier, right? Like with this tile floor, we all know that water will only flow if there's a slope, right? And it won't flow if there is no slope. And we have, in reality, flowing water. So. Yeah, I don't know who it was in there yesterday, but like, I think Pete Shea likes the Crater Earth.
I mean, Crater Earth sounds funny, right? Until you really look into it, just like flat Earth. And flat Earth itself is like a stupid term. But like there's hollow Earth, crater Earth, flat Earth.
Well, I don't agree with like globe Earth, crater Earth, concave Earth. All of those I strongly disagree with because they give Earth, or they pretend that Earth is a thing that has set dimensions, right? Where flat Earth is just a description of level being horizontal, and the Earth being flat as well. So I don't like that, but at least it gives you this. It doesn't have these set dimensions around it, where all these others, crater, etc., says, all right, well, this is the end of this item, item that all the collective realities within it we call Earth. Trees, water, gas, they're all now Earth, and they are contained within this set dimension of.
Exactly. So like, water is level, right? Water is flat. Earth is not flat. Like crust, right? Earth, eretz, right? The Earth itself is not flat. It has contour, right? It has hills and valleys and peaks. I mean, yeah, you can find like salt flats, like in Nevada and South America.
Yeah.
Like,
and the
yeah,
only way
that's
people,
flat. That used to
right.
be the bottom of an ocean floor. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
that's
But
what I was
like,
going to say. The only way people imagine that Earth itself even ever got flat was because the water must have made it flat. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
no, yeah, that's all, bro. I'm just the room's kind of quiet, so I was like, oh, let me talk a little bit.
But yeah, there's like, when people are like, flat Earth, right? It's like, well, where the hell is it flat? Like nowhere, right? So it's like, like a globe. So what's your evidence of flat Earth? It's like, then it kind of makes you angry or makes because it's not flat. Like it makes you mad. Like of course it's, what are you going to use? Because nothing's flat. Yeah. Even like water too. I mean, I was we went to this lake like 2 nights ago. It was like a big hill with a lake, and the moon was just like real big. And my wife had the P1000. She's taking pictures of the moon, but so that there's the moon just like a perfect reflection on the lake. I said, you know what we should do is zoom in on that lake, see if you can see see if it's just if you can zoom in on the lake, just like zooming in on the moon, right? But the lake just wouldn't stop rippling, like so we couldn't get it. But yeah, even water is like seldom at rest, not moving. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just that moon. Wherever it was up in the sky, hitting that lake and giving a perfect non-distorted image of the, moon on the water. It's just, obviously not a globe shape.
The thing with Crater Earth, right, is that it's been hijacked. You know, because I think crater Earth is actually a better term than flat Earth. But because essentially it is a crater. It's like it's a bowl. Right? I believe that, but it's not like they think it's like a bowl inside like possibly a bigger planet. You know what I'm saying? Like this is just we're like inside of a crater. Like you know how the moon got craters allegedly. We're like inside a crater, and that's
Yeah.
what that's where we live inside of a crater on a bigger sphere. That's why you know what I mean. I tend to not.
No, crater Earth. I hear you. Is a good description. Wherever they go with it beyond the circle that we know is what messes up your crater Earth description. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's an obvious description of, you know, it's not a bad description, especially with, you know, elevation profiles of LiDAR scans, etc. You know, we live in this crater, just I guess you can call it that. It's not exactly that, but it's not really a crater. It's just you got mountains on the side of you, and you know, we don't live on the top of the mountains. But we go to the bottom of the mountains, but then we build our houses on hills, so the water goes down the mountain, but then it doesn't go up, you know, into our doors. So we build our house elevated, like little crops, you know, like up. So everybody's got their house on a hill. Every single house is elevated, right? You don't put your house down in a ditch and get flooded every day. It rains, you know.
Yeah, well, crater Earth insinuates that you know, like some sort of cosmic event, like an asteroid or comet or something blew a hole in this realm. But that's not, you know, that's why I don't like using the word crater either. But yeah. So you know they got true Earth now. And people are saying, "Oh, I'm a true Earther." Whatever.
Yeah, and yeah, no, I mean, listen, I don't know. It's like it's a tough conversation because, like, the more you know, that's why there's a separation of like Globers, flat Earth, whoever, right? It's because the more you find out, the less you know, right? And some people just need to know something.
Yeah.
And they got to have, you know, everybody has to have a firm foundation.
The more you find out stuff, the more you find out how much more there is to know with each level of knowledge. I don't think to me, it's not, oh, I'm so stupid because look how much more there is to learn. To me, it's, I'm always learning, right? It's never a backslide. But to think that I've got something all figured out, I don't want to ever do that. So far, it's flat and stationary. That's it. That's all I experience. If there's something else, I have yet to see it.
I was watching this anime. You anybody watch it? There's this one called like Baki Hamana. It's about these it's just about fighting, right? That's all. It's literally just about fighting. And anyway, this one guy. So the new season just came out. There's like 4 seasons of it, and everyone is just about like your opponent. This one's good at fight. This one's like a, you know, it's anime, so they're just like ridiculously strong at something, right? But the one that just came out is about they found this caveman frozen in ice, and apparently they found him beating up a dinosaur or whatever. So they bring, anyway, long story short, they bring him out of the ice, and now people like the best fighters around the world are like, I want to challenge this guy to a fight. Like, I want to fight the caveman who like was eating a fucking T-Rex. This guy's a nut, so I want to fight him. And it was describing like his reality back then versus our reality now. And in the anime, it's going like it's like narrating his thoughts, and he's like, he doesn't know this world, right? Because this world is all he sees now in the city is like horizontal, vertical, but he's never seen these things before. Like, he's never seen horizontal in his life. He's never seen vertical in his entire life, and he's just getting smacked with it by seeing a cityscape like in front of him after he got like thought out. And it just kind of just tells you just that much. Like these verticals and horizontals that we say are, you know, axioms of reality are just not depicted and they are. I mean, they are axioms of reality. Like, don't get me wrong, geometry, etc. Right, but they're not present, right, in naturally on the earth. I just thought it was interesting the way they really kind of like drilled it home that like these things are foreign because they're not natural. Like horizontal and vertical are just not natural. Uh, uh, Yeah, somebody described it to me before. They said, it's that same kind of feeling, right? So they said that it really hits them. They'll go out and they'll eat mushrooms, right? And they'll go out into the woods or wherever, right? And they'll just like be there for 7 hours having this like mushroom trip, right? And as it wears down, they come walking back into like the real world, and it's just like the shapes are just everything's different. It's just totally different reality, not just because the mushrooms are going away, but because all these like geometric structures that we make like, in our house, and you go to the refrigerator and it's now rectangle, right? You were just in the woods for 7 hours, like in touch with nature, and none of that stuff was present. It's like just a totally different like detachment from nature to what we made. And now we're people are here now trying to say, well, it's like crater Earth, or it's concave, or it's globe, right? But it doesn't show itself to be any of those things.
Hey, you ever heard about like the Bernaysian marketing idea of so like basically like society is set up so that nothing is made pursuant to like made like to the golden ratio. So what they do is they try to like anything they advertise to you, like it's boxed and like packaged to you, everything proportionate to like the golden ratio. So you're like seeking it. So when you see it in their marketing, you want it, like against oh my god, against the backdrop of like no golden ratio stuff. It's interesting, because then you want to seek that natural stuff.
Mm-mm. No, I never heard of it.
Like Edward Bernays'.
I would say, what like how did he figure that people want to seek out this golden ratio anyway?
Well, I'm just saying, like it's a part of nature, like like pine cones, like seashells. Everything's in nature is kind of built pursuant to this. Like your body is built pursuant to the golden ratio, like the structure and the distance of your finger joints and shit.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I'm not questioning what you're saying, right? But like
Oh
I'm
no,
just
forgive me if I'm. Yeah, I got you.
yeah, I'm just wondering how did like what is there something within our minds that we would seek that. I wonder why. Like why would that be?
I would imagine it's like you look at like it's interesting. I was looking at you ever look at a sound wave on like a computer screen kind of a thing? So I was looking at like it was later like at dusk, and like I was looking at the shadow of trees against a lake, and it just reminded me of like a sound wave, but like it looked so beautiful. It's like when you see something beautiful in nature, it's like it has that kind of coded into it.
I just saw a commercial go across the screen for Sky Rizzy, right? And it has an lemma as their advertisement symbol.
Yeah, I'd imagine the NLM is like, yeah, it's actually probably what's the ratio? Like 1 point whatever. I wonder if I wonder if they don't play with that. Bless you.
It's for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systematic therapy or phototherapy. Sclerosia. But no, that's interesting. Yeah. It keeps you I mean, that's like the listen, that's whoever made up this like globe lie, like that's they understood psychology and the imbalance that you have to create in people to make them like thrive for something. Yeah, like this whatever's in trying to make peace with it and trying to find like trying to make peace with all those contradictions. What they're these people are highly motivated. Yeah. And seeking, like you're saying, they're seeking this like golden ratio or whatever they're seeking. It keeps them highly motivated in this like rat race.
Yo, anybody out here?